LA.
The end goal is to have people feel more comfortable walking down their neighborhood.
Plans also include 400 more trash cans on sidewalks to help keep neighborhoods clean. To help keep the air clean, city crews are getting down and dirty to get the job done while using clean fuel vehicles.
Right now, sanitation and the city of Los Angeles has the largest clean fuel vehicles in the country.
And where trees are needed, the group Northeast Trees will be planting them. 200 more are planned for the area. Local youth will be hired to help in hopes of making that leisurely stroll to the senior center's art class even more pleasant.
Our seniors are very happy here.
Part of that money will also go towards adding more movable surveillance cameras in the area to crack down on illegal dumping. Where exactly those cameras will be placed will remain a secret, part of the strategy of keeping culprits off guard and crime low in this area. In Highland Park, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
And on top of that, Council District 14 is due for even more street improvements through Mayor Garcetti's Great Streets initiative. Expect that program to renovate Cesar Chavez Boulevard. And in Pacoima, students are also grateful for new sidewalk repairs, making their walk to school a whole lot safer. Yana Kay has more.
Walking to school on a sidewalk may not seem like a big deal, but for these McClay Middle School students in Pacoima, it makes all the difference in the world.
I'm really appreciative that we could actually finally have a safe way to go to school.
Major sidewalk improvements were completed on Borden Avenue between Pierce and Tarabella Street, all thanks to a joint effort between the City of LA's Department of Public Works, the LA Unified School District, and the state's Safe Route to School program, all working together
to make sure that we leverage every single dollar to its maximum so that we get the most bang for our buck, and more importantly, we get safe routes to schools.
Before the improvements, a blanket of mud from the hillside ran all the way down to the pavement, and to avoid it, kids had to walk on the busy street or on dirt paths.
I used to come here every day, so yeah, I really saw it a lot, and I saw how dangerous it was just walking past here. But then when they fixed it, it was really pretty, and I was able to walk here without scared of falling or hurting myself.
Now, the project took about 8 months to complete, and it included the building of the 7-foot-high retaining wall, along with about 700 square feet of sidewalk, including a curb and a gutter.
Because we want all of these beautiful children here to get to school every day, on time, safe. 100% attendance, 100% graduation, that's our goal.
Students helped cut the red ribbon, a sign that their route to school is now safe and sound. I'm Yana Kay for LA This Week.
LADWP opens on Saturdays for a few more weeks to help with billing disputes. LAX celebrates the one-year anniversary of its PUP program, and city leaders commemorate the Armenian genocide. These stories and more in City Beat. The LA Department of Water and Power is keeping 4 regional customer service centers open every Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. until May 17th. The extra hours are to help resolve customer issues resulting from a new billing system.
What we've seen mostly are the delayed bills where these normal billing hasn't been issued regularly for our bi-monthly or monthly customers. So when we get the bill out, it's a little larger than they're used to because it's covering more time.
$3,000.92. Come on.
This is great because I don't have time in the week.
The 4 customer centers that are open Saturdays to resolve billing issues are Crenshaw, Van Nuys, Watts, and West LA. LAX is celebrating the one-year anniversary of its PUP program, which stands for Pets Unstressing Passengers. It's a program in which therapy dogs and their handlers greet passengers and help to reduce travel anxiety. LAX officials say on the day after the shooting at LAX last November, Finn the therapy dog and his owner Brian visited with waiting passengers and helped to lift the tense mood. The Board of Airport Commissioners recognized the program during its recent meeting, honoring the program's 30 PUP volunteer and pet teams. Councilmember Paul Krikorian, who is of Armenian descent, led the LA City Council in commemorating the 99th anniversary of the beginning of the Armenian genocide at the hands of the Turkish government.
Their death opened the door to atrocities that would continue to occur throughout the remainder of the 20th century and sadly continue to occur in parts of the world even as we stand and speak here today.
The Armenian government and Armenian American communities continue to urge the Turkish government to acknowledge their responsibility in the genocide and to make restitutions. Every so often, the Los Angeles Fire Department takes the opportunity after a house fire to remind residents to make sure they install and test out their smoke alarms. A recent fire in the city's West Adams neighborhood sent a man to the hospital in critical condition.
We have a program for our school children. We have a program where firefighters come out after an unfortunate fire to pass out smoke alarms to the community to make sure that they have working smoke alarms. If they have them, the firefighters will check them for them, make sure they work.
Fire officials say while the room occupied by the man was not equipped with a functional smoke alarm, a mother and 2 children staying in an adjacent space equipped with smoke alarms were able to escape with lesser injuries. Community cleanups are common here in Los Angeles, where residents are a critical part of the equation. And for the residents, they say cleaning up their neighborhoods is a matter of pride. A beautiful Saturday spent cleaning up trash from the streets. It's becoming a familiar sight in Councilman Jose Huizar's district, where these community cleanups take place every other weekend. Residents of the city's Council District 14, which encompasses Boyle Heights, Highland Park, Eagle Rock, and downtown LA, are determined to make their district shine as bright as the next council district.
We have a number of areas that our community has identified as cleanup areas. We do our best through our Bureau of Sanitation and a number of other city projects, but when it comes down to it, sometimes these hard-to-reach areas, it's up to the community, and we get out there, we organize these events, and a great way for us to have pride in our community.
And on this particular Saturday, the cleanup took place in El Sereno, with volunteers gathered on Valley Boulevard in the University Hills community. The nonprofit organization, LA Conservation Corps, also put at-risk youth to work, helping them gain valuable environmental work experience.
Our program specifically is called the Clean and Green Program, and it focuses on hiring youth from 14 to 18. It's a nonprofit, and it's basically a job training program. So if the students are low income and in the city of Los Angeles, they have an opportunity to work with us.
And while it's hard work, residents see it as an opportunity, even an obligation.
We really believe in community cleanups. We believe that it's up to us as community members to pick up the slack where the city isn't able to.
At the end of the day, people want to do this. People are interested. People come out in droves because they just need that opportunity or that platform to get involved and help out in their community.
To find out about the next community cleanup and other community events in Council District 14, go to josehuizar.com to sign up for the e-newsletter specific to your community. In this week's list of things to do, Union Station celebrates a big milestone, a bike ride to appreciate the city's murals and a Griffith Park hike. Historic Union Station has been serving Los Angeles County for 75 years. And on Saturday, May 3rd, the public is invited to join Metro to commemorate this iconic station's 75th birthday. The celebration also falls on National Train Day, so get ready to celebrate all things rail, taking place from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. A ceremony to rededicate the station will be held in the historic ticket concourse area. You'll also get to see one-of-a-kind rail cars, learn how trains work, and tour the Amtrak exhibit train. There will also be kid-friendly activities, including model trains on display and dance and music performances. Union Station is located at 800 North Alameda Street downtown. For details on the celebration, go to metro.net. And as part of Union Station's 75th anniversary, Metro is also sponsoring the Street Mural Ride led by Cycle. Cycle, which stands for Cyclists Inciting Change Through Live Exchange, in partnership with the Mural Conservancy of Los Angeles, will lead a community bicycle ride starting and ending at Union Station. The ride will be approximately 6 miles and will loop through neighboring artist communities surrounding Union Station. The ride will make stops at the Downtown Arts District and El Pueblo de Los Angeles. Meet at Union Station at 11 a.m. with the ride departing from the intersection of Alameda and Cesar Chavez at 11:30 a.m. and returning by 1:30 p.m. Tickets are free, but you must RSVP. Go to Cycle, that's CICLE.org. And on Sunday, May 4th, Griffith Park Ranger Ernie Ibarra will be leading another hike. This one, a 2.5-mile intermediate level hike to Trails Cafe. You're also welcome to pack your own meal. After breakfast, you will take the same path back. The hike will depart at 8 a.m. Meet at the Griffith Park Observatory parking lot near the restrooms. The Griffith Observatory is located at 2800 East Observatory Road. As usual, be sure to dress accordingly and bring water and snacks. Dogs are welcome, but they must remain on leashes at all times. For more information, email the ranger at ernie.ibarra@lacity.org. And that's a look at some upcoming things to do. City leaders continue to make good on their promise to build more parks, and Patton Street Pocket Park is one of the newest, where residents themselves are helping to design some of the artwork. Anna Marcos reports.
Day of music, fresh air, and art, as this community near Echo Park celebrates the groundbreaking of the new Patton Street Pocket Park.
It's a pretty big deal, you know, with my son Aiden, 6 years old. 7 years old. It's nice to have the park really close to our home.
Every little place and space and place that we can find, we're going to capture it and we're going to turn it into a park.
This marks the 23rd Pocket Park the city breaks ground on as part of its 50 Parks initiative, an effort to make urban areas more park-rich. But for a tiny plot of land, Patton Street Park will pack a punch. Meandering paths will lead to a sailboat play area, community garden, plaza, a swing and sand area, pockets with fitness equipment, and places to play, sit, climb, or even do yoga. Best of all, the benches will have mosaics that community members themselves are designing.
We're doing a mosaic workshop. We're designing and fabricating the benches, which are going to go along the perimeter of the pathways in the park.
Patton Street Park will be close to a community center and swimming pool.
What a wonderful way to be able to live in the community and walk to different parks for all ages.
It seems some can't wait for their new park. They're helping to lay in some of the groundwork already. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
That's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. A reminder that you could catch us online at lacityview.org. You can also follow and like us on Facebook. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
Emergency operator 271.
The city of Los Angeles receives over 2 million 911 calls every year. Hello, I'm Mayor Eric Garcetti.
I'm Chief Charlie Beck. A significant number of 911 calls are not emergencies.
911 should be used for emergency calls, such as preservation of life, a crime in progress, prevention of a crime, or a public hazard.
If your call is not an emergency, such as a loud party, verbal dispute, public nuisance, or lost or missing property, you can dial 1-877-ASK-LAPD to have the police respond.
Remember, call 1-877-ASK-LAPD for non-emergency calls.
Los Angeles Police Department, what are you reporting?
Don't worry, Patty. This isn't going to hurt me one bit. Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Shapiro in beautiful Encino, and you're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel. Open wide.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this continued hearing of the Budget and Finance Committee's consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2014-2015. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the Committee, and I'm joined by all of my colleagues on the committee, Council Members Blumenfield, Englander, Kretz, and Bonin, and we're ready to begin today. Anyone who would like to provide comment on any of the agenda items, well, the one agenda item that we have today, please fill out a card and bring it forward. And if you can, specify which department you're here to speak about. That would be helpful, and then we'll bring you up during that time in the agenda. If you'd prefer just to speak generally about the budget or any other matter within the jurisdiction of this committee, you may go ahead and fill out one of the same cards and just indicate that it's general public comment. Right now we have no general public comment cards. Well, apparently we do have one, which I'll take now. And then following general public comment, members will proceed to consideration of today's memo regarding yesterday's requests for reports back. Okay. Oh, and one other point. Any member of the public who'd like to speak about a specific department, but you would rather not wait until that department is ready to be considered, you may certainly also provide those comments during general public comment, which I'm about to begin. That's fine. I'm going to ask you not to do both. So I don't want to have repetitive comments both during general public comment and during the departmental consideration. But as a courtesy to the public, since this is a very, very long day, we're beginning now at 9:45 in the morning, and we probably won't finish before 7 o'clock tonight. So if you would like to wait with us and participate, you're certainly welcome, but if you'd rather provide your comments now, I think that would be a little bit more convenient for you. So our first speaker is Sid Mansourian, and then providing comment regarding street services, but I understand they want to speak now during general public comment will be Timothy Butcher and Martin Alarcon. So first, Mr. Mansourian. Good morning.
Good morning to you all. My name is Sid Mansourian. I'm the advocate and the project manager of 600 St. Vincent Court widening of the sidewalks. As you're all familiar, that over 14 months I've been diligently trying to get this project and to get it finished. The reason that I'm here today, that I'm going to speak on every departmental issue, because most of the departments are here today, including Building and Safety, Board of Public Works, Bureau of Street Services, Bureau of Engineering, and of course, Department of Transportation. As the council members know, that I've been going through a lot of issues with every department, that over 14 months where the mayor emphasizes, and the representatives of the mayor, they emphasized a few days ago, saying that no project shouldn't be taking 400 and some odd days to be completed or to be approved. Yet, with private funds, that this project has started to correct something that a city department didn't do it correctly in the first place. Yet we are almost 14 months into it, and we still don't have our final approval. This is not correct. This is not a professional way to run departments. And to add, one department doesn't know much about what the other departments are doing. Yes, they are all professionals, they're city employees, and they work in their departments diligently. But what I found out over 14 months of my experience with dealing with these individual departments from all the rank and file, there's a lack of understanding about permitting, there's a lack of understanding about cooperation, and there's a lack of understanding to let the persons know from the get-go. If a project is not going to see a light end of the tunnel, they should not waste our funds. We put over $50,000 so far for this project that we're trying to make the public have a great experience in the city. And unfortunately, we're still there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Timothy Butcher, followed by Martin Alarcon. Mr. Butcher, good morning.
Good morning. I am a heavy-duty truck operator for Street Services. I would like to discuss a little bit about staffing, that the situation on the ground is getting critical. All of our crews in resurfacing are short. All of our crews in urban forestry are short. District maintenance, all across the board in the Bureau. We're going to be reaching a critical mass soon. Our workforce is aging. Many of our employees are going to be heading for retirement in the next 4 or 5 years. There's a lot of brain trust that we're going to be losing as they retire out. I know there's a perception in the city amongst some that contractors are a better value than city employees. I can tell you that is absolutely not true. The Bureau of Street Services is a can-do bureau. There's nothing we cannot do for you. If you need it done, you ask us, we will do it. We've shown that in the past. We show that currently, even with our staffing limitations, equipment shortages, all the things that we're working through. We can and will do anything you ask for us. Contractor's not going to give you that. They're going to give you a low bid. They're going to come in, do it quick, dirty, and out, and then there's no responsibility for following up. We will get the job done right. If we don't do it the way you want it done, we'll come back and do it right. We'll make sure it's done right. The work we do will last. It will benefit the citizens of the city for many, many years, and it won't have to be redone later at an additional incurred cost to the citizens and to the tax base. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Martin Alarcon, followed by Joe Gamez. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Martin Alarcon, and I'm with the Bureau of Street Services. I'm an equipment operator. Been with the Street Services Department now for 14 years. I started off as a maintenance laborer, and back then there was a light at the end of the tunnel by means of promoting, testing, and knowing that there's something to look forward to. Unfortunately, these past few years, we haven't had that culture here, and I would like for you to consider that when you do your budget to include training and maybe backfilling all of the positions that many of our employees have had to step up and work above their classifications. In our department, we are challenged with an incredible task day in and day out in rebuilding the streets of LA by way of reconstruction and resurfacing. Employees have had to work above their classification for many years and have not had the opportunity to test for those positions. The workforce is aging, and all of the knowledge that these skilled employees have are expected to be able to retire within the next few years. I ask that you consider these people who wish to promote and continue their proud work for the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Joe Gamez, followed by Ryan Allen. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Joe Gamez, and I am with the Coalition for Responsible Community Development, and we provide graffiti abatement services in South LA, where last year we removed over 5 million square feet, and this year alone we are about 2 million. Not only do we provide graffiti abatement services, but we also provide transitional job opportunities because of these services to young individuals with barriers, where this year alone we have hired over 21 youth. All this momentum that we have built could be hindered with continuous budget cuts, and but with also along with rising prices and operating costs. Some folks think that we just slap paint on the walls, but with collaborations with LAPD and other nonprofits, we do more than slap paint on the walls. We save lives. So I ask you guys not to stop the momentum that we have in South LA, that we work hard to build, and not continue with these cuts to graffiti abatement services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ryan Allen, followed by Jerome Johnson. Mr. Allen, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I represent the Koreatown Youth and Community Center, and we are also one of the graffiti removal contractors for the City of Los Angeles. And we've been working in this community for almost 40 years now, and the graffiti removal program has become a really vital part of the safety and health and just general well-being for the residents that we provide these services for. Our service area is from the 10 freeway to Beverly and Hoover to La Brea. And within this neighborhood, you have some of the most active and really violent gangs in the city of Los Angeles. And our responsibility and role to be able to remove that graffiti and keep that down as quick as possible has become a really vital component of our working with the Los Angeles Police Department and helping to keep our neighborhood safe. So I would just like to encourage that the budget can reflect the need for this continued service in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jerome Johnson, and right now that's the last of the general public comment cards that I have. But again, if anybody would prefer to speak now rather than at the time of your the department you're interested in, you'd be welcome to do so. Just come on up and let me know. Mr. Johnson, welcome.
Yes. Good morning. Good morning, Council. Sanitation Department, solid waste. When I'm out working in these streets of the city of Los Angeles that I live in, the streets are deplorable, sidewalks, alleys, and I have a problem when a customer approaches me as I'm collecting my service job today, where they ask me questions, how can they get something picked up? And I have no answer for them, because when I go to my supervisor, superintendent, these programs have been taken away to where they don't have the correct funding to collect these things. And we have a problem with that. I called this the other day to try to get something collected from my home. It's still sitting there. If I don't go by and pick it up myself in my truck, which I shouldn't be doing, but I have to do it because my neighbors are complaining about it too. We need funding, and we need people to be hired. We hire people part-time to do these jobs. We give them 1,000 hours, and after that's up, they're gone. We need to hire permanent people in these positions. We had about 60, 70 drivers retired in the last 6 years. Nobody's replaced them at all. We can't do that. We need to hire people so they can do the job, and we can keep a lot of complaints down. Because you get complaints, and then it becomes problems. And the problems, it'll spread like a cancer, and we don't want that. So if you can help us, please do so. Thank you.
Thank you. And one other card that I've just received is Rogelio Flores. Mr. Flores, if you could come on up. Good morning.
My name is Rogelio Flores. I'm with Northeast Graffiti Busters. We're a graffiti abatement contractor. We've held a contract with the city since 2001, so we've been around for about 13 years or so. So we've had an idea as to the graffiti levels in the area. We cover areas in the Northeast Valley and in the Northeast LA area, so we have an idea as to what the graffiti problems are in two parts of the city. With the prior cuts, it's been a little difficult to maintain. If with any future cuts, I wanted to come and talk to the council and just try to persuade against any future cuts, because it has been difficult to maintain, and we'd like to continue with the momentum we have going. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the great work you've done in CD2. Okay, that's the last of the cards that I have for general public comment at the moment. So members, we're going to move now to the memo. So if you have a moment to just glance over the memo and make sure that it meets with your expectations of what should be contained in it. Mr. Blumenfield?
One item was missing in the information technology. I had asked about the 7 positions maintenance and the broadband initiatives, and to report back on ways to fund those. That was the first report back I'd asked, so I'd like that to be added.
Yes, absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
other, Mr. Bonin?
One of mine was,
Mr. Bonin?
One of mine was also missing. Under the library, I'd asked for a report back, a budget impact report back on what steps would need to be taken in order to get on board by October 1st the Prop L authorized library employees.
Okay, very good. Mr. Kretz?
On number 54 under police, in addition to the new hire piece, I also was asking questions relating to retention of the newer people hired under the 20% lower salaries. So how that impacted on them getting trained and then moving on to better paying jobs, and also the effect, to the extent we can assess it, of combining that with the lack of cash overtime. And so if we're able to look at the number of people that have left in that circumstance and compare it to what the typical rate is, whether we can tell if there's any noticeable difference and we actually are losing an overly high number of those new people, or whether it's just anecdotal.
Okay. Sorry, which number was that, Mr. Kretz?
54. Number 54.
Okay, yes, thank you. Mr. Englander?
Thank you. And I have two on page 4, item 117, under information technology. That should be a budget impact. I'd like to see those implemented this year. We'd asked for the same special study last year. And the answer that came back last year was, it's just software and we already have it, so it's just a matter of sending folks out to do it. So if we can convert that. And then the page 5, number 53 under police as well. The second sentence should actually be, it should say the department has identified funds for the Powell Center, CAO, to get the fund information from LAPD instead of CAO to report back on the impact of the general fund. There should be no impact to the general fund.
Okay.
We just need to get the fund information. Okay.
All right, anything else? Going once, going twice. Mr. Kretz? No? All right, then with those amendments, are we prepared to vote to approve the memo as it stands with those amendments? All right, well, without objection, that'll be the action of the committee. And then that will bring us to our consideration of the departmental budgets. And just for the sake of the public who's watching or here, the departments that we're hoping to get through today are Recreation and Parks, Department of Transportation, Planning, Building and Safety, Fire, the Board of Public Works, the Bureau of Sanitation, Bureau of Street Services, Bureau of Engineering, Bureau of Street Lighting, and Bureau of Contract Administration. So we have a long day ahead of us, needless to say. And we're going to begin with Recreation and Parks. And as our staff is making their way up, I'm going to ask the speakers on Recreation and Parks to come up and speak before we begin our questions of the department. So we'll start first with Camille Lombardo, who will be followed by Chris. I'm sorry, I can't read the last name. Labe? Oh, that's what I was going to guess. Okay. So Camille Lombardo and Chris Labe. You can go in either order. It's fine.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. Good morning, ex-Assemblyman Krikorian for Los Feliz. I am Chris Labe, a director on the board of directors of Friends of the Observatory, as well as the current president of the Los Feliz Improvement Association. FOTO is respectively requesting that you revisit the budget cuts imposed upon the observatory because Over 1 million people visit the observatory every year. U.S. News and World Report ranks Griffith Observatory third on the list of places to visit in Los Angeles, just behind the Getty Center and the Santa Monica Beach and Pier, and way ahead of Staples, Hollywood Walk of Fame, Rodeo Drive, and Disney Hall. It's open free to the public nearly every day and every night till 10 p.m. Each year, 26,000 fifth graders from the LAUSD and other school districts attend a free school field trip program, and thousands of those students are supported with a bus scholarship supported by us that pays for their buses. 10 million people worldwide saw the observatory's live feed on the April 15th on the total lunar eclipse, carried by Reuters and NASA TV. It was a lead story on CNN that evening. It was tagged with the observatory name and logo. And that's in addition to the thousands of people from all over our city who saw it live from the observatory lawn. I can testify to that. I couldn't get into my driveway. If Griffith Observatory were in Japan or many other countries in the world, it would be designated a national treasure. Friends of the Observatory believes the City of Los Angeles should treat it like the city treasure it is, and that means restoring the modest funds to, 1, keep it open on Tuesdays for the adoring local visitors and international tourists, and 2, keep the grounds and buildings maintained so the donors' expectations are met and the promises the city made during restoration and expansion are kept. Accomplishing this is as simple as broken exhibits being immediately repaired and clean grounds and floors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Camille Lombardo, followed by Deborah George.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Camille Lombardo, Executive Director of Friends of the Observatory, and I too am here to speak on behalf of Griffith Observatory. And I'd like to follow up on Chris Laib's remarks. Here are some of the things that Griffith Observatory does for the City of Los Angeles. It operates one of the most efficient public institutions of its kind. Since reopening after renovation and expansion in 2006, it has absorbed the loss of 1/3 of its full-time staff due to budget cuts. Attendance has increased every year the building has been opened, so that now Griffith Observatory hosts over 1 million visitors through its doors each year. 350,000 people pay to see a program in the Samuel Ocean Planetarium, and this generates $2 million in vital revenue for the city each year. Tourism is one of the growing engines of our local economy. Griffith Observatory advances the tourist appeal of Los Angeles across the nation and around the world. Griffith Observatory needs only 2 things from the City of Los Angeles in order to continue this good work. First, it needs restoration of the deleted building repairer position required to maintain the building for public safety and building integrity of such a highly used public icon. It also needs restoration of the part-time staff budget so it may stay open on Tuesdays. The building under the current budget would have to close for 32 Tuesdays in the coming fiscal year. That would deny 75,000 people a chance to visit one of LA's premier tourist attractions. Even more important, the net savings, that's in direct costs, would be just $4,000. So without these steps, Griffith Observatory would not realize the investment made in the renovation and expansion. And I know these are difficult times. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lombardo. And just for the sake of the record, the committee, each of the committee members also received a letter from former council member Joy Pikus regarding Griffith Observatory as well, which you should have on your desks. Which is available to us as well. It should be made a part of this record. And just to keep it simple before we move any further, I would like to ask for the department for a report back on the service impacts relating to the observatory of the proposed cuts and what fiscal impacts there may be to be able to restore the services that Ms. Lombardo just talked about. Our next speaker is Deborah George, followed by Judy West.
Good morning. I'm Deborah George. I'm a member of the Encino Neighborhood Council. Just to help you understand how important parks are to the Encino Neighborhood Council, I hold the Parks Advocate and Environmental Representative position. I also chair our Parks Committee. I'm also a member of the San Fernando Valley Audubon Society, Sierra Club, the California Native Plant Society, and other environmental groups. Many members of those groups are currently watching this proceedings. I do support performance budgeting and the goals that this budget is attempting to achieve. I would like to emphasize that recreation and parks is one of the major contributors to making our city livable and attractive. A pleasant, clean, and safe park within walking distance of one's home contributes to a great neighborhood. A variety of programming at the local recreation center brings us closer to being a healthy city for everyone, no matter their age. The community gardens provide not just fresh vegetables, but a meeting place where Angelinos of every background can connect in pursuit of a shared activity. The wildlife areas provide a rest area for migratory birds and educational opportunities for our children. The wildlife areas also attract international visitors to enjoy bird watching and to study our native plants and gardens. Visitors to Southern California are also drawn to other recreation and park sites, including our cricket playing fields, Venice Beach, the Griffith Observatory, to name just a few. It takes funding to maintain these important parts of our urban life. We need many more park rangers to keep our parks safe and to provide the positive educational role that they can provide. We need maintenance and repairs done in a prompt manner. We need programming and activities for everybody. The citizens of this city mandated that a percentage of revenue be earmarked for recreation and parks. Please respect the electorate's intention when setting the budget for the Department of Recreation and Parks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judy West, followed by Austin Dumas. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Judy West. I'm a rec assistant since 1999, and I'm also the president of the Rec Assistants and Rec Instructors for the City of LA. I would like to address a few concerns. First of all, the child care centers. 24 of the 26 centers have been closed and are not providing services. What is this doing to single moms and families that are struggling to survive? Then there's LA Kids. That's defunded. Now, that's another hit to the kids of LA. How about the seniors? The seniors nutrition program has been discontinued. And with some of the seniors, this was their only meal of the day. It's gone. Thousands of money has been cut from our programs. The clerical supports positions were lost during the recession. They're still unfilled. This gentleman was hired in 2006, and when he became half-time, he was put in the second tier. He's not a new employee. Why was this done? We need to restore our services to our communities. I say we need to fix LA. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Austin Dumas, followed by Deanna Tunstall.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Austin Dumas. I'm a Recreation Director for the Recreation Parks Department. I would like to ask the council to stop chargebacks. We're currently paying millions of dollars to DWP that we didn't pay before, when this money can go to direct services like classes and programs. Basically, we're creating an inequality throughout the city. In more affluent areas in the west side, people are able to pay for classes, but in urban impacted areas, classes are not being offered. Our facilities are closed on weekends, on Sundays. If we didn't pay these fees to DWP, we could be open on Sundays. Most people are off on the weekends and want to enjoy the parks. So I would like to encourage the council to stop the chargebacks, because I really believe parks make life better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deanna Tunstall. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Followed by Alice Goff.
Good morning, everyone.
My name is Deanna Tunstall, and I'm a facility director at Van Ness Recreation Center. City parks are one of the most precious and invaluable resources. They are where people get their first, truest sense of being a community, where religions, ethnicities, and incomes come together. But our recreation centers are having, and our families are being denied access to the facilities and programs they count on. We don't have the staff to run the parks and programs, and we have closures on Sundays. What message does this send to our families of LA, to our youth? When the places they come to gather, to be educated at, and to have fun, they're denied access. We as a community, we need to create the possibilities to fix LA. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alice Goff, followed by Jay Handel. Ms. Goff, welcome.
Good morning, Alice Goff, President of Local 3090. We represent the clerical and support services employees in the Department of Recreation and Parks, but we partner with our other AFSCME locals in the department, the recreation assistants as well as the professional directors, because together we want to provide the services to our communities. And as the ones there day to day have already said to you, these are critical programs that impact the lives of the members of our communities. And it really is a shame to see that, in fact, I'm sure it's an unintended consequence, but nonetheless, those communities who are least able to afford the programs are the ones that are hurt the most. You know, the department's nowhere near where the budget was at its peak of $207 million in 9-10. Severely reduced from that, and now on top of that, add additional chargebacks. We won't have programs at all. I mean, our parks will just be left, unkept, no programs, no places for folks to go in the communities, and it really would be a terrible thing for the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. The final speaker that I have for the moment, at least, on Rec and Parks is Jay Handel. Mr. Handel,
Good morning, everybody. Jay Handel, co-chair of the Budget Advocates 2014. A couple of things. Number one, in the current budget, there doesn't seem to be any money allocated towards the housing units under HACLA, and the department seems to be the one paying the bill on this. So the question really is, since it's a non-rec site, I would like to see a report back that breaks out the cost to maintain their sites and talk about directing that money directly to the housing department to pay for those fees. Number two, every park has lost their gardener services to a great degree. And I would love to see a report back to tell us what's the cost to fully maintain our parks with gardeners and landscapers, and what's the cost been in litigation and payouts so far since we've reduced our staff and not maintain our parks the way we should be maintaining them. How much have we paid out in litigation costs? How much have we paid out in staff time because of the litigation? And are we being, again, foolish and going for the little money when we're paying out the big money? And finally, the other thing I'd like to know is, since we've cut off so many services on Saturdays and Sundays, I would like to see a report back that tells us what the increase in emergency service calls have been to the park areas where the gangs have come back into the parks, where there's more disturbances in the parks. So how much emergency service are we using in the park when the parks are closed, we don't have rec leaders there, and we don't have positive activity happening in those parks? I would ask that those three reports come back before budget is finalized for Rec and Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Handel. And again, for simplicity's sake, I'd like to ask the department to report back on each of those three items he just mentioned. All right. So we're now pleased to welcome our General Manager, Mike Shull, to give a brief overview. Thank you for submitting the letter about your budget. I appreciate it, and I'd like to ask you to give a little overview of where you are with this budget and maybe put it into a historical context as well. Welcome.
Thank you. Mike Shull, General Manager. I'm joined by Regina Adams, our Executive Officer. we submitted a budget that was essentially a no-growth budget. Everything that we proposed in our budget was things that we thought we could afford. So that's what we started with. There wasn't any extraordinary things that we asked beyond the funds that were coming in. Some of the things that, some of the highlights of the budget, I'll mention the most notable ones, is that we did see an increase in property tax money of over $7 million, which was a great addition to the department's budget, except for, the cost of living increases came due also in January. So, that took up nearly 6 of that $7 million. So there really was not much net gain from the million that came in. The million that was left over from the additional revenue, we put in our budget to fund our new and expanded facilities, as well as 5 new park rangers. And that's in the budget before you. Probably one of the, and it was mentioned on the HACLA sites, we're very concerned about the housing sites and the lack of funding coming from the housing department to pay for that. It is a non-recreation and parks facility, and in as much as it's not one of our facilities, it's probably one of the most vital, the 4 sites that we do operate for them, that's some of the highest need areas of the city, and we're very concerned about being able to fund that. The other notable thing in the budget was the deletion of 67 positions from our budget, which amounts to nearly $5.5 million. We tried to as much as we could. These are all vacant positions. The department's currently operating under a vacancy of nearly 300 positions citywide, so that 67 of the 300 were taken or proposed to be taken. We tried to, as much as we could, put positions in there that none of which I believe we can live without, but the ones that we thought we could live without, the best. But that's pretty much the highlights within the budget. We have there was, as mentioned by some of the public speakers, there's been a loss of CDBG money and some vital programs, across the city, which extremely important to not just youth but seniors in some of the highest need areas of the city. And the concern mostly that I have as we continue on with the budget process is that areas that need these subsidies the most we're having a very difficult time in doing that with the continued takeaways and the continued chargebacks. So the department has always operated on subsidies for those communities. That's not to create an equitable distribution of services across the city. There's just some communities that cannot pay or can pay very little, and so we've always tried to give scholarships and always tried to fund them. So it's those areas of the city that I'm mostly concerned about.
Thank you. Ms. Adams, anything further to add? Okay. All right. Thank you. Members, questions for Rec and Parks? Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I have a reasonable number of them. First, I wonder if you could speak more to the 67 deleted positions, if you can give us more of an idea of what those positions are and what the negative impacts are of those deletions.
Certainly. The positions are, many of them are support positions for our construction trades, mainly positions like carpentry, electrical, painting, equipment operators, our people from our fence crew. There are 14 gardener caretakers on the list, which is really vital to some of our core services. That our gardener caretakers are the ones who clean our restrooms, do a lot of the trash pickup around the parks, those sorts of things. The things that are vitally important, and the things that we mostly get complaints about. We were able to limit the amount of gardener caretakers as much as we could by adding some of these other positions in to try to get to the 67. But also we're losing, recreation coordinators for those, which are the ones who provide the programming in some of our parks. And again, we really tried to limit those core positions on the cut list because of they're at the root of our core of what we do. But there was only so much that we could do with so many positions being asked. And the remaining positions are administrative positions, accounting clerks, things like that. And they don't sound all that, it's like, well, it's just, you can do without it. But in our world, those types of positions are what keep the engine running. I mean, with fees that are processed, and you can imagine the amount of accounting transactions, thousands and thousands of accounting transactions that happen at every rec center with programs and people signing up. There's somebody in an administrative position that's processing that information, and so they're vitally important as well. So it's a myriad of different people. I would not put maybe one over the other at this point. The way the department functions, every loss of every position has an impact.
I wonder if we could ask you for a report back in more detail, and I don't want to put you in a difficult position, but if we look at some restoration, if you could try and prioritize the things that are the most problematic to you, that are in the greatest need of restoration. I don't know how that'll all play out, but I think it's of at least enough concern that we should give a look to the possibility of some restoration. On the Chatsworth Park South lead contamination issue, are there outside grants that we could look to using to help fund that?
I'll speak to that in my district.
Okay, I'll let Mr. Englander follow that one up. One in my district, I know we're very excited to be in the initial stages of a new facility restoring at the Robertson Rec Center. Have new staffing levels been considered as part of this year's budget, and do you expect to remain open during construction?
For Robertson Rec Center, no, there's nothing in the proposed budget for that. If that facility, that would likely be a future request, being that the facility, I'd have to get back with you, council member, on the exact schedule of the project. I don't believe we'll be able to keep that facility open just because the size of that park is very small and there's very limited space there to build a new rec center while keeping the old one open. So I don't think that would be feasible. But I know the Bureau of Engineering is in design on that facility, but usually how we do it is looking at BOE's schedules for completion of projects, we budget accordingly. And I don't believe that project is scheduled to complete next fiscal year.
Okay. And also in my district, I know a few budgets ago, the community garden in Encino was under threat of closure. Is that now funded and expecting to continue, or is there any danger of that being proposed for closure again in the near future?
No, sir, it's not. It's that facility is. They have accepted the. We went through a couple years ago with fee changes and things like that with that facility. They were given an option to self-operate. However, the decision ultimately by the community was, we would continue to operate it. And as far as I know, the fees are being paid, so there's no issue. We currently have no issue with that facility.
Very good. And the items that were raised with regards to senior nutrition and youth nutrition, now that the city's doing a little better financially, although I know this department is strapped, are there new grants that we could look at through the Department of Aging or community development grants? Are there any kind of grants that we could use to supplement and try to restore either or both of those programs?
Well, it's a very, very high priority in our department. I can assure you that. It's we have been looking at it internally. I know we're talking with the Department of Aging about some grants. We're going to continue to explore that, and we're going to continue to see if there's any way to continue it at least through the summer, when it's probably most vitally important. But we still have some work to do on that since we've lost that funding. And we'll probably have to report back to you on that. But we are in conversations with the Department of Aging on it.
Okay. Mr. Kritz, before you move off of that one point, am I correct that all of the lost funding for senior meal services was because of reductions in the federal funding of the CDBG grant support?
Yes, sir. Let's see.
So in last year's budget, when the federal government was going through the process of the sequester, we faced the same challenge, and this council rose to the occasion and saved senior meal meals for a year by providing alternative funding for that. Now we face a potential permanent loss of this CDBG funding unless we can find some solution in the next few months to try to address that. So we're going to be covering all of those CDBG losses and potential solutions for that as we go through this discussion. But I just wanted to make sure that the point was clear that these cuts are because of the elimination of the federal 100% funding source that we've already backfilled and saved for the last year and provided hundreds of thousands of senior meals as a result of that effort last year. So, sorry, Mr. Kretz, go ahead.
Indeed. A few environmental questions. As the department looked at things like accomplishing climate resiliency over the next decade and what kind of budget that would take, or ways to retrofit to manage stormwater for infiltration to the groundwater basin, have we looked at some of those environmental issues, and are they anywhere in this budget, or are we looking at including those in future budgets?
I wouldn't say that Bureau of Sanitation mostly handles some of the stormwater capture issues, but I would say that our department has played a major role in the in Proposition O and some of the clean water measures that's been done, mainly because we've been using the park system as the infrastructure, or as the land to actually hold the infrastructure to do that, and probably save Proposition O, millions and millions of dollars as a result, because they didn't need to purchase land. We, as a department, have not done a comprehensive plan or a master plan of where we could do that, mainly because it has a lot to do with the storm drain system and how it's routed and how it's, the replacement schedule. I mean, it would probably more likely have to come out of Bureau of Sanitation for something like that. But I would add, Council Member, that every project that we do, stormwater capture is always at the, one of the top things that we look at in the design of a park or redesign of a park on how we can retain that water, because there's no easier way to do it than a park. And most times it's very inexpensive as it pertains to improvements, just by redirecting in a positive flow the water back into the landscaped areas. You don't need, very expensive measures to do that. You just need to turn the water away from the street back into the park. Generally speaking, we have enough green areas to be able to do that. It's not always feasible, but generally speaking, it's feasible, and we always take that opportunity.
Very good. On the LA River Revitalization Project, I know the department would be responsible for ecosystem restoration. Does the department have history in maintaining native landscapes and ecosystems, and what kind of budget long-term will you need for that?
Well, we do have experience with drought-tolerant landscaping, and it's one of our major initiatives in the park system as far as water conservation measures. But when you're looking at an ecosystem, that's a little bit of a different animal. I mean, we don't generally have the people with the expertise for the water quality aspects. We don't have those types of positions in our department. So we struggle with ecosystems where we've struggled at Harbor Regional Park, for example, and making sure that the health of that lake is positive, only because we haven't had the budgets to maintain it, nor the staff to be able to do the proper water quality. Now that all is going to change with Proposition O and our partnerships now with sanitation on Harbor Regional. But in general, that would require additional probably specialized staff that understands that, because the water quality aspect is the complicating part for us. Our gardeners are not that, they don't have that type of certification.
Yeah, if I could ask for a report back on that, not for this budget process, obviously, but for longer term, that would be good, and also a report back on our plans for stormwater management in the parks. How current does the department stay in terms of emerging research on drought-tolerant turf and plants in high-traffic public spaces?
I I'd like to think that we're a leader in it. With the partnership that we created with the Department of Water and Power and the MOU that was done with them, where they provided us nearly $3 million a year to do different types of landscape, as well as improving our infrastructure and recycled water and all those things that go along with that, because it's not just one thing that helps us on our efforts for conserving water. It's a myriad of things that marry together to make that happen. But we've the best place that I could show you would be out in the south lawn of this building, where we took out 50% of the lawn and put in a drought tolerant landscaping, and it looks beautiful. It's thriving. And we're doing very well with the maintenance on it. And again, every opportunity that we get in a park system when we're doing a new project or things, it's just like stormwater capture. It's also one of the things on the checklist is to see where can we take out turf that's no longer really being used and doesn't need that amount of water, and where we can replace it with either mulch or replace it with some type of drought-tolerant landscaping. And we're working on a number of projects throughout the city, and we've got dedicated staff, our landscape staff that continues to do that and works closely with the Department of Water and Power.
And one last question. Have we done any kind of an analysis of the negative impacts of chemical uses in our parks, and whether there are ways that we could improve that both from an environmental standpoint and reduced cost?
As far as pesticides and things? I mean, we have staff that are trained in that, and we do try to keep up with, and there's very, very strict guidelines that we follow for applications of those things. And in our policies currently is that we will avoid using it wherever we can, and take every opportunity to do that. But the only thing I could say to that is our staff is very well trained in that, and there's a very strict protocol with how we apply those things and where we apply it.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, in the interests of time, because we have a lot of departments to get through, I'm just going to run through my list of reports. We don't have to have a back and forth dialogue. I'm just going to ask for these reports, and then we can discuss them further when we get them. So, and hopefully this will cover a number of the questions that members might have had as well. First, the budget book, Exhibit H, instructs the department and the CAO to report on the feasibility of actions necessary to transfer land maintenance of non-department facilities back to those departments. So I'd like to get a report to this committee about how that policy change might help or hurt recreation and parks, both financially and operationally. And the CAO's portion of that report should also include impacts on the transferee department, whether that's going to have adverse impacts on those departments, what their potential non-general funding sources may be to take on those responsibilities, and whether that will increase or decrease operational efficiency to do so. The budget book provides $7 million in other revenue that's transferred from various accounts to fund operations and programs. It's on page 330 of the budget book. Is any of that funding from the unreserved and undesignated fund balance of the department? And if so, is it being used for ongoing programming or one-time costs? It's my understanding that the enhanced land maintenance services that had previously been funded are defunded in this budget. So I'd like to get a report back on what the impacts of that will be and what the cost of restoration would be. I'd like a report on the proposed increase in aquatics fees. Who will that impact? How much revenue will it raise? And what's the current fee schedule? And is there opportunity for, in the interests of equity, is there an opportunity for scholarships or otherwise providing differential fees based on the socioeconomic ability of a particular park to bear those costs, or the patrons of that park. There's a charter-mandated appropriation and general fund cost reimbursement identified in page 625 of the Blue Book. Can you please report back with an explanation of that increase and how the department's general fund cost reimbursement has increased and what related costs that would include as well? I'd like a report on the status of the department's deferred maintenance. This has been a discussion we've had over the course of many years, and I'd like to see what our current status is, whether you feel that there has been improvement or further degradation in the status of deferred maintenance. And in an ideal world, what would be necessary to fully resolve the backlog of deferred maintenance in order to make our parks safe for all of their patrons. On the subject of DWP offsets, DWP chargebacks, I know this is complicated and sometimes controversial and touchy, but I'd like to know what utilization the DWP makes of recreation and parks lands, and whether all of those utilizations are charged back to the DWP, and where might that be possible in order to minimize the impact on the department of water and power related chargebacks. With regard to Quimby fees, I'm very interested in a broader, more flexible use of Quimby fees. And it's my understanding that it's within the discretion of the city to be able to modify the application of Quimby fees. So I'd like to know your recommendations on whether we can broaden the geographical range in which Quimby fees can be used, and whether the amount collected from developers should be modified. When has that last been done? What's the recent history and changes in Quimby fees, and what might the department's and the CAO's recommendations be for potential changes in Quimby fees? I'd like a report on what the current status of joint use of facilities is among Recreation and Parks and LAUSD facilities, and whether the department has recommendations for additional joint use opportunities that might reduce costs or increase efficiencies for the department. And then finally, oh no, I'm sorry, two more. Again, on the issue of chargebacks and electrical and water costs. And I know every department faces this challenge, but few departments use more power or more water than Recreation and Parks. So this is obviously a massive issue. And I want to particularly applaud you, Mr. Shull, because you have been an environmental visionary in this department since you arrived in it, and I know that the department has taken many steps to try to increase its sustainability and reduce its use of both electricity and water. But I'd like to know, are there additional capital investments that we could be making in our parks? And what would be the source of funding for those potential capital investments, particularly non-general fund sources of funding, that would allow us to reduce your annual obligation to pay the cost of electricity and water? In other words, to reduce the cost liabilities that we have there by reducing the amount of electricity and water used. And I'd like to ask that you also include in that report the opportunities to work with both the Department of Water and Power and the Bureau of Sanitation. And I'm pleased that representatives of the Bureau of Sanitation are already here today getting ready for their report, because I would like to urge them, in the strongest terms to work with Recreation and Parks to find more opportunities for stormwater recapture that will reduce the amount that the department has to spend on irrigation. And so that is going to be an important goal that I would like to see both departments work on in order for it to achieve its environmental benefits, but also, just as importantly, to increase cost efficiency for the department. And then finally, very specific question on behalf of CD9. CD9 would like a report back on the South Park strategic plan, and specifically whether any portion of the expense of South Park might be eligible for MICLA funding. And I think that should cover, oh, I'm sorry, no it doesn't. One last thing, and I'd like to get a report back on the status of the department's park monitors and administrative staff currently processing permits and assisting the film and television industry, and what enhancements of that staffing might be necessary in order to more efficiently and fully service the industry when we have job-creating opportunities for filming in our parks. Mr. Blumenfield.
You pretty much covered everything and then some. There was a couple of things in there that I wanted to maybe put a finer point on. I really like the report backs on the energy conservation issues, and I also want to point out you've been doing a great job environmentally, working with my office on the drought-tolerant demonstration project, and have been doing a remarkable job, and want to see how those partnerships can continue. And specifically, as the chair asked for the report backs about the cooperation, I know you've got an MOU with DWP on the water side of things, which enables you to get some of the upfront funding. Specifically on the report backs, if you could get an MOU on the energy side to see if what would it take to get an MOU with DWP on energy, so you can reduce your LEDs, get funding. You've done some of that already, but get funding for that through them. A topic we haven't, and also when he was talking about the positions, and I want to make sure the report back, what is the impact of those lost positions, and particularly on the aging of your department. And I know that we've talked about this. You have folks who are getting close to retirement. What is the long-range plan for that, so that we have a report back on that? Another area of staffing is the ranger program. It's come to my attention a lot of we don't have staffing for enough rangers. Is there a way to do a reserve program like the LAPD, and to report back on that, if there is a way to handle that? And I think that's pretty much covers it, along with everything the chair said. So thank you again for your work.
Thank you. Mr. Englander.
Yes, thank you. First, Mike, I've been working with you a long time, and I got to say that even before you were general manager, but now you and your staff is so incredibly responsive. And, we give a lot of kudos to our law enforcement for doing so much more with less. I can't think of another department, quite frankly, that does so much more with less. And it's such a critical function.
Thank you.
We have been, not just as a council member and prior to that as a staff member, but as a father as well. And my kids that play sports in the recreation facilities, everything you guys have done in partnering with nonprofits, in all the things to leverage dollars out there are remarkable. And in fact, and not a report back, but perhaps one day you can write a book for some other departments to pull one out of that page from that book, and how you've been able to achieve so much with so little. So I'm glad the chair had asked for a lot of those reports back. Those were certainly serious issues that I've been very interested in, was going to ask some of those as well. I'll just jump to one particular one, and Mr. Koretz brought it up earlier, and that was the Chatsworth Park South. It's the only park in the entire city of LA that is closed. It's closed. It's been closed for 6 years, going on 7 years now. We are actually in an abatement plan, and with the Department of Toxics and Substance Control, we've actually approved the remedial action plan, our RAP. We're in 90% design. What's left is just the plan check and permitting, so we can begin the cleanup of that. It was a facility that we acquired 50 years ago. That was an old skeet range. It's a big facility that has a gymnasium. Historical Society is based there with a homestead acre. It was highly utilized. We've had to displace not only many residents throughout that entire area because of that, but including the wheelchair league that plays basketball there. And so it's been incredibly difficult, but we've done such a great job in working, I believe, all the community outreach meetings and hearings that we've had over the last couple of years with your department and DTSC have been widely attended. So where we're at now is we begin that process under the abatement order. If we miss the abatement order and the cleanup, the cost will be upwards of $15 million. We've gotten it down to roughly $7 million, and we've identified the $2 million necessary that we can then utilize to bridge that gap funding now and actually get that project completed and the park reopened.
Thank you.
And so with that, we'd ask for a budget impact memo back to utilize the money we've been working closely with the department and the CAO on, page 178 of the municipal facilities Blue Book line, citywide contaminated soil removal mitigation, to utilize those funds. That's $1,062,000, and then an additional $500,000 under current year savings that were just identified, working with the CAO, and add that to what has already been budgeted. That'll get us to the nearly $2 million that we can then leverage for the $7 million. That saves us $8 million under the plan, because it would be $15 million if we don't do it. So I just want to thank you for, again, all the work, working, and Miguel, your office, which has been fantastic, and working with John Muckery when we started this as well, who's been very attentive in ensuring that we get this done. So truly appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Englander. And I'm so glad that you started your statement with the positive words that you did, because I think every one of us shares that same experience. And we have some of the men and women who serve in the department, who are here, who have been working under unbelievable strain to try and provide those services during these last 5 years of cuts and underfunding. And yet our parks continue to provide such incredible service to the young people and the families and elderly and so many others who for whom the park is an important part of their life, an important part of their neighborhood and their community. And I see Ramon Barajas. I can't avoid giving a shout out to Ramon for always, keeping things together in the valley, and always making things happen. So I really want to congratulate the department for what it's been able to do under great strain.
Can I, if I could?
Sure.
Because it just needs to be said. We were threatened to lose a facility, another facility besides this park, where 3,000 kids play youth baseball and soccer. We put a working group together for 3 years with Ramon. We met every single month for 3 years, every single month with the community. And it was not owned by the city of LA. It was owned by another entity, and they needed to utilize the site. And working with Ramon and John and Mike, we put together a plan, and just this last year signed a 45-year lease to save these fields for these kids. So this is the only department, quite frankly, where I am so confident where I can drop my own kids off and feel safe and comfortable knowing that they're in good hands to have a great time. And there's few departments that, again, do so much with so little. Thank you.
One other last point, and before I go to Mr. Bonin, I'm sorry. It's not so much a report back, just I guess a question. You indicated at the outset that this is kind of a status quo, no growth budget, and yet the department is going to be growing because we are continuing to open new parks. Every one of us is pushing pocket parks in our district, and there's the 50 Parks Initiative, and there's a number of efforts to try to expand the resources that are under your authority. Does this budget anticipate the necessary maintenance, security, service, and upkeep costs that go with the increase in number of facilities that you're going to be having?
So thank you. Well, the strategy was, and it probably wasn't a good one now in hindsight, but we went into the budget looking at the number of vacancies that we had. And we had a certain amount of funds that we believed that we could be able to bring people on to serve within our existing budget to be able to serve those facilities. As we look down, you're correct, we're adding parks at an alarming rate, more than anybody in the nation under these circumstances.
I wouldn't say alarming. It's a good thing.
Well, 23 new parks in the last 2.5 years. There isn't any city in the nation that's done that. So it's, but the strategy is that we didn't want to ask for positions because we had so many vacancies that we felt that we could, if we could fill those vacancies, we could fulfill our obligations to the maintenance of those facilities. However, it's, we're looking at now cutting some of those. So it's, there are impacts to that because of the loss of that $5.5 million. So we, depending on what happens in the budget, we're going to have to be very, very careful. We've been talking internally about really looking closely at what we add and really trying to focus our efforts on replacement of what we have and improving what we have to reduce our maintenance costs. So as one of the report backs on infrastructure, particularly on conservation measures, is right on point. In LED lighting, for example, as Councilmember Blumenfield stated, it's that not only saves us energy costs, but it saves us a great deal in maintenance. Those lights last 7 to 10 times longer than a normal light. So it's those types of projects that we really got to be focused on. So I'm be happy in that report back. You'll see a lot of those types of recommendations. But to answer your question directly, Councilmember, we were in a deficit on service providing, so we got to climb out of that deficit before we can even start looking at, improving it. And it just gets more challenging every year. Sure. with the reduction.
Well, it might in fact be a wise strategy, particularly in your department, to preserve some of those unfilled positions so that as the maintenance needs of the expanded number of resources come due, essentially, because they're brand new right now, you won't have maybe first-year impacts as much as you'll have second and third and fourth-year impacts. And at that point, you'll have unfilled positions that can be filled in order to ramp up and meet those needs. Okay, good. Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, I share and echo the gratitude and the pride that my colleagues have in the work that your department has done. You really are the department of yes, and I'm amazed at how often you help us get to a yes, given that we're a lot better at giving you accolades than we are at giving you funding. And I hope that over the next few years we get an opportunity to fix that. As you said, this ain't the year. I want to thank you in particular because we have a lot of parks in the city that are now in decay. When we don't have enough staffing, we don't have enough funding, it's not like things stand still. I mean, a lot of them are actually in decay. One of the ones that I scream about most should be a jewel for the city, which is Venice Beach. And I've been trying to turn that catastrophe into a net benefit again, and bringing all the different city departments together. And you are the department that has consistently stepped up the most, and I can't thank you enough for it. I'm glad to see that the department has included in this year's budget a sort of separate, calls out Venice as a separate program. It comes with no extra money and nothing, it's lipstick on a pig, but at least we know that how to take care of the pig now. I think it'll be a little bit easier. The report indicates that there's 15 positions for Venice Beach. I'd like a report back just detailing what those are and what those positions do. I'd also like a report back. It's another Venice issue. Venice, we have something unique. It's one of the few places in the city where there is a public space for a revolving art gallery, the Venice Art Walls, where every weekend there's a curated program where graffiti artists come in and they do murals. It's one of the biggest draws we have down at Venice Beach next to the skate park. I'd like a report back on what the department is doing to work with the artists and Film LA so that the artists whose work are often background shots are given the proper legal notice. This has been an issue in the past. I just want to make sure the department is coordinating with Cultural Affairs, Film LA, and the curators of that program to make sure that we're abiding by the law down there. And that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Blumenfield.
Just one more topic I wanted to just get your thoughts on, or maybe as a report back on a longer term, which is this issue you talk about in your letter about the realigning of the department and sort of moving toward proprietary. You know, there's some good in that in terms of finding funding, but there's also some dangers in that in terms of you know, having losing public access, or having, you know, as you engage more public-private partnerships in that, and so I wanted to get your thoughts about that realignment, and then also maybe a longer-term report about the pros and cons and the direction that we're moving.
Yes, so thank you. So the intent of that realignment, I mean, it's not possible without help for us to become a proprietary department. I mean, help meaning that either somehow the reduction in a lot of the things that the council members are saying today, reduction in the chargebacks, or something more extraordinary like a ballot measure. So I mean, there's really the gap, and you know, we're at a point in the proposed budget now of paying $53 million back to the city's general fund. That's just too big of a hill to climb, and on top of that, we still have an additional $20 million of general fund subsidy that for our indirect costs that's still unfunded. So to climb out of that is extraordinary. I mean, I don't think that there's no way that we can raise fees or, you know, to make up that. We would destroy programming as we know it across the city.
Nor would we want you to.
Nor would you. Of course. I shouldn't have even said that, but it's. But there are, you know, so what we've embarked on is and we hope to work on this. This isn't something that I would be able to report back in a week or two, but what we're looking at are putting together a very long-range plan for the department, maybe 3 to 5 years, and looking at what are our true staffing needs based on what we know for the next 3 to 5 years. What positions can we give up, but what positions do we need, or maybe there might be positions that we need to add. You know, but just kind of realignment on what our core services are and the positions that match those core services. And it really aligns with the mayor's, you know, what he's trying to do with performance-based budgeting. You know, so we start putting our positions and our people and where, you know, the areas that they need them. So we need to go through that exercise. But part of that plan involves not just looking at revenue generating measures, which we're doing, looking at some of our niches in the department, some of the things that we have that other people don't, that maybe we're not charging for, or we're not marketing well enough for, like weddings, things like that. There's money to be had, but it's not money that's going to make up that type of gap. But the other piece of this plan, as we talk about realignment, again, the council's members have mentioned it today, it's looking at the different types of capital improvements that we need to do. There needs to be an investment on capital in the park system as well, and our infrastructure, which will ultimately reduce maintenance cost. So it's a combination of all those things in a plan that we can work with the council and the mayor's office on, so that when we get to our annual budget every year, we've got a plan for what the expectations are, what the services we're going to be providing, and on top of what our needs are based on what we know is coming. I mean, that's the idea. I mean, we don't generally look too far ahead, and it's very difficult, as you know, not being in this position very long. It's very difficult to to react on a yearly basis. And I just believe that we need to have a longer range plan.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And thank you. Thank you for your leadership and your great work, as we've all said. And in a moment of irony, I guess Mr. Scholl will be passing the baton to Mr. Muckery as the Department of Transportation finds its way up. I'd like to call the cards for the Department of Transportation. Our first speaker is Alice Goff, followed by Jessica Meany. Ms. Goff, come right on up, and then Ms. Goff will be followed by Jessica Meany. Welcome.
Good morning.
Welcome back.
Good morning again. You know, you're going to continue to hear from us that recurring theme of understaffing in all of our messages in all of our departments. But some of those positions are a little more critical than others, and the dispatch unit in the Department of Transportation is one of those. The communication information representatives who dispatch calls from the citizens on parking violations and as well as respond to the various needs of the traffic officers in the field have been understaffed for years. The department has traditionally placed light-duty officers in the unit. And while we understand the need for accommodation, these officers should be a supplement to the staff there and not a replacement. This is a 24/7 operation with just deplorable working conditions. I invited Mr. Muckery out a couple weeks ago to visit to see firsthand. The telephone system is antiquated and patched up and works, if it works, barely works. The staff, they still have metal desks in that unit. Their workstations are nowhere near being ergonomically correct. They have 3 computer screens with 3 different keyboards that they have to rotate to in a confined space. And so, you look at the chairs in the unit, except for the chairs that have been provided as a result of workers' comp injuries, the rest of them are broken and dirty. The working conditions just then encourage the high rate of injury that unit experiences. And so, again, we're asking that the staff in the dispatch center be sufficient to support the ongoing hiring of traffic officers. Thank you.
Thank you. So before our next speaker comes up, Mr. Muckery, that will be one of the reports back that I'll ask for, if you could report on the service impacts of the conditions that Ms. Goff just described and what it would cost to be able to bring those issues up to snuff. Our next speaker will be Jessica Meany, followed by Jim McQuiston.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Jessica Meany from the Safe Routes to School National Partnership. Southern California is on the verge of many great transportation complete streets and embracing a walkable and bikeable environment. We see leadership all the way from SCAG at Metro and here at Los Angeles City to celebrate the streets as our public spaces and make it safe from 8 to 80-year-olds. However, with the great language we're seeing and the great motions we're seeing and the great efforts to endeavor to make the street safer for all of us, especially our youth and seniors, the investments for staff to be able to do this is just not there to support it, particularly to work with community-based organizations that are ready to be partners with the city and make this happen in their own neighborhoods, and particularly to position the city to bring home the money from federal and state opportunities that exist but requires advanced planning, community outreach, and strategic efforts. We encourage you to continue to support the Active Transportation Department in the Department of Transportation with adequate staff to work together with partners such as our group and many we know who are excited to see LA get even better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jim McQuiston, followed by Eric Bruins.
Jim McQuiston. Since I was up until 4:30 this morning, I didn't see that transportation was going to be on today. But I have to say this. There's one thing that puzzles me greatly, and that is the Department of Street Services is supposed to give out citations for blocking streets in the rush hour. And transportation has people out giving tickets for blocking streets in rush hour, and I can't understand why the money is given to the street services to do that job when we have people in transportation already on the streets doing that kind of work. So this is quite a bit of money in the budget, and I think it ought to be either transferred to Department of Transportation or else it's an excess, and we should look for that for funding for other things.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Bruins, followed by Sid Mansoudian.
Good morning, council members. My name is Eric Bruins with the LA County Bicycle Coalition. Thank you, and I want to echo a lot of the comments that my colleague Jessica Meany just mentioned as far as basically LA City is trying to do great streets. We have a new initiative from the mayor's office. We're all really on board with this idea, but we aren't staffing our departments to the level that they need in order to do these things. There simply are not enough resources. We have projects that are requiring more outreach, and we have 2 pedestrian coordinators for a city of 4 million people. So that literally these people are not able to get out of their offices enough and get into the communities to work with community-based organizations and do the outreach that you all expect of the department. And so we encourage you to fully staff the active transportation group within the LA DOT, to also create an advanced planning group so that the department is looking on the horizon for additional grant opportunities to bring more resources into the city for capital projects. And as well as within the city planning department, staffing up the environmental policy unit, because there are a lot of changes that are happening to CEQA, and LA City is basically not ready, and the development community wrote in a letter in support of this as well, and we are on the exact same page. We need to be proactive with our regulations so that the city is able to collect good impact fees and also get good projects out of those impact fees, because right now the planning environment around those things is still very auto-centric, and city planning is trying to do the right thing, but we need a mobility element and we need more staffing in the environmental policy unit. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker on DOT is Sid Mansoudian.
Good morning, gentlemen. Again, over 14 months of working on my project, I had the pleasure to meet all these departments. Now I'd like to speak a little bit about the DOT, because my project is basically right now at the doorsteps of the DOT. One of the issues are that the communications when an application is filed for a project of this magnitude is this, that the BOE and the DOT work in conjunction. BOE knew that when this whitening of sidewalks, there's going to come an issue of a DOT. I don't understand why do they have to wait 14 months into the process after $50,000 investment for DOT to come back to me and say, and these are very honorable people. I respect Mr. Mukri, Jay Kim, and also Mr. Zaki Mustafa. They're good people, but there's an issue here. 2 months ago, I was given a green light by this department, and green light was given back to Mr. Sutherland to get my final approval. But because of someone objected it, this program got pulled back. And we are in an impasse at this moment. Mr. Mukri is trying to work on it, and he gave me his assurances that he will do his best. But 400 days and more, it's a travesty on this project. We need to look into this, especially when the street services, and this is a major issue that the mayor's office should know, at a tune of $460,000, they've done this project 10 years ago. We are correcting the mistakes or improving this project with private money. And yet, at the time when this project was done, there was no involvement of DOT, BOE, or anyone except street services. No accountability for the funds, no accountability for plans. I've been searching over 14 months and no communications between street services and DOT. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the cards I have on transportation. Mr. Mukri, welcome. Thank you for the letter that you submitted providing an overview of your thoughts about the budget, but I'd like to give the floor to you to provide a few introductory comments about your budget and your priorities.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I want to thank the mayor for giving me the opportunity to work in such a great department. Let me just say it's extremely gratifying to sit out there and hear the compliments given to Rec and Parks, because it truly was the people there that made it all happen. And my 10 years there was really enjoyable because it gave me the opportunity to develop talent there that the council probably would not have seen. And Mike Schull, Regina Adams, and Ramon Barajas, and there's thousands of others in there that just did a great job. I think that's one of the key goals of every general manager, is to have the continuity of effort and make it seamless to you. So it makes your job a lot easier, and when departments have that management in tow. I did provide a letter. First, I want to thank the mayor's office for changing how we do budgeting. The basic philosophy now is performance-based budgeting, and putting together teams of cross-sectional teams and departments to look at ways of efficiencies across the board. I've been here at this table now, this is probably close to my 19th budget year, and I think if we continue to stay the course or with this administration's effort, I think we're going to see a lot of the problems go away as we communicate on the front end of the budget rather than at the horseshoe trying to create, fill in the gaps. With me at the table, I have Selwyn Hollins, who I just promoted to my chief of staff. He's now the principal gatekeeper, and he's my principal advisor. Robert Andelon, who took over as the acting general manager before I got there. And I can't say enough about what he's done to put this budget together. He really operated in the blind for a long time until I got there. Dan Mitchell, Dee Allen, I got James Lefton, Greg Savelli, Brian Hill, Zaki Mustafa, and there's others out there. This budget, when I look at this budget, I came here new. I was a complete whiteboard. There was no preconceived notion. I had to come here. I hit the deck, did a lot of studies. In this budget, there's strategic issues we have to address as a city, and there's some tactical issues we should address in this budget. Strategically, when you look at that, the Automated Traffic Surveillance and Control System, ADSAC, has got to be upgraded and moved. It has to be. There is no discussion on this anymore. With 5 new rail lines coming in, everything feeds through that hub. All the traffic management goes through ADSAC. All the cameras have to go through ADSAC. So we need to look at that as a strategic goal for this city. Tactically, there's 2 main issues in this budget we have to look at. First, I applaud what Street Services is doing with new streets. I'm a resident of LA. I drive the streets. I think we need to improve the streets. But along with that, the responsibility is to stripe the streets and make sure these streets are designed correctly. We need some money to do that because, quite honestly, our limited crews, and I want to stress that, I know we'll get in some discussion, within Department of Transportation need the material to do that. Additionally, we're asking for some money in the overtime accounts or as needed accounts because, quite honestly, it's a cash flow issue. We're billing, street service collecting. The money comes back to us periodically, quarterly in the reports, financial reports. It's just not quick enough to keep up with the amount of work we do with the thousands of events we do. I'm open to questions. I want to thank each one of you and the other council members for helping me make the transition, and I mean that wholeheartedly. The bargaining units for sitting down with me. They did not pull any punches. And, of course, the staff, the men and women who I find, I have not met a single Department of Transportation employee, and that could be a traffic officer to a PhD engineer, who doesn't want to be in that department, who doesn't want to be there to do the job. And I find that is just amazing given all the changes in leadership, all the changes in administration, and the stress put on it by losing 30% of the workforce in a few years. So I'm open to your comments, and I brought the appropriate staff to the table.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muckery. And before I turn this over to our chair of the Transportation Committee, I just want to give everyone a heads up that in light of the hour, we're going to move the Department of Building and Safety later in the agenda. We're going to take them after fire. after the fire department. I have to keep remembering to say that. So we're going to try to squeeze in a lunch break. We'll take up the fire department at around 1 o'clock, and then DBS will follow our consideration of the fire department. Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Markry, and to the folks from your department, many of whom you named, and many others who do the hard work that you talked about. Your mission is absolutely essential. It is critical. The expectations for your department are absolutely enormous. I think some are unrealistic. I don't think your department alone is ever going to be able to get us out of the gridlock we have here in Los Angeles. But there's another mission, too, and it's to change the way we think about mobility in the city of Los Angeles. And I think we are now on the cusp of that. I think we're turning a corner on how this city as a whole, your department in particular, looks at mobility, that it's not just about getting as many cars through an intersection as quickly as possible, but how we integrate with our neighborhoods. And that means active transportation. It means integrating with the mass transit system we're building out. We have this time in LA right now where we have tremendous focus on that. We have tremendous vision on that. We have tremendous energy on that. But as so many of the speakers have indicated, our resources don't often match that. And that, of course, is a problem. And there's a bit of there's I think, several looming crises as well as that disconnect with some structural deficits in some of our special funds and with some of the potential retirements that are ahead. So I'm going to try to emulate Mr. Krikorian earlier, where he just asked for a series of report backs. I have a couple questions, but it's mainly requests for report backs. I've tried to make this as comprehensive as possible, and I've tried to break it into a few different categories, sort of general staffing and organizational, special funds, active transportation, and sort of a little bit of miscellaneous. Just under and some of those sort of bleed into each other, obviously. Under general staffing and organization, I understand that your department has 200 potential retirees for the next fiscal year, and this could equate to an approximate payout of sick time totaling $7 million. That also means a lot of loss of staff, a lot of loss of brain power, a lot of loss of ability. You can't just, even if we authorize somebody to be hired, you can't just walk in off the street and all of a sudden be a traffic engineer. So I'd like a report back from your office and from the mayor and the CAO on how we are going to deal with that potential financial hit and the potential brain drain to your department. I also, I should note, I've taken very seriously Mayor Garcetti's and Mr. Cole's call for us to start thinking in terms of metrics. And I know every department is going to be moving towards CompStat. In the new fiscal year, we're going to start doing a version of Traffic Stat in T Committee until there's something more comprehensive coming on. So as part of that, my first question is this. I'd like a report back on district staff workload, the number of requests. I know, for instance, in West LA, there's 1,400 outstanding requests. District staff workload and how that matches up with deployment. We don't divide the number of stop signs in the city of LA by 15, so we shouldn't be dividing the processing of stop signs that way. So I'd like a breakdown of district staff workload and how that matches up with deployment. That may be a budget impact report, so I'd like that one in short order. I would also like a report back on how traffic control officers are assigned to gridlock intersections and what criteria is used for those assignments. That can be a special report. I'd actually like to ask a question about the deployment strategy for the new part-time traffic control officers or traffic officers that are asked for in this budget. I'd like a report back on how much they are going to be used to ease congestion, whether or not they will be trained for traffic control. I don't think there's much of an appetite in the city for a whole bunch of punitive parking enforcement measures. And so I want to make sure that this additional staffing, to the extent that it's going to be used for some parking, is designed to free up the full-time folks to be working at our gridlock intersections. It's one of the few ways we can actually impact stuff. So I'd like a report back, budget impact on how these officers are going to be deployed, how much will be used for traffic control, and how much will be used for parking enforcement, and who will be trained for what. I would like a report back on the department's request for funding or redeployment for senior transportation engineer for the West LA District Office, the new transportation engineer, and the engineering associate for other district offices as well, as indicated in your letter. I'd like a report back on what steps are being taken in your reorganization to create the advanced planning unit that was referred to earlier. I would like a report back on restriping. We've had several discussions in T Committee about how quickly we are restriping our streets. I understand there's some concern that we may not be able to keep pace with the resurfacing that is going to be coming and the street repair that's going to be coming in the next year. I'd like to know what rate of restriping DOT thinks it will be able to have with your current budget allocation and the current resurfacing projections in the coming year. Also, sort of a question that folds into that is resurfacing generally happens by area. Street services isn't going to Canoga Park one day and then to San Pedro the next. They tend to be in an area, hitting an area. So I'm wondering, as part of that report back, are DOT personnel assigned the same way so that they sort of rove in a corresponding fashion? I'd like a report back on what role you're playing in the Great Streets program and what services can be brought to augment that program. And a report back on the department's request in Mr. Muckery's letter to change the funding source for the existing Accountant 2 from Measure R to Measure C. That seemed like a fairly reasonable request. On special funds, rather than getting into a belabored discussion about the structural deficit of each one that isn't going to be solved for this year, I'd like a report back to T Committee. Well, first I should say I want to commend the department and Mr. Lefton in particular for the work that has been done over the past several years dealing with the structural deficit that we had a few years ago in Proposition A. That has been dramatically changed, and I'm hoping that can give us some guidance and focus to do the same with Proposition C and Measure R, as well as the chronic problems we have with the Special Parking Revenue Fund. So I'd like reports back to T Committee on what strategies we have to address the deficits in those funds. Under active transportation.
Sir, Mr. Bonin. If I may, let's just include that report also to come back to this committee because of the risk to the general fund that comes from a failure in completing those policies.
One fund in particular, and I mentioned this under active transportation, is the local transportation fund has been used for the past several years to help fund something I love, something I've been to many of, which is Ciclavia. But it's really intended for bike and pedestrian improvements. This has been a great way to help for a number of years, but it's not the best source of funds. So I'd like a report back from you and the CAO on whether other funds can be used to do the Ciclavia stuff, maybe prior year unexpended appropriations or something. Along the same lines, and perhaps if we can free up some money there, a report back on what potential sources of funds there are to fill the funding gaps for the City of LA betterments to the Expo line stations and bicycle amenities. A note on metrics under active transportation. I'd like a report back, and I think this one's to T Committee, on the metrics you're using for building out the citywide bicycle master plan. From what I see, it seems to be a metric that is about the number of miles of bike lanes we do. And I actually don't think that's the right metric, and I think the proper metric should be discussed in the relevant policy committee. My personal feeling is that the proper metric for our bike program should be connectivity and safety. I would much rather see 2 cycle tracks than a city of Sharrows. And I think it's vitally important that we do that. So I'd like a report back on the metrics that we can have a robust discussion in Transportation Committee, a policy discussion on that. I noted your call, Mr. Muckery, and our active transportation community calling for better investments in staffing for active transportation, because we can't do the things that we have funding to do. We can't implement the vision that we're all talking about. So I'd like a report back from the CAO and you on the potential to reprogram some of the special funds and identify other sources to augment the People Street program, pedestrian improvements, particularly safe routes to schools, and the bike plan enhancements. I'd suggest that you look in that report at the Prop A allocation of $4 million for zero-emission buses. I don't think that the CARB requirements are going to come on board in the next fiscal year, so I don't know that we need to do that. I'd also ask you to look at Prop A expenditures for projects that seem to be more about entertainment and tourism and not about transportation. I think those are ways that could potentially be reprogrammed. And moving on to the final category of miscellanea, you mentioned special events and how that's mainly a cash flow issue. Since it's a cash flow issue, I'd ask CAO to report back on how we might better manage that cash flow. And then 2 questions that are not necessarily report backs. It has always baffled me that when we need a stop sign or a left turn signal, we have to order the stop sign and it takes a long time, or we need to engineer the traffic signal. Is there a reason that or maybe we do, but is there a reason why we don't have a warehouse with a shelf full of stop signs and left turn signals?
So, Selwyn Hollins, Assistant General Manager. Actually, we do have a warehouse with supplies. It's just the sheer volume. There are a lot of requests, particularly in your district. There are a lot of requests, and so throughout the year we anticipate a certain level or number. But as you know, as we introduce MyLADOT, it's exploded. Currently, we have over 4,600 requests, and a lot of them are for signs.
Given how long it takes to process a request, I'm surprised that there's still a wait for whatever it is has been requested by the time the request has been answered.
Say that again?
It takes so long to process a request. I mean, we have 1,400 open requests in West LA. Yeah. Some of them are for stop signs. By the time that request is answered, I'm always surprised that it takes a while to get the stop sign. Why once something is approved, is there that gap?
Oh, what you're referring to is we have to do studies before we can even put out a stop sign. So the request will come. As you know, the district engineers will go out. We have to request surveys and studies to meet state laws. Once that's done, there is what's called a work order process, and it goes in the queue, and it's just the sheer volume. There's a lot of requests out there that we're facing right now. So what we're looking at doing in the department is there were 2 areas that we're looking to make priorities. One is stop signs and one is crosswalks. There are a huge demand for those 2, and they are pedestrian safety related in large part. And we've been talking internally about a new strategy to maybe create a team and just have a team dedicated to those types of requests. But as you know, we're stretched really thin. So that's something we've been talking about internally. But it boils down to the sheer volume. The volume we have as of this morning. I mean, and you're well aware of what's in your district in particular, but it's citywide. It's a lot, really awful lot of requests, and it's a resource issue. It's a budget issue, but it's also a staffing issue to get out there and get this stuff put out. The same crews that put up the stop signs are the same crews that are putting up overhead signs and street signs.
But when we order a no overnight parking sign, sometimes they actually say they have to design the sign.
If the sign has unique restrictions or whatever, yes, sometimes we do. We have stock signs. So a stop sign is a stock sign. It's a common sign that's used throughout the city, but some of the others are a little bit specialized. We have a lot of non-standard signs. If you look around downtown Los Angeles, I would say probably 60% are non-standard signs.
All right, I'll let that one go for now. My last question is, you mentioned studies, that when there's a request for a stop sign, there has to be a study. I don't know that we're at the point I envision yet, but ordinarily that means someone goes out and counts traffic through an intersection, or we put out something in the street that measures how many cars go over it, all of which requires personnel and resources. We now have crowdsourcing traffic apps, so it's not just like Google Maps, but we have Waze. And, Waze tells me the quickest way to get to work. It tells me when there's, a collision or a car pulled over at the side of the road. Is there a way, are other cities getting to a point where you can use a technology like Waze to be the source of the information for the study, as opposed to the sort of 1970s method we use?
Absolutely. Actually, we have met with Waze. We've met with others. We're working closely with Peter Marks in the mayor's office to come up with technologies to improve studies. We use video camera also currently. But when you want accurate counts, Waze is crowdsourcing. And talking to them, not everyone who's passing through is connected to Waze. We also are looking at there's a lot of privacy issues, but we are looking at the new technology with cell phones in general. As you know, everyone is carrying a cell phone, and there's a lot of potential there. There's been a lot of discussions with that. We are hoping to have something presented to T Committee probably in the next 2 months with some of those ideas, just to let you know where we are.
Excellent.
But yes, we're looking at technology to help us with this problem.
Mr. Chair, I tried to do that quickly so that a conversation about transportation wouldn't gridlock these proceedings.
Well done. Thank you very much. Mr. Blumenfield.
Despite the very comprehensive questions and report backs by the chair and the excellent job that he did, I have a few additional ones, and some are specific to district specific, but some are a little bit more general. One LOTD, Department of Transportation requested 2 additional positions for the PPD, the preferential parking districts. What's the budget impact of the general fund should these revenue-generating positions be approved? And does that go positive, negative? How does that work? That's one issue I wanted to get a report back. Another is about the crossing guard program. What have the budgets been over the last several years, the 5 years, 10 years? What would it take to grow that program so that we can cover all of the elementary schools in the district, in the city, not just the district? Another question area is the with some of the new state legislation, SB 375, and we're changing some of the CEQA traffic analysis level of service metrics with the vehicle miles traveled issue. Transitioning makes it more business friendly for certain infill projects. Wanted to know, is there funding that may be necessary to help transition smoothly to using this new standard, and to get a report back on that? Specifically also in district-wise, there's very excited about the LA River Bikeway and the LA River. The bike path along a portion of the LA River in Canoga Park, I want to know about the status of that, the bike path, when that's going to be done, how it's going to be connected, and get a report back on that. It's a critical project in my area. And then also, to get a little bit more granular as well, there's some things like the Ventura, the specific plan for the Ventura Boulevard. There's a lot of money that's in that plan for various improvements that hasn't been spent, and wanted to get a report back on these mitigation efforts, where they are in the process. And specifically, to get very granular, there's one In particular, it has to do with the status of the installation of a left-hand turn arrow on Yolanda and Ventura. It's part of the Ventura Corridor specific plan. I understand that mitigation money has been there for 5 years. It's part of the Tarzana Walk. Folks really want to see it done and want to get an idea of what it takes to make something like that happen, where the money's there, and we just need to get the striping as well. And that's it. All the other questions were covered, and appreciate the work you do.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Englander?
Yeah, thank you very much. Unfortunately, Mike Scholl took all your time for accolades, so can't give you any. That's great to work with you. On one, you open up with the ADSAC being a top priority, and I understand the RFP is ready, so that'll be going out shortly, and that too is a priority for me, for traffic flow purposes, but just for informational historical purposes. That I recall, that was actually all funded with federal grants as well as developers. So now we're now paying for the maintenance of that system out of gas tax and things that would have gone into the streets, depleting revenue streams, and want to ensure that the cameras that are being replaced in the equipment will be the right technology, not the old analog technology, but the digital technology that we can utilize for other services as well. So I know that's forthcoming. I wanted to get a report back on the status of all Mike Bonin's report backs as well. And maybe a metric for that. On page 564, you do actually have the average days to restrike after street preservation. This is something I've repeatedly brought up for years in the budget discussions as well. And it says the metric is in development. Do you have any idea where and when that would be? Will that be coming back during this budget cycle? I think that's a critical key metric as well.
I'll look into it, but we are working with street services on better ways just to map what we're doing citywide to give us a better picture so we can take the resource we have and go out and do it. So, Selwyn, I know you're working on that application in the GIS. When can we have some metrics available for review?
We're kind of talking about a couple of things here. One is the existing situation. Currently, just to give you a perspective, this past month, there have been roughly 20 major arterials that were resurfaced covering multiple blocks. Our ability to turn that around it ranges anywhere on a major arterial currently from 10 days to 21 days. We have supplemented with some contract help, but the reality is the amount of work that's being done compared to the crews we have, we cannot do it any faster unless we rededicate most of our staff to focus primarily on resurfacing at the expense of a lot of the maintenance requests that are going on citywide. So we've been dealing with that balancing act. When we talk about our goal is to have all streets restriped within 10 days after whatever resurfacing or slurry has been completed. That is our goal. Do you measure,
I'm sorry to interrupt, do you measure, and this is very helpful, but do you actually measure the time? Perhaps, let me ask it this way. In a report back, can you give us a full breakdown of the process? Like when you're notified, do they give you a month in advance before they go out and do the work for a slurry or reconstruction or resurface? Do they, what type of coordination? So sort of maybe a process, a breakdown, and a report back, not a budgetary impact, but a report back on that process as we start looking at it in statistical analysis. And what is that process? Where can we close some of the time frame gaps? It may be a process issue on top of the resource issue. And so I'd like to look at that very closely. So I'm happy to work with you on that. And then coming back with the metric on I think that's critically important. So we don't have to take all the time now, but if you can break down the full process so we can start analyzing it, maybe get the department and the other departments in the room to figure out, we've been doing that obviously with police and fire, 911 and dispatch, all the way down to how long does it take folks to put on their boots if they're sleeping versus a day watch. I mean, if we look at some of those things and we can close some of the time frames to help, maybe there's a way we can CompStat it, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you for raising that issue, and it's been, I think, a source of aggravation for many of us and many of you, I know, as well. I would just ask one other additional thought that might be included in that is what, to what extent can the departments work together to ensure the scheduling of those resurfacing and striping projects take into account things like school schedules? Because when we have slurry sealing around a school during the school year, during the school week, and then it's not striped, you have a very unsafe situation when elementary school kids are crossing the street without a crosswalk that was there the day before, as one example. Another might, the reverse example might be around a large public swimming pool. We might want to do that work during the winter time when the pedestrians are not there in as large a number. So if you can take some of those considerations of utilization by pedestrians into account as well when you schedule that work, that I know that raises a whole level of complication of an already complicated situation, but it would be a great help, I think, for our pedestrian community, to be sure. As long as I have the mic, let me just throw in a couple more. We've had concern expressed in the Valley, and I'm sure this is probably true other places as well, about apparently abandoned cars in violation of the 72-hour parking restriction. And because of the amount of calls that you're getting on these things, the response time is from 5 to 10 days following the completion of following the expiration of the 72-hour period. That results in the abandoned car being there for weeks rather than days. And so if we could get a report back on what changes there have been on the demand for response to abandoned cars, and what kind of performance metrics might be appropriate for that response, and what resources would you need in order to meet an appropriate metric in responding to them. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple things piggybacking on questions that have already been asked. On the report back on the Western District Office, can we ask the question of whether you'll have at least a minimum of 2 engineers to handle the hundreds of constituent requests in the Western District Office? Also, I have a question on the already discussed topic of restriping. Is there adequate funding in the budget for the actual stuff, for plastic and materials and sensor replacement and all the things that you physically need to do that? Is that fully budgeted? Then I have a question live, which is on taxi revenue. Have we seen an impact yet by the non-permitted transportation network companies on our own revenues? So I don't know if you have an answer to that now. If you can answer it off the top of your head, I'll take it. Otherwise, we can do a report back on that too.
Well, there has been huge impacts amongst the industry on taxi with the non-regulated, and that goes to our taxi commission. It's one topic of main subject of discussion since I've been there in December. As far as revenues, it's anecdotal so far with the taxi cab drivers and those who own companies. We are working with them right now. We are actually, Tom Dressler and I are looking into that to see what. There's two levels of issues that we have. One, obviously, is the regulated taxis and keeping them whole. The other side is making sure when we have the unregulated taxis or the unregulated services that they do carry adequate insurance, background checks, et cetera, for the drivers so that we provide that level of safety to our citizens and to have the coverage. I will be glad to report back to you, Council Member, on any cost estimates decline that we've seen. But I'm sure if we look at that, there has been some decline in regulated taxis.
Yeah, I followed this issue very carefully, so I'm aware particularly of the safety concerns of having very spotty insurance coverage and having a number of folks arrested for illegal pickups at the airport and then finding that they have felonies in their background. So there are all kinds of problems, but I'm just asking about the actual revenue impact.
And I will give you a report back if we have that data.
Thank you. What's the status of our efforts to find a new location for ATSAC?
I think we found the location. We've hired a consultant. It will go into the current Caltrans building on the 9th floor. There will be some utility upgrades necessary being done by the state of California in that building. But the space is adequate. I believe the future expansion is adequate. And we will be entering in discussions with the landlord and figuring out what that cost and time will be. Any ADSAC replacement will take up to 24 months, and we will keep the current ADSAC obviously in operation.
Very good. And one last question. I wonder if we could get a report back on the fiscal impact that it would have if we eliminated our part-time parking officers and moved them all to full-time. I won't say that they don't do a great job, because they do, and I can see it in my neighborhood every weekend where we suddenly get permit parking enforcement. If you park on the weekend illegally, you get a ticket. If you park during the week, you probably get free parking. So it's less than ideal. I know it was a cost savings, but I know also there are many ways in which it would be more effective if they were full-time, including those that Mr. Bonin expressed, that obviously they'd be able to be used for a broader category of purposes. So if we could get a report back on that, that would be great.
The good news is that the economy is starting to pick up and people are starting to build again in Los Angeles. The bad news is that we're not necessarily prepared to handle that increase in development. So I'd like to get a sense, and again, this can be in a report back, over your anticipated next several budgets, what needs will the Department of Transportation have to be able to address the additional workload for development services? With regard to this particular budget, have you already anticipated increased workload, and is there sufficient allocation resources for that for development services? What would be the longer-term strategy as the economy recovers for being able to reduce the amount of delay and backlog in getting project approval completed? So that would be I guess that would be a bifurcated report. One has a budget impact in terms of this year, but I'd also like the longer-term strategy for the longer-term economic recovery. Anything else, members? Mr. Blumenfield.
Two more items. One is to get a report back on the signal priority for the Orange Line, the average time that the bus is waiting, and the impacts on the surrounding traffic loads. That's been an issue that's come up in my area. Then one last one, which I was reminded by when the chair was talking about the abandoned vehicles, which is a big quality of life issue in my district. Something I get a lot of complaints about is those vehicles that are parked on the side of the street, vehicles whose primary purpose is advertising, cash for gold, topless maids, all this stuff that they literally park on the street for days. So I wanted to get a report back on options to further address the vehicles that are parked for the primary purpose of advertising, whether there's additional things we can get whether that's getting a Cracker Jack team to get them after the 72 hours, immediately tagged, particularly those advertising, or if there's a way to go after them because they are advertising, they are doing commercial activity, or if there's new state legislation that needs to be done. I authored 3 state bills to try to deal with this issue when we got rid of a lot of the other types of street advertising that were clogging up our roads, and this is sort of the final manifestation of those ads, and I want to do anything we can to get rid of them. So I want to get a report back on your ideas for that. Great, thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Blumenfield. This is an issue that Mr. Blumenfield and I care enough about that we've both had our faces largely presented in such vehicles. so it's very important to both of us. Mr. Kretz mentioned a little bit about taxi issues, and I'd also like to get a report back on what our status of enforcement of bandit cabs is, and whether this budget allows you sufficient resources for adequate enforcement of the ordinances against bandit cabs. And then on Dash service, I have a motion that's already, there's a study in process, I know, of a comprehensive evaluation of our Dash lines throughout the city, and I'd like to know what the status of that review and study is. And then as you report that back, I'd also like to know if there are any recommendations. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you asked this already in your introductory questions, but if there are any recommendations that the department would have regarding the fare structuring of Dash, what its current fare box recovery is compared to its cost. So both in terms of the utilization study that's ongoing, but also in terms of fare recovery. And Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to my request back for a fresh look at the part-time officers that I know we substituted for, I believe, 47 full-time authorities for with 50 part-time officers. And since this is a revenue-generating position, whether we are also actually losing money with that allocation. So if we could look at all those questions with a report back. And I do also want to say it's great having you in this position, and I thank you for all the good work you did stretching budgets in your previous position, and now you'll have to do that in this department. So I'm pleased that we are only putting you in positions where your departments are dramatically underfunded to make a little extra work for you, but you do a great job with that, so we appreciate it.
Anything else, members?
May I just close?
Indeed.
If it's just many of your comments, questions, discussions revolve around a strategic vision for this department, how we feed in the strategic vision into a budget process and have meaningful results coming out in the future. We are working with the Bloomberg Group out of New York. We have engaged Sam Swartz and Associates to come up and help us develop for this department finally a strategic vision to take everything all the questions you just had, codifying them in there into a vision around mobility, and that could be bicycles, around safety, that could be pedestrians and bicycles, and coming up with a plan that we all agree upon, adopted by the mayor's office, so that my next budget to you will come around a vision that we all have instead of trying to fill in gaps that have been caused over the last 7 years. And so these are all good comments. I think we just rewrote the budget for transportation, or we're going to have Saturdays, Sundays, and bunches of nights putting this together. I'll speak for the staff. We enjoy it. We love this job, and I continue to thank you for your support and the support we've been getting from the mayor's office.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Mucker, very much. To you and to your entire staff, thank you. Anything else, members? Very good. Then that will bring us to the planning department. And Once we finish planning, we're going to take a brief lunch break, and then we're going to resume with the fire department after lunch. So as planning is working their way up, I'd like to take the speaker cards that I have. And there's quite a few. So well, we're going to do our best. We do have quite a few cards here, so I would just ask the speakers to try to keep your comments as succinct as you can so that we have time to complete our work because it's already noon. Our first speaker will be Robert Chernow, followed by Samantha Beasley and Doug Arsenault. Mr. Chernow, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning or afternoon. I'm a land use consultant. I work all over California, including in the city of Los Angeles. I've been working with the Department of Planning for almost 10 years to come up with a better solution to enforcement of permits that are issued. Far too often, conditions are placed, budget cuts, there's been inability to enforce the restrictions, and I promise my clients that they're going to have enforcement. It doesn't take place. Building and safety has had issues with being the enforcement body here. I was very pleased when the pilot program started for the condition compliance program. Mr. Bonham has made a motion to increase that, and we're very grateful for that. This is a long time coming. I don't think, unfortunately, Mr. Krikorian, your staff seems to be under the illusion that this is going to cost money that we don't have in the budget. In fact, this program should pay for itself with penalty fees and late fees that don't exist now. The adage is now, I've worked on cases with conditional use permits for alcohol. They've expired 5, 10, 15 years ago. There are no late fees, no penalty fees. They don't have to make up the payments they haven't made. We're hoping to change that. We'd like to see the city of Los Angeles conform to what other cities are already doing and have proper enforcement so that all the people in Los Angeles have their rights protected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Samantha Beasley.
Hello, my name is Samantha Beasley, and I'm here representing the LA Area Chamber of Commerce, our 1,600 members, and their 750,000 people that they employ throughout our region to support the Planning Department's request for staff for an environmental policy unit in this year's budget. Economic activity is driven by development, yet developers in the city of Los Angeles function in an uncertain and burdensome environment of CEQA regulations and processes. In recognizing these challenges, we applaud the Planning Department for proposing this unit and taking the initiative to increase efficiency and provide developers with a quicker and more certain development process. With the creation of this environmental policy unit, we look forward to the department's updating of the city's out-of-date CEQA guidelines and thresholds, replacing of the level of service transportation metric, and overall simplification of the city's CEQA approach. Today, I am joined by the CCA and VICA to echo the letter we sent to this committee on April 24th that goes into much more detail in regard to what such a unit can do for the city and its businesses, including benefits to the city's capital and infrastructure projects, job creation and economic investment, and further protections against CEQA challenges. On behalf of the Chamber, I encourage you to approve the staffing positions requested by the Planning Department for this environmental policy unit, and we thank you for your consideration.
Great, thank you very much. Doug?
Thank you, council members. My name is Doug Arson, the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, VICA, representing more than 400 major employers of 250,000 people. VICA fully supports the department's request for funding for the Environmental Policy Unit and the proper use of the Case Processing Fund. With the advent of SB 375, AB 226, and SB 743, as well as other state initiatives, the city must develop clear thresholds of significance for private projects and city initiatives. In particular, the department will need to develop tools for compliance with the shift away from current standards for LOS over to VMT. Looking at the Hollywood Community Plan and in line with that, the city cannot afford not to invest in protection against CEQA challenges. Funding to this unit will ensure quality analysis that will result in economic growth and infrastructure advancement. Intricately linked to these purposes is the Case Processing Fund. Entirely supported by the business community, the unit is intended to expedite quality review of private applications. The proposal to divert this funding to city attorneys for the APCs is inappropriate. While we support the necessary support to APCs, it cannot be done at the expense of violating the city's promise to relieve case backlog by adequately funding planning staff, particularly staff planners. We urge the council to support these proposals and move them forward. Thank you.
Great. No, thank you. John Gerardo, followed by Jim McQuistion, followed by Noel Fleming.
Good day, John Gerardo speaking for Hollywood Heritage. For 3 decades, Hollywood Heritage has been the leading advocate of the preservation and protection of Hollywood's historic resources. Our organization has participated in public policy discussions through the formulation of the Community Redevelopment Plan of 1986 and subsequent urban design plans, specific plans in transportation zones and neighborhoods, and in property entitlement discussions involving historic resources. These efforts have resulted in the rehabilitation of significant landmarks and historic districts in Hollywood. Hollywood Heritage is present today to voice our strong support for the Department of City Planning's funding request for 4 additional staff members, which have apparently been omitted from the proposed budget for fiscal year 2014 and 2015. Throughout 2011 and 2012, in context of the Hollywood Community Plan update, Hollywood Heritage alerted the city to the critical need for additional staffing in the Department of City Planning Office of Historic Resources. The historic neighborhoods of Hollywood have been identified over and over again in historic resource surveys and through federal evaluations, yet the vast majority have no protection from inappropriate infill or demolition. Historic preservation is proven to be a successful tool to promote revitalization and economic development. Quite literally, just 4 additional staff members would have a true and tangible transformative effect on the City of Angels. Possible funding mechanisms? Consider allocating funds from the Mayor's Innovation Fund to go to the Planning Department for both its historic and environmental units. Another source, the Case Processing Trust Fund. Paid into by developers and currently used to pay APC lawyers, this money would be better suited funding both the environmental and historic units of the Planning Department. Thank you. May I submit written comments, sir?
Yes, indeed. Do you have multiple copies of it?
No, I do not.
Okay, we'll make them. It's okay. The next speaker is Jim McQuiston, followed by Noel Fleming.
Jim McQuiston, I want to remind you of my first statement that I put in some time ago. It had 4 examples of something that we have to fix because most of it involves planning, but it involves several other departments too. We have to actually make our system conform to state law. We're not the 51st state. That was my argument there. It is something which is susceptible to all sorts of misuse, let's put it gently that way. And we don't like that in the city, and so we really ought to say, well, gee, we have some rules here, we really should follow them, and therefore our benefit as well. It's not something that we're going to throw people out because they don't like to obey laws. It's just that they know we're such a pushover, they don't have to worry about it. And as far as collecting fees, we never seem to worry about what we're supposed to be doing after we collect those fees. We're so interested in collecting the fees, we never bother to really perform proper inspections of the work that was done. I'm speaking from experience now. You remember I've been in construction for over 50 years, so I know what's going on here.
Thank you. And Noel Fleming, followed by Adrian Scott Fine.
Good afternoon, council members. Noel Fleming with Central City Association. I just want to take a minute and acknowledge the great effort you're all putting forth here today to look at the fundamental and systemic reforms necessary in many of the city departments, and especially in a tough budget year. I want to applaud the mayor and the departments and you for your commitment to recode and development reform. It's a key element of the economic development driver in the city, and those fundamental reforms will go a long way. As my colleagues Samantha Beasley and Doug Arsenault from the Chamber and VICA mentioned, one thing is missing from the city budget, and that is funding for the Environmental Policy Unit. Approving a budget without this would be like having the planning department operate with an amputated leg. There's been much neglect for the city's environmental policy. There are state laws that have been enacted that actually mandate the city to update the way that traffic is measured. Without these new tools, it will be difficult for the city to request traffic mitigations from developers, and that is essential. That's practically giving money away. You've heard Hollywood Heritage mention the struggles with the Hollywood Community Plan and the litigation. Again, this environmental policy unit is crucial to having strong environmental documents connected with your community plan updates. I submitted a letter on April 24th collectively with VICA, with the Chamber, with the Building Industry Association, as well as the California Apartment Association, highlighting these things in more detail. I found out this morning that environmental groups are also on board. We've received a letter of support from the National Resources Defense Council, and I've also heard that AIA is on board as well. This is something that we're all unified on, so I hope you'll support it in this year's budget, and I think that the use of the Mayor's Innovation Fund is maybe an idea to look into. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adrian Scott Fine, followed by Mary Louise Morgan.
Good afternoon, council members. Adrian Scott Fine with the Los Angeles Conservancy. I'm here in support of our 6,500 members throughout the city. I'm speaking in regards to and in support of the department's request for 4 additional staff positions for the city's Historic Preservation Overlay Zone, or HPOZ program, and neighborhood conservation management initiatives. Despite the success of the HPOZ program working in 30 neighborhoods to stabilize, increase property values, and revitalize older housing, this program is effectively stalled without this funding request. With no funding, this means at least 16 neighborhoods throughout the city are blocked from moving forward, most of which have been waiting for a period of between 4 to 5 years already, with no path forward or access to the planning tools that residents desperately seek to protect neighborhood and community character. We're talking about 4 positions and a small budget implication that could have a tremendous impact on the livability and sustainability of LA's neighborhoods. Today's LA Times story on the resurgence in older neighborhoods speaks directly to this issue, and for the city to adequately fund this program so it can serve more neighborhoods in the city. The LA Conservancy certainly offers our support for the Department of City Planning and this program, as it has been a tremendous success throughout the city, and we strongly urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Louise Morgan, followed by Peter Merlin.
Yes, my name is Mary Louise Morgan. I am the chairperson of the board of the Carthay Square Neighborhood Association. I'm here, I want to thank you for this opportunity to make a few remarks about the planning department. We are here today to support the planning department's request for 4 additional positions, and we would be happy to have 2 of those positions in the Office of Historic Resources. Preservation is directly related to the mayor's clear back to basics theme. HPOZs are about basics in one important sense. They are about local empowerment, about preserving what is already identified as best, and about establishing the basis for a new, better future for this city. There's an urgency in this planning request as areas precious to this city are being destroyed at this time at a more intense pace. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Peter Merlin, followed by Jay Handel.
Yes, hello. Councilman, I'm also from Carthay Square in Council District 5. Our neighborhood won a matching grant in December of 2010 from the National Trust for Historic Preservation. It wasn't a lot of money, it was $7,850, but we were able to match it through the generosity of our councilman and from private donations. And we used that money to hire an architect qualified by the city to vet our work in and establish our goal of achieving an HPOZ in Carthay Square. We did a survey, and we also wrote an historic context statement. And thousands of hours were put in by volunteers in our community. Then our neighborhood project developed to the point of the planning department holding public meetings to discuss the content of a preservation plan for Carthay Square. That was in the early months of 2012. Then everything went on hold. We were told there was not enough staff in the Office of Historic Preservation to write the plan or to administer it. While our sister communities to the north and to the west of us had already been designated as HPOZs, we were told to wait. This was not a problem during a recession when there was a lull in building construction, but at the present time, there are many houses in our neighborhood that are up for sale, and one on our block, which has been described by the planning department as a Kleenex box. It's a square box and doesn't really contribute to our neighborhood's historic character. I support the 4 extra positions in the planning department. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Jay Handel, followed by Christy McAvoy.
Good afternoon, Jay Handel, co-chair of the Budget Advocates. A couple of things. I would ask, number one, for you guys to ask for a report back on expanding the conditional compliance units. How, based on the fact that it is a fee-based, supported operation, what the projection would be on the fees that could be collected and how many staff that could support so that we could get more people into that compliance unit. We would ask that there be a report of the neighborhood preservation program and getting that staffed and funded better. It appears the funding is not there to do what really needs to be done, and what the general fund impact would be on having that staffed correctly. Third item that we would ask for a report back on, and this is more localized, I'm sorry it becomes parochial, but the West LA community plan. Before it's too late, we would really love to see the community plan funded for West LA. It was started and things went south with our budget, and it was stopped. So we think that the West LA community plan should be put back in the budget, finalized and implemented ASAP before it's too late. So we would ask, that's my personal, that's not Budget Advocates, just as a disclaimer, but the Budget Advocates do ask for a report back on the other items. Thank you.
So as to the first 2 of those reports, I'll adopt those 2 as my own requests for reports back. As to the third, I'll broaden it a bit. Because I'm sure that it's going to come from one of us anyway, but I would like to get a report on the cost and long-term plan for updating all of the city's community plans, both in terms of what that would cost and what the potential economic development benefits there will be from that as well. And then that brings us to our next speaker, who is Christy McAvoy, followed by Sid Mansourian. Is Ms. McAvoy still here? Okay. So, thank you. So that brings us to Sid Mansourian, followed by Will Wright.
Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. This is a remark towards the planning department, is this, that months ago, approximately 6 months ago, when there was the pilot program, the motion, basically they drew the outlines of expedited permitting of Bring Back Broadway outside dining, which was the borderlines that were created between 2nd all the way down to 7th Street, Broadway to Los Angeles. And I could be wrong, but I want to be just heard that I'm sure planning had a role to play in it, to basically to outline those perimeters, because I'm sure without the planning department, those outlines of the perimeters wouldn't have been created. One thing that baffled us as a project manager, which I'm working on the widening of the sidewalk, which was the historical St. Vincent Court, which was one of the premier or the first outside dining experience, at least that I know of, in the city of Los Angeles, which is only like approximately 10, or to be fair, 50 feet inwards towards 7th Street. Systematically, someone left out the St. Vincent Court out of that perimeter. I vehemently tried to stop that motion, and I was successful in stopping that motion until we had some clarification and some agreements with the District 14 that if I don't stop that motion from going forward, that our project will see light end of the tunnel. But I'd like to, at least my mayor of this city, to know that the planning department, if they did such a thing, which I don't know of, they really were negligent to do their research. Because I wouldn't be here 14 months trying to make this thing right with private money. How is it that we try to bring back Broadway with its perimeters and we leave out the experience of dining which exists, and it's an example of the LA city? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Will Wright.
Good afternoon. Will Wright with the American Institute of Architects. I want to, with sincerity, thank you for your leadership on this issue, and I also want to thank the mayor for introducing this budget proposal, which really does establish the priorities of the city. With that regard, the planning department is probably one of our best investments regarding economic development. And Councilmember Krikorian, you took the thunder out of what I was going to say. We do need to find ways to completely fund the effort to improve our community plans. The community planning process, I think, is something that everyone in this room agrees with is vital to the future of our city. To that note, we are extremely grateful that you've decided to fund the Urban Design Studio. We would look to see the expansion of the environmental unit. CEQA reform is a key for us to move forward from a sustainability perspective, urban infill. When the governor's office releases the new level of service, I think we need to be ready to implement that as soon as we can. That will require funding the planning department adequately. And to that regard, we look forward to your cooperation on this, and we are always available as a resource. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wright. And one more chance for Christy McAvoy in case she came back. I don't see that she did. So that will conclude the speakers on this matter, and I'd like to welcome Michael Legrand, our Director of Planning, and offer you the opportunity for a few brief introductory comments.
Thank you, council members, and thank you for your attention to the
Sorry,
city.
by the way, I also wanted to thank you for your letter, by the way, which was thorough and comprehensive and on time, so thank you.
And thank you for this process. This is our second year with this committee, and we were very fortunate of the process you've taken. As general manager, it's very efficient and a lot different than what we've seen in the past, and we really applaud you for your dedication. I'd like to start by thanking the mayor for a very robust budget for the planning department. His vision's carried out for a back-to-basics approach, and we're very happy to receive continuation of many of the work programs and expansion of other ones, such as growing our urban design studio, tripling it in size, allowing us to make sure Los Angeles is a sustainable city, but also a beautiful city by increasing the public realm and our attention to architecture. In addition, increasing the department's workforce from 301 to 325 positions, circling around the theme of economic development, allowing us to process applications in an efficient manner, also at the same time create efficiencies by measuring our progress, reporting that to the public, and continuing on our mission to do a lot more with a lot less resources. We're also able to launch a zoning compliance division and carry out the city's development reform initiatives, respond to the growing caseload as the economy continues to rebound. We see our case numbers increase every year as we start to inch closer to our pre-recession levels. The number of discretionary actions the department's getting continues to increase, and we're doing our best to strive to reduce any backlogs that applicants may face in the department. The budget also continues our Recode LA, the update of our 1946 zoning codes, our community plan program, as well as continuing to invest in transit-oriented neighborhood plans throughout Los Angeles, mostly funded through outside money from Metro and other sources. This budget also builds on the $12 million the department's been successful in getting from outside grants, outside of city taxpayer dollars, being able to utilize those grants to move us forward. A few issues I would like to raise, I'll just highlight that are in my letter, and I'll briefly touch upon them. I'll be available for questions afterwards. We did put forward a neighborhood conservation program. That's 4 positions totaling $380,000 for 1 fiscal year. What that basically does is allows us to continue our work. We have a backlog of 15 historic preservation overlay zones across 9 council districts. We also have a backlog of what we refer to as residential floor area requests. We would like to amend the city's baseline mansionization ordinance. As many of you recall, we created an ordinance that gets us away from allowing single-family homes to inundate a neighborhood with size and bulk that doesn't necessarily match the characteristics of that neighborhood. We have multiple requests across the city. We think it's a good time to take a look at that ordinance that's been very successful in shaping our city. But we also feel like some of the bonuses in there, like the green bonus, that are now captured under state law and our local laws, it may be time to sunset those bonuses and come up with a more stringent baseline mansionization ordinance and work with the development community as well as the neighborhoods on what that balance is for these individual areas. The Environmental Policy Unit, we're asking for 2 positions as well as money for consultant studies to amend our out-of-date CEQA thresholds. Since the dissolution of the Environmental Affairs Department, there is no one single department in charge of CEQA. The Planning Department would like to provide that service for the city. We have out-of-date thresholds that we've found in court lead us very vulnerable to challenges. We also have lots of state legislation, SB 375, and a list of other legislations that we need to be prepared for and update our thresholds and our CEQA guidelines that are used by all departments in the city in order to be in lockstep with the state, and also strengthen our ability to defend lawsuits, but also provide environmental protection for the city and reduce our case processing times and use exemptions where they may be appropriate. I believe you already asked the city attorney for a report back on the funding for city attorneys to staff the APCs. We're very supportive of seeing the city attorneys at the APC meetings. They work very well with us, and we work hand in glove with them on a daily basis. We do have some questions about the appropriate use of our special fund for that feature, so we request to be included within that report back to work with the CAO and the city attorney to figure out ways to fund their very important work of staffing the area planning commissions. We'd ask for the sign unit for a carryover of the money from last fiscal year to be included in this fiscal year. Soon the Plum Committee will be reconsidering the comprehensive billboard and sign ordinances that we worked on with many of your offices very closely. Post-adoption of that ordinance, we'd like to develop a program that could generate significant new revenues for city government through appropriate regulations of signage across the city. We feel there's many opportunities tied to economic development with the appropriate placement of signs in certain entertainment zones and districts where the community feels that they could appropriately be mitigated, and in other areas more protection that may be necessary. That concludes my opening remarks. I have my executive staff here available for any questions, as well as myself and the CAO and Mayor's office staff and CLA.
Thank you very much. Mr. Englander.
Great, thank you. And the compliments and gratuitous remarks were this morning, so we'll just jump into it, the other departments. No, thank you, and your staff. Just a couple things. Start off with some low-hanging fruit. On the app that you guys came out with, is there a 2.0 version coming soon where folks can actually put in a case number and get a tracking and updates rather than having to look it up every time? Where are we at on the status on that?
Correct. Thank you. Yes, we do have a planning app available for smartphone devices, and we are currently updating that to actually a 3.0. We've done a 2.0 version to clean up some of the data, but we are looking to have a feature where you can actually follow a case and get email updates. I think your office had talked to us about that, and that is in process. One thing I did neglect to mention was there was what we feel is an error about the Systems Development Fund, which is basically the money we use for contractual services. We'd like that money restored. We've been talking to the CAO's office about that. It's basically to allow for licensing agreements we have with Oracle and other companies that provide us with hardware. and software updates. But in terms of that item, yes, we are working on that. We hope to have that out within the next few months.
Okay. I don't need to report back on that. I just wanted to find out where we were at. In terms of the, let me just go on the record on having the city attorneys at the APC hearings, which they used to be at. That was my motion that put that in to restore that funding. And since they would be specifically dedicated for that purpose, which I think is critically important, particularly as those cases are typically cases that are appealed, most often appealed by the residents going to the APC without the legal support. Many of those that aren't in litigation end up in litigation. It takes a tremendous drain from your department as well as the residents and the neighborhood councils. And unless some of the findings and rulings are legally accurate and having that support staff, it's a drain on the rest of the staff. So I think in terms of where the funding has been recognized by the CAO, unless there's another pot of funds, I think it's appropriate just because it is a direct benefit to the department as well. Having said that, on the conditional use permit monitoring program, page 115, if we can get a report back, it's 5 positions. The program will directly interface with the Building and Safety Code enforcement to monitor compliance with conditional use permits. That is critically important, and as we've found, a lot of folks not monitoring those CUPs for compliance issues. However, it seems more appropriate to be in building and safety, and in fact it already is in building and safety, and then in their budget they also have positions for that same program. So a report back on what are the differences and where is it more appropriate. I think this is a year of efficiencies and not redundancies, and so whatever we could do to ensure it's in the right place and with the right staffing levels. On the case processing and project planning, page 114 metric, the goal, it appears that the percent non-area planning commission, community planning commission cases completed within 75 days. The goal for expedited versus non-expedited are to be equal, and if that's the goal, to be equal at 70%, what's the point of having an expedited versus non-expedited? If you can clarify that metric or refine it, come back with a report, that would be helpful. I think I'd like to add another metric and suggest community plans as well, and what's out there, how long are they taking to process, what's our goal in terms of getting them done each year, and trying to focus on that. And I know that some of the community plans that are near complete now, particularly the one that I'm interested in, Granada Hills, right now your shop did a great job working with the community and doing all the outreach on that. But because of the litigation on the other EIRs on some other community plans, that one's stuck for review in the city attorney's office. But if you can report back on that, that review seems to be taking quite some time, but I'd like to report back on how that can be expedited and come back as quickly as possible. As a member of Plum and having the benefit of not only sitting through all the Plum meetings and hearings on a regular agenda item, not like all the other committees, we do have the general manager from the department giving reports at every meeting, and it's an agendized item. So I've got the benefit of hearing all the updates. So I'll turn it over to my colleagues for their questions and report backs. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
First, I want to thank you for the good work you've been doing, and particularly working with my office on the Warner Center specific plan. And I know that took 8 years, and we were able to work together to take it over the finish line, and that was great. And it also speaks to the importance of the community planning process and getting funds in for that, because we're already seeing the investments that are coming from the Warner Center plan, and so it's one of those things that does pay for itself. The APC issue we talked about, I just want to make sure in the report back that we're looking, if the case processing fees are objectionable, what are the other fees or what are the other avenues that you would recommend? So to report back on any mode of funding that, because I think we're all in agreement that it's important. On the environmental policy unit, also something extremely important, and we all agree on that. But I wanted to ask you specifically, I know that the department has asked for a grant from the Strategic Growth Council to cover part of the costs. And what would happen if, hopefully we get that grant, would that offset the need for the additional positions? Would it delay the need? How does that interact?
Yeah, great question, Councilmember. The $500,000 we're requesting from the grant funding, that would reduce the overall cost of that program. So we would not need the $500,000 we're asking for in contractual services, but we would still need the staff to carry out, to manage that grant, but also do the staff work to update the CEQA thresholds, as well as some of the other items contained in that budget program. So reduce the overall cost by $500,000 if we're successful in receiving that grant. And we should know by the end of May.
By the end of May.
Correct.
Okay. So there may be something we can do with sort of contingent funding or something to that effect. And so
correct.
Hope we can look into that. I don't need to ask for a report back on how we do that, but that would be something we should look at. Also, I understand that planning received a grant from Metro to look at the transit-oriented development plan around the Orange Line stations, and I want to request a report back on when the outreach will begin this year. Something important in my district. And other than that, you have been covering all the issues that we've been discussing. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bonnet.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Legrand, and your team. We have a little bit of planning in my district, so we interact every now and then. Actually, that's where I wanted to start. I wanted to start with the amount of planning in my district. I wanted to start on metrics. Similar question that I asked of DOT. I'm curious about where the caseload is and where the employee deployment is. The old saw about Willie Sutton used to rob banks because that's where the money is. I want to make sure that the people who are doing the planning is where all the planning applications are. So I'd like be able to see for this budget before I vote on the department's budget, an analysis of where the caseload is coming from for planning and how staff is deployed and how well that matches up. I know that recently from July, since I've taken office, basically, there have been 800 applications filed in CD11, and citywide there were about 3,900, so that's like, 20-25%. So I want to see how well the allocation of personnel matches up with that. A corollary to that is for the plan implementation case processing additional staffing, I'd like a report back on how you intend to assign those personnel, where they're going to go, and exactly what they're going to be doing. We talked about the community plans. I only half facetiously want to ask for a report back on why it isn't criminal that we're doing an Expo corridor community plan, which is upzoning, but not doing a community plan for West LA, which is protecting the neighborhoods. What I would like to know about community plans, and this is the serious part, is if you're going to be looking at a community and long-range planning here in Los Angeles, and we don't have in our regular budget any mechanism to do community plans, are there any thoughts from you or CAO or anywhere else about how we might come up with another mechanism to fund community plans? I know that you asked for, in the mayor's budget, $300,000 for contractual services to pay for municipal planning and land use fee study. One of the ways I'm curious is, could we use that as a potential way to start funding our community plans? So that would be part of that report back. Venice LCP. Most of my colleagues probably aren't familiar with the fact, Mr. Buscaino would be the only other one who would be familiar with, the Twilight Zone residents and businesses are in the coastal zone. Folks who live in the coastal zone, folks who want to build in the coastal zone, folks who want to improve their homes in the coastal zone, because we do not have a certified local coastal plan, they are subject to a dual jurisdiction. Basically, they have to go through the process twice, at the city level and at the Coastal Commission level. I think we're supposed to have a certified local coastal plan, which gives us back some autonomy and authority back in the 70s, and we haven't done it yet. So we've been working very closely, as you know, with Coastal Commission to try to find a way to do that. What I'd ask for, since I think we're going to be able to identify enough funding through grants and through discretionary funding in the next couple months to do this, and it's urgent, I'd ask for a report back on the possibility of resolution authority to be granted for a project manager in the planning department, so when the funding is identified through these grant opportunities, that we can get moving quickly. Just a note on the case processing fees for the city attorneys at APC. I think the report backs cover it. I just want to underscore how important this is, because the folks who want to build stuff always have the resources to figure out what the proper findings are to give people to get away with something. And when our APCs are acting to protect our neighborhoods, they often don't have the resources to make the proper findings. So when we do something to protect a neighborhood or respect community character, we tend to get our butts sued. So I'm glad to see some movement on that. We have a municipal planning and land use fee study, as I mentioned. Okay, I already covered that. Sorry, I was being a little repetitive. You're doing a density bonus project analysis. You've been requesting 4 positions for that for this coming year. Are those funded or not?
This is part of the neighborhood conservation program. We're asking for the 4 positions. No, those weren't included in the budget.
Okay. If they were, I'm curious, would part of that workload include reviewing the pro formas that we're getting on SB 1818 applications that are off menu?
Actually, that work's actually going to be done by the planners working on the projects as part of the request and working with our City Planning Commission. So that'll be handled under our case processing. These new positions would actually look at possible amendments to our local implementation of SB 1818. The amount of affordability, the amount of density given for that affordability, what's the right balance, and are there some more controls we can use in some neighborhoods where the density may not, even with the affordability, be appropriate, and how can we have a little bit more local control over those implementations.
Okay. I should note that Assemblyman Nazarian has a bill at the state level that's trying to help reform SB 1818, and it passed an important hurdle yesterday and got committee approval, so we're glad of that. Final note on the condition compliance monitoring and verification program that you and I have been talking about, a slightly different report back than Mr. Englinger was asking for. I'd like a report back on whether or not we can get resolution authority without funding for 13 additional positions for that unit to expand the functions of its existing monitoring and verification program for conditional uses to include tracking and monitoring of all conditional uses, entitlement conditions, and development agreements.
Great, and we'd be happy to include that in the report back that both of you have requested. Just one key thing, we have been working very closely with Building and Safety and coordinating this effort, so there is no duplication. One of them is prior to the business opening. You see the planning department more involved in making sure those conditions are reflected, the right permits are requested, and then following up on those conditions with inspections. So when people come back for renewal, for example, of a restaurant that serves alcohol, we'd have the ability to actually say, you've been inspected and you comply with 95% of your conditions, and the other ones you don't, we've worked with you on, therefore we go ahead and renew you. Currently, now that evidence isn't available to our decision makers or the city council members, the inspection arm for that would be the Department of Building and Safety, as well as the enforcement arm for those unfortunate circumstances where we can't get compliance through conversations. Then we have the heavier enforcement mechanism to go through. Most of the applicants we worked with, we gain compliance before we ever have to go down that path. So we'll report back and demonstrate to you the ideas that we've collectively brought up around this topic.
Thanks. It's crucial, and I'm very supportive of your work on it.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
and like Mr. Bonin, I also appreciate your good work since we interact frequently with your office with a few projects in CD5 here and there. A few questions. I know the department has asked for 10 staff for a new zoning review pilot to streamline permitting and zoning plan check activities. I'm a big fan of that. We did it many, many years ago at my request in West Hollywood, and it had a huge positive impact. I wonder if you could, in a report back, clarify the intended process and procedures for this new program, how it will affect applicants coming to the public counter with projects, and what are the more specific goals of the program. Also, we've been hearing a lot of complaints about the absence of city attorneys at planning commission meetings, but the lion's share of the funding for that seems to come from the Planning Case Processing Fund. I have concerns about that. I assume you do as well, that this may slow processing and reduce our ability to deal with some of the backlogs. So I wonder if you could report back on suggested ways to fund that either within existing resources or additionally. Also on the community plans, do we have a mechanism formally to determine the order of which communities get those plans?
Yes, I can answer that. We basically are looking at development pressures in those areas, opportunities for economic development in the different neighborhoods. So some areas are more focused on preservation of existing resources in that neighborhood. Others are due to growth pressures because of the influx of transit. For example, if there's a new station being developed, the zoning will be not in accordance with what's needed around that station to provide the services, housing, jobs that we'd want to see around a transit stop. So many of those items we put into a formula to determine what plans to work on. Also, the availability of resources and the age of plans. Some plans may be old, but they could be residential in nature and not have had much change over the years and not a lot of opportunity for growth. Where other plans like Hollywood, with the influx of 5 transit stops over the last 15 years, has really increased the ability for that to be a regional center. And so certain plans have certain pressures that dictate their update. The issue becomes funding of those plans. We get very little general fund money from the city to update the community plans due to the city's budget crisis. We also have what we call a general plan maintenance fee. That's a surcharge on building permits. It's only 1.5%. It brings in under $2 million a year to update the plans. With 35 community plans in a city as large as Los Angeles, in the report back, we'll work with the CAO to look at some various tools and options we could use to fund that program. Some of it may be on development pressures. It's a good opportunity when we have applications for zone changes. It begs the question, shouldn't the entire plan be updated? And a lot of development pressures are actually triggering the need for updating these plans. So I think that there is a nexus there we can explore increasing, and then we can work with the CAO and their wisdom to help us find other revenue sources that may be available to help fund that resource.
Yeah, obviously I'm concerned because my district is nothing but development pressures and new transit being built. So we have a lot of needs, so a priority. Also, in your letter, you referenced the need for a neighborhood conservation program, which we certainly see in my district because our district is literally on fire now that the economy is coming back. There are certain neighborhoods where people are looking to buy, demolish, and rebuild McMansions. We dealt with that in the Beverly Grove area, but just during the time that we were dealing with that, I'm told that there were around 50 homes in a relatively modest area that were demolished and rebuilt as McMansions. So this is obviously a huge priority for me, but I think it's a priority throughout the city as well. So if we could get a report back on how we could fund this program, the 4 positions that were requested either within your existing resources or, again, whether additional funding might be necessary. That's certainly my top priority in the planning department, and particularly the Carthay Square neighborhood for me, which is of great need because it's next to two HPOZs. It's near the Beverly Grove, so we've put in all these controls everywhere else, and there's absolutely the possibility that developers descend on this neighborhood and destroy its character if we don't move quickly. Let's see. One position that's not being continued, just out of curiosity, Northeast LA River Project. What happens to that position? What do we lose, or do we lose anything by not continuing it?
I'll have Alan Bell, our Deputy Director over Policy, discuss that.
Council member, that was a grant-funded program for HUD. It was to create, in coordination with the Community Development Department, a vision plan for the Los Angeles River. It would not necessarily result in an updated community plan, but it would create a policy framework for a future plan update. So we have completed the grant funding requirements from HUD. Actually, the Community Development Department is the lead on this particular work program, so we don't need to continue that resolution authority.
Okay, great. And on the Environmental Policy Unit, do you envision this as a permanent fixture of the department, or a unit with a fixed timeline and some goals to deal with? And I hope you're going to tell me it's a permanent addition.
Yeah, definitely the one-time funding for the consultant work under the CEQA we feel is a one-time. The positions we would like to include in this year's budget, and then we'll discuss on a going forward basis what's needed. The thing to keep in mind is after Environmental Affairs was disbanded and those positions went away due to the budget crisis, there is no one looking over updating CEQA. And with the number of policies coming out of the state as well as locally from various council members and various committees, I'm looking at Councilman Bloomfield, number of the items that he's been initiated to try and update our workload and to try and respond to these national issues like climate change. We feel we do need a core level of staffing for. The funding sources I think we can get creative for as years go on, and we've been very aggressive in seeking grant opportunities, and this is an area where I think in the future it could be supported by either special funds or grant work, and so we're asking for it for this current fiscal year.
No, I think that's terrific, and I wonder if you could come back with a report back on quantifying in a little more detail the goals and objectives for this arena, and prospective plans for future funding as well. Let's see. Oh, I want to follow up on a motion that I helped introduce recently on the city's need to better establish, track, connect, and protect wildlife corridors. Can we get a report back on the resources that would be needed and available to address that issue?
Yes.
And that's it.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield, anything further?
Tag on a little extra one at the end, but a process question. I understand there's a perception in the Valley about the letters of determination for case decisions taking longer because of all the back and forth that has to go on. And I've heard this from expediters, developers, community members, and the Valley's not that far, although it took me an hour and 40 minutes to drive here this morning. So I'm wondering, A, if that's true in your perspective, and B, if there's not a simple technological fix that we could do that in terms of the way that we have these materials go back and forth, electronically. So if you could address that.
Yes, I'd be happy to. We have recently received an uptick in the number of applications in our Valley office. We currently have approximately 45 staff members housed in the Van Nuys Municipal Building, and we are looking in this current budget proposed by the mayor. There are resources that will be going out to our Valley Expedite section as well as our general public counter at the Valley to help with that kind of influx. In terms of currying over, we're going to a more digitalized system throughout case processing. That's one of the goals of the Build LA program that we've been working on with Building and Safety. But in the meantime, we do have some vacancies in the department we're aggressively trying to fill on the administrative side that drive cases basically from the Valley to downtown for the paperwork, the maps, the radius maps, the public hearing notices, the CEQA documents, all this very paper-intensive work that we find ourselves reviewing back and forth when sometimes they're filed, for example, downtown, but the project would be processed in the Valley. It creates that type of logistical issue. So we are working on that and aware of that. Our timelines for case processing have improved citywide in general and specifically in the Valley. And what we're trying to do is make sure that we have the ability to have the planners in that geographic area work on the cases they're familiar with. Many times they'll be interacting with our community planners in the Valley, so they'll know, for example, that this neighborhood may have an historic resource or there may be an area that has air quality issues next to the freeway that they should be aware of when they do the environmental setting. So we're really big believers on having these geographic teams work on those projects in the areas where they work. So we will be spending more resources out there and looking for technological fixes to address what you talked about the issues of bringing paperwork back and forth from downtown.
Okay, maybe just so, because I like to deal with when I get these complaints, be able to have a factual answer, and other than saying, yeah, it's sort of true, if there could be a report back, it doesn't have to be an immediate one,
sure,
about the discrepancy in terms of time, and you know, that way at least it can be quantified and we can know what we're dealing with and we can fix it. So I appreciate that.
Happy to.
Thank you.
Well, and just to maybe state it a little bit more broadly as a performance metric, if you could provide a report about the current backlog for a ZA hearing. What's the average time from accepting an application to a letter of determination? And then perhaps break those down by area so that we can see comparatively one part of the city compared to the other. And then your suggestions for what would be appropriate goals to seek in those metrics. What's the plural? I guess metrics is the plural. Because certainly one of the things that we hear and you hear from the business community, certainly as often as other concerns about LA's business friendliness, is just the length of time that it takes to get things done. And you and your staff have done yeoman's work in trying to really reach out and meet the needs of the business community, but you're clearly unable to do that with the resources that you have. I don't think there can be any question about it. And as we look at the economic future of this city and trying to encourage more investment and new businesses to come in, existing businesses to expand, while at the same time balancing the very real issues of neighborhood protection and traffic congestion and so on, you're where the rubber meets the road. And so we're really going to have to, for the long term, work on a plan to make sure that those needs are funded in your office. And we're not going to be able to do that in this budget, but I think starting to establish these kind of metrics are a definite step in the right direction of developing a plan that will achieve those goals. Now, speaking of which, you currently have, as I understand it, about a 20% vacancy rate in what you're already authorized. So what can we do in order to help expedite your filling those positions and getting you fully staffed with what you're already budgeted?
That's a great question. We've been very aggressively seeking to fill the vacant positions we have in the department. As you know, Los Angeles is a civil service system, which has some great benefits, but also a few challenges. One of the challenges is the hiring process and having active civil service lists available to hire. So working with the personnel department to make sure they have the resources to give exams is very important to us. So we're not waiting 6 months sometimes in order to proctor an exam to get eligible candidates out of the colleges able to come into the department. Many times we miss the boat and they get hired by another municipality or a private company, and then we're again behind the eight ball. in terms of one of the biggest benefits this year, where you'll start to see that 20% vacancy rate we currently have in the department really be reduced, was thanks to the mayor and the work of Rick Cole in being able to, and the CLA and CAO, and exempt us for the majority of our positions from the city's managed hiring program, being that these are case processing positions and tied to our special fund. We're able to get a blanket exemption for the majority of those positions. So working with the city family, they were able to identify that bottleneck and help us get through it. And so now only for the highest level positions in the department and some of the more administrative type positions are we subject to that managed hiring. So that right there has saved us a number of months, and we've already been able to hire, I want to say, about 10 to 15 staff members since that process has been lifted. So we're looking forward to seeing a more efficient ability to replace people that retire, as well as hire the new positions the council grants us.
Are you still waiting on new exams from personnel, or are you past that stage and now you're just trying to get through managed hiring?
No, we are actually waiting for some exams from the personnel department. For example, we have a planning assistant exam that we're currently interviewing for, but it'll expire in June. And so we're told it may be September until we have the ability to reissue that exam. And we understand that resources and testing are very low, and we'd like to see if there's ways, working with the CAO as well as our department, to possibly, work with them to see if there's ways to help fund some of that activity, because it is really tied to our ability to provide services to the residents.
Okay, great. Speaking of filling positions, one of the next and most important economic development drivers in the Valley is going to be Valley Plaza and Laurel Plaza and that development. There is an unfunded position provided for planning assistance for that project. How soon do you think you can get that filled and that the developers can pay for it?
I'll have Lisa Weber address that, since she heads up our Valley planning.
Good afternoon, council members. We're looking to actually staff up our major projects unit that's dedicated to the Van Nuys office to focus on Valley cases. We've seen a number of major projects come through, and certainly anything that has to do with Valley Plaza or the redevelopment of the Macy's property will certainly be considered a major project, where we're likely going to have several staff members dedicated to the preparation of that environmental impact report and the entitlement case that moves forward. What we would likely do is try and take a staff member from another part of our department. Major projects unit tends to be a very sophisticated group of planners. We would likely make a transfer from another section of our department to make that happen just as quickly as possible.
Good. So what would be your goal for the date when I could call you up and say, who's my planner on Valley Plaza and Laurel Plaza?
We can certainly facilitate that this summer. Once they're ready to come in, start talking to us, we'll be ready to go.
Great. Very good. Thank you very much. Anything else, members? Yeah, Mr. Bonin.
Clarification to one of my stuff. Mike, when I was asking you a little bit earlier about the pro formas, I think you thought I was referring to the neighborhood conservation proposal. I was talking about the neighborhood projects, which are funded. So I'd like a report back on the neighborhood projects programming referred to on page 116 of the budget book to detail what the proposal staff will do to analyze density bonus projects, and whether we have the expertise to analyze pro formas and the economic analysis of density bonus projects.
Thank you. That clarification is helpful.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. LeGrand. Thank you to you and your staff. For the sake of everyone's planning the day, we are going to take a brief lunch recess. It's now 5 after 1. We are going to resume precisely at 1:30 and begin discussion of the fire department's budget. After the fire department, we will take up building and safety, and then proceed in the order that we had already planned: Board of Public Works, Bureau of Sanitation, Bureau of Street Services, Bureau of Engineering, Bureau of Street Lighting, and Bureau of Contract Administration. So with that, we're going to take about a 25-minute recess for lunch, and we'll be back here to begin at 1:30. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. We are ready to resume this hearing of the Budget and Finance Committee in consideration of the Mayor's proposed 2014-2015 budget for the City of Los Angeles, and we're ready to take up the Fire Department next. Before I ask the Chief and the other representatives of the department to come up, we do have a few cards, and I'd like to invite them to come up and speak first, starting with Frank Lima, followed by Mike McOsker. Mr. Lima, President of the United Firefighters of Los Angeles City, welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Chairman Krikorian, honorable committee members, my name is Frank Lima. I'm proud to represent over 3,000 firefighters, paramedics across the city, and inspectors. We acknowledge the fact that the proposed budget for the fire department represents a slight increase over the current fiscal year. But please remember, just a few years ago, LAFD suffered permanent elimination and decimation, 370 sworn firefighter positions. Between 2009 and 2012, the budget was cut 16%. Our primary concerns with this budget is that the funding for only 2 drill tower classes for the next fiscal year and the lack of funding for a second set of personal protective gear that our members wear and keep us safe. In regards to funding the 2 drill tower classes, by funding only 2 classes in the next fiscal year, we could only expect to have 96 additional firefighters graduate and join the LAFD. Meanwhile, we have 120 people leaving the LAFD, which leaves us more in the hole. We need to fund 5 drill tower classes for the next fiscal year. 5 classes of new firefighters will only begin to relieve our fatigued firefighters in the field and cut down on our overtime payments. Los Angeles has fewer firefighters than any per capita big city in America. As you are aware, we have already experienced 13 civilian fire fatalities this year, and more firefighters will help trend that number down. In regards to the second pair of personal protective equipment, this is something that firefighters suffer higher cancer rates than any other profession out there. In regards to, I know that the Chief and the Chief Officers Association is asking for additional EIT positions to be added, but UFLAC has to respectfully disagree with this request because on May 16th, we'll have 50 new captains positions with promotions coming in, which leaves a further hole in the firefighter rank, and this leaves a bigger hole, and we can't even staff our fire trucks and our fire engines today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike McOsker, who will be followed by Assistant Chief Andy Fox.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members. I'm really here to complete Captain Lima's remarks because of the time limitation. UFLAC is, of course, open to discussion regarding the merger of the computer and aided dispatch systems and conceivably to even support it, but we're not in favor of the merging of our dispatchers. The details of this type of merger are critical. Other cities, including New York, Boston, Long Beach, and many others, have found that this type of computer merger compromised public safety, sometimes with very severe consequences. These mergers have not proven to be effective or cost-effective. More importantly, they haven't proved to be effective. Ultimately, some cities went back to their previous dispatch models. UFLAC wants to make it clear that we are not completely opposed to the merger of the systems. However, we want to caution you that you need to learn from the mistakes of other American cities. This is not a simple matter. Our experienced firefighters who staff the dispatch center are experts at their jobs. They have an extremely low turnover rate, and the quality of their work is excellent. With experience in the field, our sworn dispatchers are able to immediately determine what type of emergency response personnel are needed in times of crisis. They guide our first responders in the field, and they calmly instruct civilians how to deal with emergency situations before our firefighters and paramedics arrive. They play a critical role in the public safety net. In a report to the City Council in 2007 by former Fire Chief Doug Barry, it was stated that the attrition rate for the civilian LAP dispatchers was more than twice as high as the attrition rate for sworn firefighters. This is due to the in large part because of the differences in the type of work we do in their career paths. This is key, though, regardless of the reasons. This is key because our system, being as sensitive as it is, couldn't withstand and shouldn't be asked to withstand what would be described as a revolving door of high turnover rates. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andy Fox, who will be followed by Jay Handel. Chief Fox, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Andy Fox, President of the Chief Officers Association. Let me begin by thanking Mayor Garcetti and staff for recognizing the importance of the fire department with the back to basics approach. Chairman Englander with public safety of supporting FireStat. Those are two key components that I think need to be addressed in this year's budget. Three items I'd like to discuss. First, I want to echo President Lima's comments. If the council spends a single dollar on the fire department this year, it needs to be on additional firefighter classes. I would ask the council to direct the CAO and the department for a report back on the logistics of 4 or 5 classes. 2 is insufficient, and as I've said before, our number one issue is a very, very critical shortage of firefighters and paramedics. So that, we believe, should be the first priority. Second, as I have mentioned, the standards of cover that the council talked about yesterday, very, very important. Also, I tie that to the FireStat program. I believe council needs to staff or support this and get a report back from the department on the standards of cover before any significant deployment changes are made. The PA consultant report outlines that. They in fact say that anything done organizationally or deployment prior to a standards of cover would be repeating past mistakes that the department has made. So we believe that is very, very important. Finally, I want to address the emergency incident technician or staff assistant. I have told this council year after year that is a safety issue. With due respect to Mr. Lima, I think he recognizes that these staff assistants provide for the safety of firefighters operating an emergency with tracking of resource and tracking of firefighters. There is also tremendous administrative value. I would tell you that we need to restore those positions. We would offer a compromise position that council restores those positions, but on a variable staff-funded basis. So you would not basically remove a single firefighter from the fire apparatus, but we would still start to restore those positions, and we appreciate council's consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'd like to ask for that report back, in fact, and I would also like to ask for a report back on the costs and logistical feasibility and also potential long-term overtime savings of expanding the proposed hiring schedule to 3, 4, and 5 classes. With that, our next speaker is Jay Handel, who will be followed by Sid Mansoudian. And if Mr. Handel's not back yet, Mr. Mansoudian, why don't you go ahead?
Good afternoon, Chairman. First, let me thank Captain Ayala, where many months ago when I asked for his assistance to help me in implementing the Labor Code 6404.5, the smoking ordinance within the labor section, and also 41.5, which is the smoking code that was a municipal code that wasn't being implemented or exercised or being ticketed in the greater parts of LA. Especially my concern was the alley because of my project. One of the things that I looked into when I started talking to the attorneys and to the fire department individuals and the police department is that the city council, when they adopted this municipal code, especially 41.5, it's very confusing, is that the jurisdiction of 6404.5, it's within the establishment. But at least the council forgot that. These establishments have outside dining, which is the goal of especially outside dining experience to come in the future to bring back Broadway. The city is going to run into problems because once you put out the chairs and the tables on the sidewalks, by law, these sidewalks and chairs will become the perimeter or the extension of the 6404.5 labor code, not necessarily to be on the inside, but the outside and the inside will be all one, because those employees will be serving inside and outside. So when they deal with these laws, you put the fire department and the police department in a very stressful situation how to go about ticketing or implementing these particular sensitive issues. But the council as a whole, and of course my newly elected mayor, knows these issues and is working on them, and I compliment the mayor's office for listening to us. But it needs to be a major shift to look into these two and combine them in a way where we'll take the flak off of the police department and the fire department to do their jobs correctly and significantly. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is Mr. Handel back yet? I don't see him, so I'd like now to invite up the fire chief of the City of Los Angeles, James Featherstone, as well as the rest of the fire department personnel whom he would like to join him. Chief Featherstone, welcome, and thank you for your flexibility. We got a little bit later start than we thought today. I'd like to give you the opportunity to thank you for your letter, by the way, regarding your budget, but I'd like to give you the opportunity to give a few introductory remarks about the fire department's budget for this year, and also if you would care to put it into a historical context of what the fire department has had to endure over recent years, that would certainly be welcome as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman and committee members. I'm honored to sit here today before you representing the men and women of the Los Angeles Fire Department. I'd like to express my appreciation to the mayor for his fiscal year 2014-15 proposed budget that does add $11 million for critically needed areas. I'm here today proud to lead the LAFD that is already undergoing much needed reforms. The senior command staff you see behind me already represents the beginning of a major leadership and organizational change that will usher this department into a new era. We have a mandate from the mayor, the council, and from the public to make long overdue changes to improve an already excellent fire department and to implement modifications in the way that we deliver our service every day. For years, the fire department has been asked to do more with less, and we've attempted to do that. Our 3,200 sworn personnel and 250 civilians have performed above and beyond what could be expected with the resources at our disposal. As the chair of this committee so astutely pointed out a few weeks ago, the LAFD remains woefully underfunded. We subsist on just 40 cents per day per capita, making the LAFD one of the nation's most underfunded public safety entities. According to a 2011 survey that used U.S. Census population data, the LAFD ranks 37th out of the 40 largest U.S. cities in terms of firefighters per capita. The survey found that L.A., the nation's second largest city, has just 0.91 firefighters per 1,000 residents, or one firefighter serves every 1,100 Angelenos. In contrast, New York has 1.33 firefighters per 1,000 residents, while Chicago boasts 1.53 firefighters per 1,000 residents, or each Chicago firefighter serves 655 Chicagoans. The time for reform is now. We must balance the two requirements of an operating system, that is the daily operation of the LAFD delivering service at a level the public deserves and expects, while simultaneously implementing a strategic solution that addresses longer-term issues. The Los Angeles Fire Department must be managed safely, effectively, and led strategically. We expect to make the most significant changes in phases after careful strategic planning and implementation. Next month, we will have the first strategic plan this department has had in a decade. Our service delivery model is overdue for revision by over 50 years. Any successful service-oriented discipline must be forward-thinking, adaptive, to be able to thrive. With the demands and necessity of change comes the need for sufficient funding. These proposed changes are derived from not only the recent PA Consulting Group report, but from best practices in the field of public safety, comparable jurisdictions, and from what our leadership and management believe will continue the transformation of the LAFD. In addition to restarting our recruitment and training efforts after we examine the recommendations from the RAND Corporation review, we're preparing to reorganize our field operations into 4 geographic bureaus. This will create a more hands-on service delivery system to ensure that each community is receiving the highest level of fire protection and life safety services available. The 4 geographic bureaus will also provide a mechanism for change for today and change for the future of the department. The LAFD is at a crossroads, and our time to move forward is now. We respectfully request the funding tools to be successful from the outset in this endeavor, and I look forward to the opportunity to fully explain our requested funding needs and answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you, and I am thankful to sit before you representing the dedicated men and women of the Los Angeles Fire Department.
Thank you very much. We're pleased to be able to have this discussion with you. One point that I'd add to all of the comparative statistics you gave with regard to the other cities in America and how much more they spend on a per capita basis for their fire service is that almost all of those cities are significantly smaller geographically than this city as well. So it's not just per capita, it's also that you need to cover a lot more miles with fewer people. So I'd like to start our questioning by turning it over to the chair of our Public Safety Committee, Mr. Englander.
Great, thank you. And I too would like to echo some of those remarks. This is a time for the city to be proud of the fire department, of the men and very few women within the department. And hopefully that will increase and focus on that effort as well. But this is a time to be proud because the department has been through so much. And it's a time to focus on, as the mayor says, our back to the basics. You can't get any more basic than saving lives as a core function of a city, saving properties. And what the fire department does, quite frankly, is beyond heroic. It's remarkable, particularly given the budget restraints and what we've been through. Without rehashing all of that, it's a time also to look forward and move forward. And so with that, in some of the reports that the chair had already asked for and looking at those classes, we have to focus on hiring, period. We also have to focus on efficiencies. We have to focus on equipment, replacement, and enhancement to make sure that they're equipped with the latest tools and technologies available. Many of the systems we have are beyond antiquated. And so with that, I'd also like to add to the report back on hiring to look at expanding even the current classes that are being proposed with a report back on, I don't even believe we can wait and just do the 3, 4, or 5 classes. I'd like to see if we can increase the number of participants in each class as well. So if we can look at that, you also create some efficiencies by doing that, and rather than stretching them out. As it relates to shortages in personnel as well, I'd like a report back, a budgetary impact report back on bounce and how we can immediately implement that and what changes we would have to do to be at least on par with LAPD. LAPD is allowed 1 year under the bounce program, under the administrative code. I believe the fire department is 90 days.
Sure.
So that's by no means a cure at all. It's a Band-Aid solution, but it's a temporary fix that it's a tool we should be able to utilize. I'd like to extend that to the 365 days. I'd like a report back on, as well, the RAND study. We need a timeline. We need some certainty on exactly when they're going to be done with that. I've had no information as the chair of the committee on exactly what that is. We've already asked, just so you know, Chief, the personnel department to give us an after-action report on what occurred step by step by their department to ensure that RAND is looking at specifically what to fix, and we know what problems occurred so we don't encounter those. We don't have time for another hiccup.
Yes, sir.
So we want a smooth process. I want to make sure personnel is involved in that as well. The safety equipment that you'd mentioned, I'd like a report back on the ability to MICLA finance the acquisition of the air safety equipment, the air to safety equipment cylinders, as well as the escape canisters and the second set of turnouts, both requested by the department and UFLAC. just the names of the equipment should give it away to everybody. Escape canisters and air to safety equipment cylinders. The name alone sets it as a priority, so they are critically important. For FireStat, adding the 9 months of funding for the battalion chief and senior clerk typists are critically important. You would ask for that. I believe that's important. As important as hiring, ensuring that we've got the FireStat funded and moving forward, I think that collaborative effort and bringing folks together is eye-dropping, eye-opening and jaw-dropping. It's really seeing for the first time the discussion that took place at the last FireStat meeting. I think everybody walked out of there very proud that we're moving in the right step in the right direction. And with that, the Geographic Bureau command structure, I think, will help out a lot in that effort as well. Because as the chair just said, we are so big geographically, trying to get your arms around that for discussion purposes is difficult. One of the other things I'd like to do this year, and try to do so immediately, is fund the proposal to develop the automated false alarm program tracking and billing. I believe it's $500,000 we're looking at, and there's a direct return on investment in year one that we implement that. We're spending millions of dollars chasing false alarms. It's the same reason we did it within the police department. There's no reason we shouldn't be able to do it in the fire department. We've been talking about it for a number of years, so I'd like to see that implemented this year as a priority. And I say as a priority, looking at some of the FireStat numbers, one of the numbers that came out of that was there were 2,000 responses to false alarms at just 20 locations throughout the city. That's crazy. And so there's absolutely no reason we shouldn't be, number one, communicating with those folks, which we've now stepped up an effort and a way to do that, but number two, recouping those costs. The other part of that is a lot of the alarm companies have figured out long ago that if they send out, they get a false alarm, they get a call, particularly on a new install where they get a lot of them, and the people aren't used to having them. They call the fire department rather than the police department because they're not going to get their customers upset at them because they're not getting a bill for a false alarm. So they figured that how to skirt the system. So we need to close that gap. A report back on the AB 678 monies for reimbursement, on the Medi-Cal reimbursement. This is an issue that comes up each and every year. Where are we at with getting those reimbursements? There's a line item in the Blue Book about contractual services to fund money for the administrative and implementation costs to go after the reimbursements. So I'm not sure if we're trying to spend good money chasing bad money, but a report back on the 678 money and where's the reimbursements for that. On the ambulance augmentation plan, I'd like to have that conversation with the mayor's office, if you could, because it was in the proposed budget to only fund 2 months of that, and what the rationale is behind only funding 2 months. And with the fear of what happened just last year, 2 months, the fire department will be coming back to the council and to the budget and finance committee saying, okay, the 2 months are up. We're going to need money on an emergency basis. And with the fire chief calling me saying, it's Friday afternoon and we don't have the check yet, the money hasn't been transferred, so we can't start until then, that actually occurred. So I think we're facing that again. What's the plan?
Councilmember Englander, it wasn't the mayor's office's intention to put anyone into a bind. Going back to what you said about FireStat, we have traditionally made deployment decisions on the basis of tradition and anecdote, rather than on the basis of actual numbers that are factored into the decision-making process. So the formula of deploying ambulances is, in our view at this point, anecdotally and traditionally a good move, but not one born by data. So we hope that since the beginning of FireStat a month ago and the end of August, we can have a much clearer understanding of the best way to deploy resources, and that we'll work with the fire department between now and then to figure out whether that is the optimum way to do that. So to fund it through the whole year basically locks us into a particular way of deploying our resources. So we have a new fire chief, we have a new system, and we're going to have to take a better look. Now, that said, two things. First, I think we all agree that ambulances are a cost-effective form of deployment. Whether these particular ambulances in this particular fashion is the most cost-effective, I think is the lesson we're seeking to unravel over the next 4 months. The second point, which is how do we make sure that we don't come back in August in a panic saying, oh, we've decided we need these ambulances, and so where are we going to get the money? We hope that we have built in through all of the resources in the budget, including the Reserve for Economic Uncertainties, some degree of cushion so that if on a data-driven basis we all agree, the Fire Administration, your committee, and the Mayor's office, that there's a better form to invest in going through the full year, that we have the opportunity to do that. But what we're unwilling to do is simply cover our eyes and take a flyer on this system, which, as you pointed out yesterday, or as actually the chair pointed out yesterday, was not something that came from the council or the mayor's office in the first place.
So with that, if I could just do a little bit of a deeper dive, I agree with most of what you've said, but I don't know that the timing lines up. If I could ask the CAO, it's slated to have a statistician on board to do the analytics and look at the numbers. When is that budgeted for that person to begin once we find that person? How many months of funding do we know?
I believe the department has hired those 2 spots.
They're in the hiring process now, yeah. Mr. Councilman.
Okay. Because I saw here that there were only, I believe, 6 months of funding. So
Yes.
It's going to take 6 months to find that person and get them on.
It's taken at least 3 months to find the 2 people and get them on board. In fact, I think one is actually in literally the physical examination process now, but two people have been offered jobs, so they're in the final stages of being hired.
Okay, so by the time they start and actually gathering data and going through the program, even if it was on a rush start, we're looking at least 3 or 4 months by the time they're integrated into the process the soonest. With that, we're also looking at the standards of cover. And so I don't think it's realistic to think that we're going to have significant deployment changes that are going to make up several months. So I'd like a report back on the ambulance augmentation for at least a 6-month period at a minimum to give us some of that time to figure that out. And then a report back.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. Englander, before you move off of ambulance augmentation, if I could just add a little bit to that. Because I want to be clear, I agree with the statement that Mr. Cole made, that we should be basing these decisions on statistics and data and not on anecdotal information. And the truth is, I don't believe that statistical evidence was there to support the ambulance augmentation in the first place when it was initiated by the prior chief. It was initiated at the purported expense of taking fire suppression resources off of truck companies and using that funding to support ambulance augmentation. This council decided that that was not acceptable because of the potential risk to firefighter safety. So we've now had this ambulance augmentation plan in place for a year. we should know whether or not it has had an impact on saving lives at this point. We should know whether or not it has had any impact on ambulance response times. And if we don't, we can't continue to deficit fund this program in this department at the expense of other services that the department is spending. So I just want to put as fine a point on this as I can, that I will not support continuing this if it means taking other resources from other parts of the department, unless the case can be made, unless it can be proven to this council with data and evidence that in fact this augmentation plan is actually reducing response times and saving lives. So I just want to make sure that that philosophical approach is part of the report back as well. That when we look at, it's not just a matter of how much is it going to cost, it's a matter of what are we getting for that expenditure as well.
Yeah, good point. And that's why I think it's going to take that time to actually look at the data. If we had somebody starting tomorrow, it's going to take them time to actually look at the data. It was one of the reasons that one of the many reasons that I authored FireStat, to bring this forward, to have people looking at the numbers, and we can make informed decisions based on data. So I absolutely support that. With that, I think those are I've got several issues. Those are the big issues that I'd like to look at in this department. There are some add backs that I do support. The fire department fleet replacement program, we're finally buying some replacement vehicles, the aerial trucks, the triple combination pumpers, emergency command vehicles, critically important. Those were put off. Many of those were put off the last several years as well. One thing that wasn't in any of the memos, and it's come up in previous years' budgets, and I didn't see it anywhere here, is in terms of the fleet. We've got a director of fleet services now being proposed, but the fleet maintenance has always been an issue, and also losing mechanics that we're working on fire vehicles. The last thing anybody ever wants to see is a fire truck or an ambulance broken down on the side of the road. How are we with the maintenance program and having enough back support to ensure that that you guys are covered?
We're struggling with civilian positions because we normally support the sworn positions over the civilian positions. Not that one is more important than the other, but with the primacy of missions. But what we also realize is that the civilian positions on the fire department are enablers. They enable the fire department to do its everyday job. With an aging fleet, our repairs go up. The cost of parts go up because they're older and they're fewer in supply. So you have this almost a complex domino effect of not purchasing apparatus based on the timing. So the end of service life, we extend their service life because we don't have new apparatus. So the repairs go up, the parts go up, and then we also had the subsequent layoffs of civilian personnel or not being allowed to fill behind vacant civilian positions. So we do have a shortage of heavy equipment mechanics, mechanics helpers, and storekeepers at our supply and maintenance depot.
Well, I'll ask this then: if a report back is if are we at risk right now? Have we lost any more civilian positions as well? I think it's important in public safety and the public safety family that when you always discuss shortages and staff shortages, we had the same discussion with the police department when they were here, is for every nth officer, for every nth sworn personnel, you have to have civilian, whether it's helping with procurement, mechanics, whatever that is, to keep our folks in the field. And that support staff is critically important. Not sure where we're at. I didn't see it in any of the reports on the civilian side of the departments. I'd like to see that come back as well. And then the last thing that was brought up was the police and fire dispatch consolidation. There were some questions, concerns on that merger, and so report to highlight both the risks and the rewards from a public safety and from a financial perspective. I believe that's the last item that I had, and one thing that I wanted to close with. What has changed beyond the focus, and there's a tremendous focus to support and rebuild our fire department and restore the function to what it needs to be. There's also been a whole new level of effort and communication and collaboration that I haven't seen in the last 10, 12 years that I've been here, where there's a constant dialogue internally, both with UFLAC and the Command Officers Association as well, where they actually have a seat at the table now during the public safety meetings. They don't just come in and speak for their 2 minutes. That's unprecedented, that we're constantly talking to your office, Chief, and to you directly. There is a seamless collaboration occurring, and to the mayor's office as well. We're constantly working with them and with the commission. One of the things that I put in is the one thing I saw missing in this whole piece as the chair of public safety as well, and I'm going to ask for a budget impact report for position. It was approved out of public safety, was approved for this position yesterday in council as a director for the commission. The police commission has a full-time director. That position is critically important. We have a civilian-run commission that is making all these day-to-day decisions, and while they're very good people, well-intended and smart, and bring a lot of different backgrounds and experiences to the table, they're volunteer part-time, and they don't have the support staff, yet they're making these critical decisions, and there's no liaison whatsoever.
Yes,
and so we need that one as well.
sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Englander. I would just add one point on to the civilian positions issue that you raised, because I've been to the repair facility and met some of the civilian workers there, and it is, every police officer in the city can count on backup wherever they are, whenever they get into trouble. Every firefighter in the city has backup whenever they need it. But in some of those critical civilian positions, it's concerning to me that you have somebody who's been working for the city for 30 years as, say, a lathe operator who knows how to make a certain critical piece of equipment, and he's the only one in the city who knows how to do that, and he's going to retire I'm using a hypothetical example. He's going to retire any minute, and there's no one there to back him up. And we see that again and again in some of the critical civilian positions that are supportive of the firefighters. And I'd really like to know, in your report back to that Mr. Englander just called for, if you could identify, Chief, what do you consider to be the most mission-critical vulnerabilities in the civilian workforce that is going to impact the department within the next few years due to retirement or attrition? And what do we need to do to begin to fill some of those gaps as well?
One last,
sure,
very quickly. If I can also get just a report back on what the status is with the contract in the city of San Fernando.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, nothing to add other than my voice to the fact that I think expanding the number of classes should be our top budget priority. I agree we should be looking at 4 or 5 classes, and however we get there, I'd like to see us get there. I think we're definitely at risk by going to these low numbers and continuing to drop, which we will if we only do a couple of classes. As far as some of the reforms of the department, I have to ask the chief if you think we're moving too fast or whether we should wait for standards of cover and strategic plans to be developed before we make these command structure changes.
Oh, thank you, Councilman. That's a very good question. If we had the luxury of time, we would certainly take advantage of it. We're in a situation where we're essentially building the plane as we fly. Our day-to-day mission doesn't allow us the opportunity to stop and retool. So we're doing a lot of things as we continue to move forward. The other thing is that I agree, standards of cover, we need to do that right away, because that's a quantitative and a credentialed assessment of the department. Other things have to do with analysis of the department. I've been analyzing the fire department for 22 years. So I came on board as a person who actually has knowledge of the culture, the operations, and the processes and the personnel on the fire department. So I think immediately an analysis began to happen with the fire department. The first 30 days, I came up with the fire chief's priorities: service delivery, recruitment and training, leader development, and technology. There are a myriad of issues that we could have addressed, but I waited very patiently for 30 days, got an assessment, reoriented myself after being gone for a certain amount of time, and started to look at those priorities. So our effort at moving forward, including the reshuffling, not reshuffling, but the putting the proper people in the right seats on the bus in terms of the leadership part of the department, we're based on an analysis and based on what we needed to do and where we needed to go. So it's not that we're being hasty about it. I think we're being very thoughtful about it. And we're waiting for things like the standards of cover to come into play. The strategic plan, like I said, is a month away. But other issues are being done based on analysis that happens right now in real time. And I think that the change at the top of the department, the men and women who are out there providing the service every day provide, as the folks from PA Consulting said, Nordstrom's level service. I think that the significant change, the rapid change in the fire department needs to happen at the top tiers of the fire department, because the men and women out there providing the service every day deserve contemporary, forward-looking and thinking leadership. I think that may have been a shortfall we've experienced over the last few years.
Yeah, just in general, I think sometimes the city makes the mistake of moving it before we've thought everything through. So I have that fear. I'll express that fear. I understand your point of view on that. No personal disrespect, but I also have to ask you whether you think we should be waiting until a permanent fire chief is in place. And that could be you. I have no idea whether you're intending to seek that or not. But if it weren't, would that new fire chief's input not be something we would have wanted before we implemented such dramatic changes, and then found that perhaps they wanted to go off in a different direction?
With respect, Council Member, I think that's really the direction of the mayor's office. As the chief executive officer, it's his job to put in place all of the general managers, and he has given Chief Featherstone complete authority to be the fire chief each and every day, each and every moment of every day, and to move forward on the urgent priorities of the City Council and the Mayor's office.
And clearly that's true, but that doesn't necessarily detract from my concern that we might go off, and I don't know what your plans are, what the Mayor's plans are in terms of this position, but if you were here for 6 months and suddenly we had somebody else and they wanted to go off in a different direction, that strikes me as not necessarily productive. And I haven't been in any of these discussions, so I have no idea what your plans are, what the mayor's plans are. And I know while you're doing the job, you want to do the job. But
I think, Councilman, that when the mayor spoke with me about taking the interim position, one of my asks back to him was that if I was going to do the job, that I would do the job. Those in chambers that know me and the men and women that I work with every day know that I'm not a placeholder. So I've been in the job as the fire chief from day one, which my day started with the LAX shooting. So it wasn't like, I got to ease into the shallow end of the pool. It was probably one of the things that if you had to pick a first day, that would not necessarily be the first day you'd pick back at a brand new job, especially with an organization this large and complex. And I would say that I've approached this job every day in every way as if I am the fire chief. The promotions, the transfers, the personnel decisions, the critical crisis decisions that I've made every day, and that will make today, tomorrow, and until or unless I'm replaced, are as if I am the fire chief. So someone coming in hypothetically after me, that's on them. I would assume not assume, I will know that they will have, whoever, whether it's myself or someone else, will have a fire department that is capable of moving certainly from good to great, or in our case, from excellent to outstanding.
And somewhat in the same direction, have we looked at sort of beta testing this? And it's been suggested to me by some folks in the department that rather than follow all the changes and divide into multiple regions, that perhaps we do it more gradually and perhaps divide into 2 regions to start and then go further to see as more of a pilot how the process works. Have we looked at that? Are we considering that?
No, sir. So I'll be very, very direct on that. No, I haven't looked at a pilot or incrementalizing this. I'm very familiar with the organization of the fire department. In fact, I was going through some documents. I was cleaning out my office from 1995 that looked at 4 geographic bureaus. The city right now has been divided for the fire department into 2 geographic divisions. These 2 geographic divisions, to the north, is managed by an assistant chief and a firefighter, emergency incident technician, and the secretary. In the south, it's managed by a assistant chief and a firefighter, incident management, emergency incident technician. That's it. That is an obscene span of control in our business, not to mention the fact that it doesn't provide the community outreach, the political and the policymaker connections that this city, the complexity and size of this city demands. To have the city bifurcated is a professional affront in terms of what you can actually manage day to day. It also creates a leadership and a management accountability challenge for an organization this big. So I appreciate the recommendation or the suggestion of us going to a pilot. And there will be stops and starts. There will be some snags to overcome in terms of going to 4 geographic bureaus. But I sit here right now and say that is probably the most effective way to move this organization forward in terms of how we organize ourselves operationally and for have a better community-based and more community-centric operation. What better model to use the data, to use the community connections in terms of developing our service delivery than the 4 geographic bureaus? It essentially mirrors LAPD. So now we have a common public safety geography. In the Valley, Chief Villegas is the top cop. For us, it could be 1 of 3 individuals or an overtime individual. So there's no central leadership right now in the bifurcated 2 geographic division system.
And I know there are new positions that have been discussed in this process and new responsibilities. Have those position descriptions been developed, and do we have more of a sense of those specific duties yet?
They've been developed. They haven't been developed in depth, but they've been developed enough in a narrative form so that they can be looked at to see what those positions actually support. Those positions would actually provide the outreach, the connectivity, and the operational support that the division commands now don't do.
I wonder if we could get a report back on the details of those as they get fleshed out. Also, I know there's been some talk about whether we have adequate funding for essential safety gear. I wonder if we could get a report back on what level of funding we would need to provide that. And one other question on 911 dispatch.
Yes, sir.
Have we looked at all the alternative possibilities other than what's being recommended? Have we looked at the possibility of 2 different numbers for fire and police and other options that would also speed the process of answering those 911 calls for the fire department and taking out that extra half minute or so that currently is involved?
I think what's commonly referred to as dispatch is a complex issue, has many different components. I think that certainly the technology issue is something we can look at, and shared technology I would certainly not be opposed to. But I think there's a lot of complexities in dispatch. I think that one of the things that we need to be very careful of and look at real closely is the transferring of bargaining unit work in terms of anything we do relative to dispatch. I think the relative, and I would like to underscore the word relative, the relative easy look at dispatch would be to look at the technology merging or sharing. I'm not a tech person, so I just I know just enough of the names in terms of dispatch technology to have a conversation about it, but I think a good starting point would probably be the technology. I'm not aware of the two different numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it's a low-tech way to do the same thing. I just want to be sure we've looked at all the angles and we're not so in love with the concept of new technology that we've ignored a very common-sense way to do it that might resolve it as well. I know these two systems are both very complex. What the needs are of each department are very different. So I just want to be sure that we're looking at this fully as we move forward.
We will look at everything.
Thank you.
Mr. Blumenthal. Great, thank you. First, you've been doing a great job as the interim chief, and want to appreciate the hard work that you're putting into it. Even though in some ways being interim may be a little bit of a handicap, but you've been ignoring that handicap and moving forward. So we very much appreciate that. I also wanted to start off saying that the number one issue from my perspective, and I think we all share this, is getting more firefighters, basic firefighters there out on the job and boots on the ground. And so sort of I want to look at all the different issues through that lens and see how that plays. I won't go through some of the ones we've already talked about quite a bit in terms of the need for additional classes and those things. But we talked a little bit about the EIT positions and whether or not those would be cannibalizing the rank and file firefighter positions, and there was a suggestion made about making them variable funded. What are your thoughts about that? Or well, let's start with that.
I think the variable funding is an interesting concept. I did probably about 6 or 7 years as what at that time was called a staff assistant, so I know the value of the position at the battalion level and at the division level. I think to variably fund it would be something I'd have to look at. I hadn't considered it. Our initial ask was for all the EITs, and then looking at the current fiscal state, we reduced the ask to the four most critical battalions right now that I feel need the EIT support. I hadn't looked at the variable staffing of them. That's something we can certainly report back to.
Maybe report back on that, and just know that the big concern from our perspective, or from my perspective, is the impact that has on rank and file. Even though it's clearly identified as an important function, even more important is making sure we have the most firefighters we can, and that we're not losing more firefighters than we are gaining through.
I certainly understand that. I mean, I have the honor. In fact, I'll be starting to make phone calls tonight to actually promote over 40 captains, a rank that has been pitifully thin on the department for some time now. We have some 88 captain vacancies. That's the first line supervisor. That man or woman is responsible for unit cohesion, the synchronicity of that unit, the morale, their ability to put mass on scene at any given time. And so we've expedited the process, so we will actually be promoting on the 18th of this month over 40 brand new captains. Doing that, I had to look at, okay, what's the impact on the firefighter rank? Well, fortunately for us, the captains who will be promoted on the 18th of this month cover several different job classes, so it's not 40 firefighters we're going to all of a sudden impact the vacant position stats with.
Okay, so we'll report back on that.
Yes,
appreciate that. The integration of the two 911 systems, consolidation always has value, but there's some red flags that have been raised about what we might be losing, how other departments across the nation have suffered from doing that. could we get a report back on sort of the risks involved with that? And I'm not sure, that may have been asked for already, but that was one I didn't hear. The risks involved and the timing that may need to be additional time, whether or not additional time is needed to fully make that appropriate. Another thing, the attrition rate in dispatch, sworn versus not sworn, was a question that came up earlier. I'd love to get a report back so I can understand that as well. On the technology side, something I'm focused on, I'd just love to get a report back. It's not so much with the budget, but of what are the force multipliers with technology that you need or that can create efficiencies for the folks in the field. And I know you're already doing some innovative stuff, of which I'm aware of, but I want to keep that on the front burner. I also want to understand, how we got to the point where some of the basic required expired safety equipment, like the canisters that we were talking about, that are not only required by law, but required for basic safety. How did we get to this place now where we're in such a crunch?
And what we'd like to do, certainly starting with this fiscal year, is, and what I think maybe hasn't been done in the past, is to allocate in the budget a fixed amount or a set amount of dollars for, I don't want to say durable, but safety equipment that has a life, has a use life. The canisters are governed by Federal Department of Transportation regulations. They have a set 15-year life. So the 31st of December, 2,200 air cylinders at our shops will have to drill a hole in the bottom of each one of them because they are no longer fit for any type of use. So what's happened in the past is because that money hasn't been put into the budget and earmarked specifically for items like air cylinders, we depended on grant, one-time funding grant issues to buy bottles in bulk. We've come up with a plan where we can, through an iterative fashion, begin to actually buy bottles over time so we don't get to this position, almost amortizing the cost of the safety equipment and the procurement of the safety equipment over time. I mean, air cylinders, escape canisters, and turnout gear are critical. They're the lifeblood of firefighters' safety and survival. But it also becomes more complex because we have masks, regulators, harnesses. So it's more than that. What we're asking for this time is actually just the bare essentials that we need in terms of firefighter life-saving survival equipment.
Appreciate that. Also on the consolidating to the four new divisions and the new management structure, and every confidence your experience gets you to that place. But to help us understand how to evaluate that moving forward and how we got there, could you report back on the metrics that we're going to use to evaluate the success or failure of that, the metrics that led to the four versus, because there's discussion of 3 or 2, and how that would differ with the different, 2 or 3 or 4, whether that's response times or other major factors. It would be good for us lay people to have a clear understanding of that.
Absolutely understand that. And in terms of what we think of in terms of response times, the 4 geographic bureaus essentially does not have that significant an impact on battalion chiefs and below. So the response times, the men and women that roll out across that threshold 1,200 times a day, the 4 geographic bureaus will have almost negligible effect on them. It becomes another box in terms of their chain of command, but the response times is negligible for the boots on the ground responders.
Okay, so you'll report back on
Yes,
what those metrics are. What are we getting for those,
Absolutely.
and how that impacts the different numbers of divisions? So, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bonin? No.
Am I on now?
There
we go. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. And thank you, Chief. A lot of the questions I was going to ask have already been asked, particularly by Mr. Koretz and Mr. Blumenfield, but I do have some areas to cover and some areas of concern. Like Mr. Englander, I am very proud of this fire department. I am very proud of what this department does every day. I am very proud of the men, and as Mr. Englander said, the few women of this department who risk their lives every single day. At the same time, I'm very scared for this department. I'm very scared for the men and women of this department, for the risks that they take every day, being under-resourced and understaffed and under-equipped. And as a result, I'm scared for my constituents. This ain't a good budget. You know, it's better than it was a year ago, but it's not a good budget. We still have a department that is in decay. I was reminded by my staff that in 1973 we had more firefighters than we have today. In 1973 we had 3,215. Today we have 3,078. Back then we had 2.8 million people, and now we have 3.8 million. Back then we had 194,000 incidents, and this year we've had 406,000. So we're in crisis. I have a question, my entry question, because I have a different perspective than some, I think, on certainly from, I think, the chair on the ambulance augmentation plan. And I have questions about fire stats, so I want to come into this both ways. I am a huge advocate of metrics, I'm a huge advocate of data, and I'm a huge advocate of stats. But I don't think this is always just about stats and data versus anecdote, because I'm not sure how, when you do stats and data and you don't factor in anecdote, that you find a way to properly quantify risk. And since the transition after my election and before I took office, and I took a helicopter ride with Mario Rueda over the city and saw the northern part of my district and understood physically what the risk is of 300 homes disappearing in a heartbeat, I lose sleep every night. I lose sleep every night. And there are unique geographical challenges. So this is my question about fire stat. Last week, and my context here is Pacific Palisades and Brentwood. Last week, we had, in addition to the typical gridlock on Sunset, which is about half the day, continued work on the 405 project, which virtually shuts down Sunset and makes east-west travel impossible in Brentwood. At the same time, because of the Expo project, Lincoln Boulevard was shut down at Colorado. At the same time, a lane of PCH was shut down. At the same time, lanes on Bundy were shut down because of DWP work. At the same time, because of the Expo project, parts of Olympic and Pico east-west were problematic. How does FireStat account? Does FireStat know about all of that, and how does it account for the fact that if we didn't have the augmented ambulance plan, and we had fewer people in station, in company, in Brentwood or in Palisades, that it would take Superman flying through the air to get there before people were dead?
So the first part of your question, Councilman Bonin, is FireStat wouldn't necessarily account for the closures. I mean, that's just part of the normal issues that, not normal, but those are things that occur. But what FireStat does and did do, Councilmember Englander witnessed it. We talked to, we had the captain from Fire Station 63, right in your district, right in Venice, and he talked about their. He was queried about inordinately long response times, and one of the things he brought up in the discussion in the round with his colleagues and with the senior fire department staff was the traffic issues on weekends and holidays, you know, in and along the streets that parallel and actually feed into the Venice Boardwalk area. So in FireStat, the discussion was, well, is there a way for us to have further discussions with DOT or LAPD and their traffic components, et cetera? So FireStat, beyond being quantitative in terms of making us a much more aware and much more conscious department, it causes the discussions. So it may not be something that we can fix right away, because as responders, we don't always have that responsibility, but it may be something that causes us to have further discussions with other supportive and adjunct agencies to have a workaround or at least a heads up as to what may exist. So FireStat doesn't necessarily say, we have a closure, on the 405 freeway, or we have a closure on the 10 freeway, et cetera. But what FireStat does is it causes an awareness discussion of operational issues based on the measurement, the basic measurement of the issue. The captain from 63's, the question was, looking at the data, what's your strategy for dealing with the delayed response times? And part of the discussion, the follow-on discussion about the analysis was, well, we have a traffic situation. So just looking at the raw data, we wouldn't know that. But creating the forum for this open discussion about the data and the ups and downs of the data, we said, okay, is this something we can work with the DOT, city DOT, in and around Venice Beach? Is this something we can work with West Bureau about? So I don't know if that answers the first part of your question.
I don't know that it does. I mean, a year from now, the city of Santa Monica is going to be redoing the California Incline.
Mm-hmm.
As a result of that, PCH is going to be shut down entirely. It is going to be closed for a year. The only way in and out of Pacific Palisades from the south is either going to be on gridlocked Lincoln Boulevard or through small, narrow, winding streets through Santa Monica Canyon that are going to be carrying all the traffic that usually is on multiple lane PCH. Are you saying that you will be making deployment decisions for Palisades or Brentwood that does not take into account that if you're not properly staffed there, that it will take that someone won't be able to get in to augment?
No, sir. Because the staffing and ambulance augmentation, and pardon me if I broke your question in half, because I was trying to address the FireStat issue first. That FireStat doesn't necessarily have a moment-to-moment direct impact, because in FireStat we're actually looking at data that is already the data that's already occurred. And I said FireStat does cause or engender the discussion about operational issues based on the data. Now, in terms of resources, if we know ahead of time, much like we did for the 405 closure, if we know there's going to be a significant impact on the surface arteries because of construction or some other blockage, then we can plan in advance and pre-deploy resources. For the 405 closure, we moved significant resources west of the 405 because the initial closure happened during brush season, and we anticipated a significant blockage of the regular surface arteries. So that speaks to the planning. That actually would speak to the geographic bureaus, because the West Bureau, the potential West Bureau commander for the fire department would then be responsible for the micro situation and local resource deployment, having knowledge and meeting with the people involved in those closures ahead of time. So the 4 geographic bureaus would speak very, very directly to the actual resource deployment day to day and look at the day-to-day impact of things like street closures or large-scale construction projects.
I got to say, I'm not quite satisfied.
Okay.
The department certainly wasn't, before you came on, the department certainly wasn't taking that stuff into account when it closed down an engine company in Pacific Palisades. To me, they were not sufficiently taking into account the risk to that area or the geographic isolation, the difficulty of ingress and egress. And I'm concerned. I continue to be concerned about that going forward. We had a fire on a red flag day, as you know, on PCH just a few months ago. And were it not for the wind blowing in a certain direction, and were it not for the fact that the fire was on PCH instead of further inland in the brush, we would have lost dozens of homes. And you know that risk as well as I.
Yes, sir.
I'd like a report back on what metrics the department can use as it makes further deployment decisions, particularly about the augmented ambulance plan, that takes into account geographic isolation, difficulties with ingress and egress, and other factors like that. It's not just my district. I know Mr. O'Farrell, other representatives who represent the hillsides and the canyons face similar issues, but I've got a permanent state of Carmageddon going on, particularly with the incline closing, and my constituents and I are scared.
If I could just add something, Councilmember, that's one of the things the standards of cover process will actually look at, is at the geography, the density, and also risk factors like the fuel state.
Okay. I just want to piggyback on something. Thank you. Piggyback on something my colleagues asked for. Various different folks asked for different report backs on how to speed up recruitment and training and hiring. I want to put a couple fine points on those requests of things to look at. One is the feasibility of opening a third drill tower at Frank Hotchkiss Memorial Training Center to run concurrently with the other two towers in Arleta and on Terminal Island. Also, along the same lines, a report back on the feasibility of running a 24-hour platoon duty drill tower classes, which I understand they did back in the 1980s, where they were doing like a 24-hour fire station, to see if those are ways that could help us and if there's any funding possibilities for those. On the issue of the dispatch merger, like some of my colleagues, I have reservations about that. I'm concerned that that's just the way we get to civilianization, and I've been there, and to me it seems more like NASA mission control than it is simply answering the phones and pressing a button. So I'm very concerned about civilianization. We've heard that there have been problems with mergers in New York and in Boston and in Long Beach. I think Mr. Blumenfield asked for a report back on that. I just want to ask that the CLA in particular work on that report. No disrespect, but you've got your marching orders. It's in the mayor's budget. Making this happen is what you're supposed to do. So I'd like the CLA to put some eyes, just to detail what those issues have been. And finally, question for the CAO. Council authorized yesterday CAO to begin work on the RFP for the Standards of Cover study, which will be coming back to Public Safety Committee. I'd just like a report back on who you're going to be consulting with in developing that RFP to assure best practices, whether it's Commission on Fire Accreditation, Center for Public Safety Excellence, who the folks are, since the CAO itself doesn't have expertise in that field, who those folks will be, and what the criteria will be. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Englander.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just close. First, I want to thank the committee for all the good questions, report backs. I've got one last one I want to ask as well, but before I do, and I wanted to thank Mr. Bonin for highlighting the issues in his district, and they aren't unique. We all have very unique situations as well. And as I am the epicenter of disaster, as I've been called in my district, not me, my district, from the annual, well, I don't know, it depends who you talk to. But with our annual fires and evacuations, to the worst train accident on U.S. soil that killed 25 people, the Northridge earthquake, and on and on. We've got a lot of difficulty citywide, and I think that's why we're having this deep discussion. But Chief, I also want to thank you for highlighting FireStat, and a lot of people that really haven't done a deep dive in understanding and appreciating what it's about. I hope and encourage to get every council member to attend one of the meetings as they're just getting off the ground. But I want to thank you for your tremendous commitment to that, because it's not about or just about statistics or analyzing those, but it's about the dialogue and the collaboration that's has never occurred. It's about bringing council members there, other key stakeholders, the men and women who represent the men and women of the department, all of those folks, and having those discussions in day-to-day operations. It really is jaw-dropping and eye-opening, and there was a lot of kudos going around after it, and a lot of the conversation saying, wow, I can't believe we haven't done this before. So I think we're off to a great start. I also want to thank the mayor's office because they really helped push it through and get it through, as well as Chief Rueda and June as well. There's been a lot of people, and it's taken an army. And on that, FireStat LA, one thing that was missed to continue getting it off the ground, which is critically important, as we all agree, is the 9 months of funding for the battalion chief and the senior clerk typist. It was a $75,000 contract for the contract services for that. For the senior clerk typist, I think it totaled $228,000. So budget impact, so we can maintain that for this year, and that was the backbone of FireStat LA. So I want to make sure that that's picked up in the budget as well. It was missed.
Sir.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Englander.
I forgot one, Mr. Chair. Just
oh, did you?
Yeah, I forgot
okay, Mr. Bonnet.
to ask if staff could report back about the safety equipment, about the relative merits of the safety equipment versus the variable staff DIT positions, and whether or not that might be an opportunity to help us with more of the safety equipment. Thank you.
I had just a couple of other points as well that I had forgotten. With regard to the report back on the possibility of adding additional classes, I don't know whether it's possible to analyze it or not in the abstract, but if you can indicate in there whether constant staffing overtime savings can be realized by increasing the number of new recruits as well. If there's some correlation that can be drawn there to help offset some of the cost of the classes, that would be obviously important for the committee to know. On the safety equipment, I'd like the CAO to report back on what would be necessary, actually the department and the CAO, to report back on what an appropriate regular replacement cycle for these safety equipment items would be. Not when does it get to the end of its life so you have to drill a hole in it. What would be an appropriate replacement cycle for the city of Los Angeles, and what might be potential ongoing funding sources for replacement of equipment. And then, you know, obviously we're going to try to identify one-time funding sources for this particular replacement. And then third, I'd like a report on the status of technological upgrades that the fire department's film unit may need to make in order to better communicate with Film LA and facilitate location shooting. And then I think that's it for the reports, but I do just want to close by again thanking you, Chief, and all of the men and women of the Los Angeles Fire Department. As you said earlier, we get a great bargain in our fire service here in Los Angeles. We get 24-hour professional, the finest fire department in America, 24 hours a day, for 40 cents a day a person. Most, you know, people in Los Angeles think nothing of spending more for a cup of coffee than they do for what we pay for fire and ambulance service. We pay more for our cable bill than we pay for the fire department. And if you compare us to other cities, if you take the other 9 of the 10 largest cities in America and what they pay on a per capita basis for their fire and ambulance service, it's far above what Los Angeles pays. And in fact, for us even to get to that median level, the average of the 10 largest cities, we would have to spend another $180 million a year just to be average. And that's just an unacceptable situation in my view, and that's why we need to work so hard. And I appreciate my colleagues' enthusiasm during this discussion. I think it's clear that every one of us is eager and determined to try to rebuild this department, fully support this department, and make sure that it continues to be the finest department in the world. So thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate your being here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
All right. That brings us to Building and Safety, which will be followed by the Board of Public Works. So as Building and Safety is making its way up, we'll go ahead and take the cards. And the first speaker on Building and Safety that I have is Jim McQuiston, who would be followed by Adrian Buchanan. Mr. McQuiston. Go ahead, Mr. McQuiston.
Jim McQuiston. Many, many years ago, I remember the council, the Budget and Finance Committee was looking at a mayor's proposal to eliminate 93 code violation inspectors. And I remember I got up and I said, look, this is building and safety. And these people guarantee our safety. If we don't look at the building conditions, people are going to get killed. And that happens quite often, unfortunately, in this city. So I do want to stress the fact that these people are licensed people by the state of California to know the law, to know what the building code requires, and to enforce it. And we have to be careful that we don't put someone else over them, which is not permitted by the state law in the first place, who doesn't know the law and says, well, we'll make a political decision and not enforce something that you have found is in error. And so I do want to emphasize that, because we are talking about doing that exact same thing. Not in this budget, fortunately, but maybe in the future. The other thing I want to put in is I looked at the seismic stability census, and you'll notice in my statement on this, I think it's substantially inadequate. We have to readjust. I don't think we need more people. We have to readjust the allocation of the people in building and safety to make sure that we do this, because this is safety. And we are faced immediately with seismic problems. We have to take care of that. The other thing I want to say...
Thank you, sir. I'm afraid we have
new construction...
Mr. McQuiston, sorry, we're afraid we have to move on. The next speaker is Adrian Buchanan, followed by Carmen Hayes Walker.
Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Adrian Buchanan. I'm Locals 3090 Secretary, and I'm here representing the clerical and support staff. The City of Los Angeles is utilizing millions of dollars to hire an enormous amount of part-time workers to provide the same services that civil service status workers are providing. There are exempt, as needed, at-will workers throughout the city with 6 months to 20 years of service who are being recycled every fiscal year, even though the economy is growing and the city revenue is stronger. The Department of Building and Safety called for a large allocation for as-needed workers. But the City of Los Angeles should be a leader in creating jobs.
One moment, please. I'd like to ask that the conversations along the side of the room be kept down, please, or taken to the back while the public's speaking, please.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
But the City of Los Angeles should be a leader in creating jobs with livable wages, who provide the services to citizens who reside and have businesses in Los Angeles. Now, there are many employers who are providing online testing via either at home or in the office as a way of cutting down in testing applicants. The City of Los Angeles should get in the 21st century and create online tests so that a list can be compiled to provide the at-will workers the opportunity to promote in a civil service position since they are already providing the services and have continued to be rehired year after year. So let's do what's right for the services and provide better jobs so we can fix LA together. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carmen Hayes Walker, followed by Sid Mansoudian. Good afternoon.
I'm Carmen Hayes Walker. I'm a senior clerk typist in building and safety with 33 years of service. I'm also the vice president of AFSCME Local 3090, LA City Clerical and Support. When I started with the city, the requirement for a clerk typist was 40 words a minute, a high school diploma, and a basic aptitude test. Your work was assigned to you in an inbox. You typed it on your Selectric 2 typewriter, and you put it in the outbox while simultaneously answering the telephone on a Cocoa Brown push-button telephone. Let's first fast forward now to 2014. The contractor that was hired to advise LADBS, Public Works, DOT, and Fire to consolidate functions for the new Development Services Department has pointed out the obvious about our jobs. The clerical staff is expected to have greater technical knowledge of the workings in these departments. We're almost intro engineers and inspectors. A clerk typist just told me the other day in Van Nuys that the new engineers are asking them the technical questions on issuing building permits and electrical and water permits. Remember, yesterday I said to you when we were talking about animal services, if you want to know what's going on in your department, ask the administrative clerks. They know everything. The Department of Building and Safety should be allowed to continue and hire full-time regular clerical staff so that we can serve the citizens of Los Angeles as expected.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sid Mansoudian, and that's all I have right now for building and safety.
Good afternoon, Chairman. I had for good 11 months or so very personal dealings with the Department of Building and Safety. And let me emphasize very clearly today is that it is understaffed and underfunded. Factually, by communicating with Mr. Lara, Mr. Landeros, and Mr. Longoria, is that the entire staff to go out there and to do the code enforcement of public safety, it's 3 individuals besides the supervisors. Gentlemen, just think about this. These are the numbers that are given to me. They told me as a conversation with Mr. Landeros just about a few days ago that the staff members who go out there to do the job of code enforcement is 3 people. Now, this number comes from this office. Second, complaints were put in through 311, hundreds, maybe thousands. You have a very veteran inspector by the name of Tom Willis, who's the archivist apparently, which is a very good gentleman, which is almost close to retirement according to my sources, which he deals mostly with the downtown issues. Major buildings, which has complex issues, and small businesses that surrounds the area. I personally was told by Mr. Longoria, even though the communications were open, to put a personal and official complaints, which I did, almost a dozen of them, 2 months ago. Guess what? When I called them, they said, Mr. Mansoudian, our direction is directed to garage conversions. Look, if you have a 311 that's appointed by my mayor to emphasize to help the Angelenos, you cannot stop the entire 311 process just because you have a directive to address garage conversions. You should be able to eat an apple, run, and walk at the same time. This is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the cards that I have for building and safety right now. So I'm pleased to welcome the newly minted permanent general manager of building and safety, Mr. Ray Chan, who, by the way, is also the California Building Official of the Year, I understand. So congratulations, Mr. Chan, and welcome. And thank you for your work. And I'd like to ask you to just give a brief introductory comment about building and safety's budget this year, as well as any particular context that you'd like to put that in with regard to historical cuts that the department has faced and the challenges that you're facing going forward?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, committee chair, committee vice chair, and also committee members. Ray Chan, Building and Safety. The Department of Building and Safety fully supports the mayor's proposed budget, which will help us to improve our development service as well as our code enforcement operation. Let's start off with our code enforcement operation. One of the public speakers just now mentioned that we do not have enough resources to carry out code enforcement. Yes, we do not have resources to do that. However, we certainly have more than 3 people to carry out code enforcement operation within the city. To be accurate, we got so far about 50 boots on the ground people enforcing code enforcement in the city. That equates to approximately 1 code enforcement officer for every 10 square miles. Is that enough? Absolutely not. However, this budget allows us to have more resources, and we are very grateful about it. With the additional resource, we believe that we can improve code enforcement operation in 4 separate areas. Number 1, we will be able to allocate more code enforcement resource to each council district, especially for the council district that has the most severe blight areas and special needs. Number 2, we'll be able to reduce our complaint response time from currently 25 days to 15 days. And number 3, we will be able to raise our response priority for complaints related to historical preservations overlay zones and also specific plans. And number 4, we will be able to provide proactive code enforcement on projects with conditional use permit, make sure that all the conditions are complied with after CFO is issued. So we believe that with 4 improvement that we can really reduce blight and also to improve the quality of life for the city. As for new construction, I think everyone understands that construction activities is really picking up. Last year, the construction valuation was only $3.8 billion, which was already a big jump from the bottom of the construction bust, which was only $2.5 billion. So last year was 3.8. This year is going to be $4.7 billion, which is a 33% increase in 1 year. No doubt, LA City is going through a construction boom. To ensure that development projects can be built faster, and I emphasize faster, of course they have to build safe and they have to build well too, according to all the rules and regulations and conditional approval. But in order to help projects to get built faster during the development boom, the department is in the process of implementing 50 enhancements to try to cut the response times, cut the approval time, to cut the construction time, and to improve customer services. And 30 of these enhancements will be implemented in the next 4 to 12 months. Now, we believe that once we implement these enhancements, then we could further stimulate the economy. We would definitely help to create jobs faster and also to increase the revenue for the city faster. So our department is very excited about implementing this enhancement. Today, while we're supporting the mayor's budget, we are asking for 4 additional positions, mainly because we forgot to put that in, and these are all enterprise positions. First of all, we want to ask for 2 clerk typist positions. That is for our call center. Our call center, on an average, we answer approximately 12,000 calls every month. And we only have 3 clerk typists answering the calls at our call center. So unfortunately, the waiting time is actually, our goal is to have 100% of all the calls answered within 2 minutes. Currently, we only have 64%. Approximately 2 years ago, it was 80, but the percentage of calls answered within 2 minutes has been dropping. And we do not, actually, the frontline customers that we deal with, we certainly would like them to feel that LA is open for business and shouldn't have to wait for so long. So we're asking for 2 clerk typists. And also, solar panel is one of the hottest things in town. And What we have done is already merged 3 engineering sections, the mechanical, electrical, and green divisions together as one. We call it the JAM division, to provide better service to facilitate solar panel permits. To push on this item further, we want to have all the solar permits at least 10 kilowatts or lower for all the residential projects to be issued completely online. Completely online, so what we're going to do is we put together information bulletin to outreach and educate the industry. And also we will have standard plans for the industry to follow so that they don't have to hire an engineer to do that. And I need to have an office engineering technician 3 to run this particular program, which we forgot to mention it in our budget. So that was definitely our fault. And the 4th position that I'm requesting for is a position called the Deputy Superintendent position to run our system and IT functions. For this particular item, it is very difficult for us now because building and safety is not a small department. We have approximately 900 employees. Actually, right now, we are serving approximately 250 servers and over 3,000 computer devices. And at the same time, we are serving 3,000 city staff. Now, why do we serve 3,000 city staff? Is because we manage 12 citywide different functions that are being used by other departments and also 30,000 public customers. So our workload for the directive system that we have right now, and there's this gentleman sitting right here, is already very heavy. In the future, 25 of these enhancements that I just talked about to improve the development service is heavily relied on technology improvements. So, and at the same time, you may or may not have heard of a citywide program called Build LA, which we hope can be launched in a few months. And that, our department, I believe, has been designated as the leading agencies to work closely under the mayor to make this project work. So we need to have a position higher than the directive system. We need the directive system to handle all the in-house department work, and then we need to have a position higher than that to deal with the overall system and also the implementation of the Build LA. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. As to the 4 additional positions that you've requested, you've already given just now a detailed report about it, but I would nonetheless like to ask you just for a brief written report back so that it stays within the hopper of things we're discussing here in the committee as to each of those 4 committees, their enterprise fund sourcing, and also is there sufficient funding available in the enterprise fund to be able to cover them. And then in addition, you mentioned your goal to bring response time on code enforcement down significantly from 25 to 15 or 14 days or thereabouts. I'd like to get a report back on what the industry standard is, if you will, for the larger cities in America in code enforcement. How do we compare? How does even that 14 or 15-day goal compare to other large cities in their code enforcement process? And then this is very difficult to do for a code enforcement regimen, but there are 95 different neighborhood councils in the city. There are 15 different council districts. All have different concerns and priorities and problem areas when it comes to code enforcement. What is important in my district may not be as important in Mr. Bonin's district. I want to try to find out if there's a way that the particular prioritization of neighborhoods can be taken into account by the department in its exercise of its own prosecutorial discretionary judgment, because even with this additional funding, you still will have a backlog of code enforcement. You'll still have inadequate people to go and enforce every code everywhere. So there's inherently a degree of discretion that resides in your department in choosing where to go to do what. I think it's important that somehow the priorities of the particular community be integrated into that decision-making process. That's a very broad philosophical kind of statement for a budget report, but I know this has been a conversation that my office has had with Building and Safety for some time. And I'd like to see if you have suggestions that you can report back as to how we can align the code enforcement process a little bit more consistently with the particular priorities of a given neighborhood. And the reason that let me just a hypothetical example. A strict enforcement of a particular code across the board might end up resulting, because it's complaint driven, one person could, by issuing a complaint, effectively gut the work of an entire community to develop a particular kind of look and feel for a neighborhood, for example, so or a business strip, and so on. That's the sort of thing that I'm trying to figure out if there's a way that we can avoid.
Yes.
The city attorney's budget called for the addition of deputy city attorneys for the area planning commissions. We've talked about that a number of times through the course of this hearing. One of the proposals has been to fund at least part of that those positions from the Building Safety Permit Enterprise Fund. So I'd like your report back from you on your view of that and what the service impacts of that might be in your department as well.
Okay.
You touched upon it in your opening remarks, but we are going through a very rapidly increasing building boom, puts great strain on your department. We have, I think wisely, not stripped down the department during the down times quite as much as we arguably could have, which helps when the good times come back, but still you're going to need a long-term plan to enhance your staffing level just in terms of construction inspectors and so on to meet this need. So I'd like to have a report back for your longer-term plan for ensuring that we have projects moving forward as efficiently and quickly as possible. And I think that's all I have for the moment. Mr. Blumenfield.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to start out again by congratulating Mr. Chan on his recent appointment as a permanent general manager.
Thank you, sir.
My office has worked very well with you and your staff, and we do appreciate that. A couple of different topic areas I wanted to cover: the Build LA system and the new position. Is there an RFP going out this year? If so, when can we expect it? What's been the initial response to the potential vendors? What's the estimated timeline? I'd like to get a report back on all of those questions. For me, as a chair of the Innovation Technology General Services Committee, I'm always interested in how we can use the technology to integrate our services, and I'm very excited about the Build LA process and want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to support it, make it efficient and effective and good. And so also, as related to that, I want to find out how much money and time we'll save by having a system like this up and running, what the expected turnaround time for processing permits and project applications will be once this goes into place. Currently how many permits are being filed on a weekly basis, and how this is going to help us keep up with construction activities. So a report back, which we've talked a little bit about the Build LA, but specifically trying to target some of those questions. On the 311 response time, concerned about that. 56% of folks are not getting it in 2 minutes. How long is it taking for those folks? You said the 64% of them are being answered in 2 minutes. I shudder to ask, but how?
Actually, so it's your 64%, sir.
64% are getting responded to within 2 minutes.
Only yes.
So the remainder of those folks
beyond 2 minutes.
Some go as long as 6 minutes, sir.
Okay. And is there a reason that we're setting the goal at 2 minutes rather than 1 minute or 30 seconds or?
To be very frank with you, before we get a dramatic staff reduction a few years back, our goal was 1 minute. But after staff reduction, then we have to adjust the goal to 2 minutes. But still, we are not, we are not meeting the goal. The reason for that is because, as you know, as construction activity picks up, then we got more calls coming in. So we just have more people answer those calls.
And have you looked into, or will you look into the idea of a callback? So, like they're starting to do at DWP, they do at a lot of commercial services. You say, I don't want to wait on hold. Call me back when you're ready, and you leave your number. And
so certainly we have actually, there are many ways that we have done. For example, people ask us for building records. We will ask them to leave the address. We do the research. We send it back to them. We email back to them. So we have staff to come on weekends to do it to avoid the rush hour. And same thing with the calls. However, when you have only so many people answering the calls, you still don't have enough resources to answer the call. You may just defer it. We'll call you back, but we just don't have the time or the resource to call.
I was thinking of the automated callback. There's the automated system that DWP uses where you punch in your number and it puts you on the queue as if you're waiting on hold, but it'll call you back.
And we have that. We have that system already. But we just don't have the time to call back, because if you do it like this, then nobody will wait for 2 minutes. They say, okay, I just wait for a call back. And if 50% of the people wait for the call back, we will take the calls who will wait for us, but we don't have the time to answer those 15% of the call that requires to call back. So we need the resource. If we have 3 clerk typists right now answering the call, if we can have 2 more, that would be an increase of approximately 60% of the resources.
Although the callback shouldn't mean more people calling. It just means the people who are calling don't have to wait on hold. They can wait for their callback. So it shouldn't, once you have the fixed cost automation, it shouldn't cost you any more in terms of service, in terms of operators to answer them. It's just a matter of them not waiting on hold versus being able to go about their business and get a phone call back.
For the call situations like this, it will start raining from 7:30 all the way to 4:30. And so if 50% of the calls, let's say, let's do 5,000 calls every month, we have to call back, then we will focus our time on the 5,000 calls that would wait for an operator. We could probably serve those 5,000 calls waiting for an operator faster. Maybe we can answer in 1 minute. But if we do that, we still don't have the time to call back those another 5,000 calls that we promised them to call back, because the 3 call center staff will focus all the time on the calls that are waiting in the queue. I don't know if I make myself clear.
I think I understand what you're saying, and the other piece to this is, as we soup up the 311 app, hopefully that will drive the calls down substantially.
Actually, we have already connected. We are about 5 years ago, we are the first department to connect with 311, and we moved 14 of our positions, actually 20 of our positions, to 311 to support 311. However, whenever these calls coming into us, actually they all went through 311 first, and then they come to us. Those are the calls that 311 staff cannot answer, and they have to refer back to the building and safety. When they come in from 311, come to us, then we answer our clerk typists will answer the call to the best of their knowledge, and if they couldn't answer that, they would send it to an inspector and an engineer, which are the technical support staff, to provide technical information. And if they cannot answer that, they will refer back to us to help the customers. So this is the system already.
Right, but I'm just saying the more that we can integrate into the 311 system so that people go through that process, but they do it virtually and they go into the Build LA app or whatever, then we're going to save ourselves a lot of time.
Absolutely.
The solar voltaic e-permit process, we talked a little bit about that, but I wanted to get a report back on how many permit applications we received in 2013-14, and just a little bit more clarity on how the integration is going to work on that. So I'll wait for the report back on that. On the code enforcement, this is an issue that's very important to all of our communities. I'll give you an example. Even the 25 to 15 day concerns me. We had, just last week, we had the report of an illegal circus. Clowns, llamas, goats, a whole thing going on at a vacant lot in my district. You may have heard about this one. And we reported it on a Monday, and I think someone was able to come out there by a Friday. But then they send a letter off. The policy at that point is to send a letter, and it's a traveling circus, and they're gone. And so I don't know how we deal with that in terms of the timing, but we have issues like that, and particularly when you're talking about a health and safety issue. In the case of the circus, it's funny, but it also, with the people that live there, it really can be a health and safety issue. So I want to know what we can do about that process, and the other issue on code enforcement is the sort of special cases that may require subpoenas, and we've found it's been very difficult to get, because of the under resources, to get when you need to get to that level. For example, some of the sober living places that we know, because all the neighbors see it, have more than the 6 people that can be in there. But unless there's a building safety officer who actually sees it, you can't act on that. And so you end up in the situation where the neighbors are really upset because they know something wrong is happening there. Same thing happened in Woodland Hills. We have a business that's operating illegally, in terms of their business is a legal business. They're doing some web stuff, and some may be unsavory, but they're doing things in there. But what's not legal is the fact that they're doing it in a house in a residential neighborhood. And of course, they won't let the inspectors in. And so this has been going on for years, and we've been working with you for the last several months on it and trying to work with the city attorney. But unless we can get subpoenas, and I realize that's a costly process, but how do we go about dealing with those cases that require that extra touch, given the resources that you have, especially when they're identified by the council office as becoming a real community nuisance issue?
I'm going to try to answer, a couple of the code enforcement questions first, and then I'm going to refer to my code enforcement bureau chief. First of all, the response time issue, yes, 25 days, 15 days, these are not acceptable number. And these are only for the number one, for the non-life-threatening type of complaints. Of course, life-threatening complaints, hazardous complaint, we will respond right away. On the other hand, I think we are relatively responsive to council's office needs. We fully understand that each council has special needs, and if you have a situation that is pretty dramatic, okay, and if your office calls us, we will, give a high priority to try to address it. And knowing that these are the special event situation, we probably would not wait for 15 days before we go out there, because the whole show is over already by then, right? We will use our judgment. We'll work with your staff to do this. I think we have done it with almost all council offices to address the needs. So please let me know, or let Mr. Frank Bush know, to take care of that type of situation. In terms of the 6 people left, are we talking about short-term rental?
No, we're talking about some of the sober living homes that under state law, if there's 6 people or less, we don't have very much control over it. But when there's more than 6 people, they're violating our zoning ordinance, and we can do something about it. And that's particularly in some areas in my district in Reseda, you've got 5 or 6 of these homes that are within a block of each other, and you've got a lot of issues. 160 people on the street, on a given day, and it becomes an issue that the neighbors are very concerned about.
Can we ask Mr. Bush to address this a little bit, or?
Sure. And actually, if I could just ask Mr. Englander to jump in for 1 second before Mr. Bush.
Just as a point of clarification, yeah, and Frank will jump in on this because we've been working on the task force for 10 years, but I chair the ad hoc committee. It's not actually, just for clarification, sober living per se at all. It's the unlicensed or unregulated illegal boarding homes, not particularly what type of service they might offer. So just for clarification for the record.
Frank Bush, I'm the Chief of the Code Enforcement Bureau. I wasn't aware of the circus. I hadn't heard about the circus one. But as Mr. Chan mentioned, we do categorize our complaints. So if there's a hazardous issue that comes in, we do not have a 25-day response time. If there's a hazardous concern, we're out there the same day generally, those kind of things. The sober living facilities, and as Councilmember Englander mentioned here, the unlicensed ones and the licensed ones have been difficult for enforcement on them. In some of the cases, a couple of them you were speaking about here today, initially the owners allowed access for inspection, and then once, after 3 or 4 times of coming there because of the complaints, they shut the door on it. And then yes, we do have opportunities where we can work with the city attorney's office to do warrants or whatever it may be, and we do those whenever it warrants it. And when a court will sign a warrant, an inspection warrant for it, we have to go through the court process in order to do that. As you asked before, the average for other code enforcement is 5 business days is what it was. Yeah, and that was through the Matrix report when they did the survey on the consolidation discussion that was reported by them in there.
Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see. First of all, I also want to commend you on your being made permanent. I think you've done a terrific job with this department, and we're all very excited about it.
Thank you.
Now, I'm happy the department is trying to reduce response times in terms of code enforcement. And I know there's some bad examples that I've heard. One is that a restaurant, which will remain nameless in my district, got cited for having an illegal sign in front of the restaurant. And he told me honestly, after a couple of weeks, he put it back up because he knew it would be a good 9 months before it was revisited by code enforcement.
Yes.
So hopefully we can reduce those numbers along with everything else. It wouldn't be my top priority, code enforcement, but then again, that lengthy period of time is a problem. So I know we're trying to reduce response times, and we have funding for 14 new resolution authority positions, as I understand it, to help do this. But our read of the budget is that they're only funded for 6 months. Why would they only be funded for 6 months? And don't code enforcement officers typically pay virtually all of their salary or their salary in entirety in citations? So isn't it essentially a cost-effective thing to fully fund those?
Jason Glean, Office of the City Administrative Officer. The positions are funded for 6 months because we're in the process of actually establishing an eligible list for that classification. We're working with the Personnel Department. We anticipate that the list will be established sometime in the first half of the next fiscal year. And then working through the Managed Hiring Committee, we'll be in a position to go ahead and insert the list, process the interviews, select the most qualified candidates, and then fill the positions and actually start the program in the second half of the fiscal year.
So in essence, this is intended to be a fully funded position. It's just a temporary fix until we go through the more appropriate process.
Correct.
Right. Very good. I'm glad to hear that. We talked in passing about the conditional use permit monitoring program under planning, and it does appear that they may have duplicative functions. So how does that work? Who's doing what? Who's in charge?
I'm going to just briefly describe concept that we have. And this upcoming Friday, City Planning and Building Safety will be sitting together to make sure that we have a protocol that can be shared by both parties, and yet when we apply the protocol, it will be seamless and there will be absolutely no duplication. The concept is like this. City Planning responsible for writing the conditions of approval for the conditional use permit, and they would have a process to make sure that the project comply with those conditions before Building Safety issued a certificate of occupancy. Once the certificate of occupancy is issued, we still want to make sure those conditions of approval will be maintained, will be complied with according to what it was approved before. So from that point on, after the CFO is issued, there will be Building Safety responsibility to check on those conditions in a proactive way and also to address any complaint in a much higher priority. So, Mr. Bush, you want to supplement what I just said?
That pretty much summed it up. We'll be giving it more priority. There'll be staff regularly working on proactively looking at the conditions on there, and it'll give more time to respond to complaints. It'll be a lot quicker and address each one of them. As Mr. Chan mentioned, we do, the planning department does have a need to be involved in there until when the CFO is issued, and then also after, if we get a complaint and there's issues on it, we do enforcement. We'll also have to work with them to resolve some of the issues that may come up within it.
Now, I'm not sure if we read this part right, but it looked like the planning functions were funded, but the building and safety ones weren't, unless we misread it.
Office of the City Administrative Officer. The planning department started a pilot program in the current year. So they have existing staff that are funded through their case processing fees that are actually going out and doing enforcement. The Exhibit H language is there to establish a condition compliance fee. We're in the process of determining what that fee is, and we anticipate bringing that forward to the Plum Committee before the end of the fiscal year. The expectation is that the fee will be established and be implemented by ordinance prior to January 1st of 2015. The classifications that building and safety needs to actually go out and utilize for the enforcement falls into the building mechanical inspector classification. So we have the same civil service classification eligible list restrictions that we have with those other code enforcement positions. So we have to basically make sure that the new fee gets in place so that we can fund the positions. We have the eligible list to actually hire the positions, at which point then we can go ahead, recognize the additional revenues, give the department an appropriation, and fully fund the program on a go-forward basis.
And so that would be done in this fiscal year?
The fee will be brought forward to the Plum Committee for consideration before the end of this fiscal year, and we hope that the City Attorney's Office has the ability to bring forward an ordinance to actually establish the fee within the first half of the next fiscal year.
Okay, very good. And one last comment. I think that our experience with solar, because we got a lot of complaints with slow solar processing, has actually mostly not been with building and safety, but the holdup tended to be with DWP. Do you have a way to work cooperatively with them to help
we have
streamline their process as well?
Well, yes, we have a put together task group. Actually, there are two separate issues when we talk about water and power. Number one is to work closely with us so that we can facilitate the permitting process. Then on the other one, I believe, is when some big commercial project, after they install the solar panels, they would like to get a rebate back from water and power because they sell the excess energy to water and power. For that part, we try to work with water and power to see how we can make the process faster, but that would be a little bit beyond the jurisdiction of building safety. However, for us, we still need to facilitate the issuance and also for the installation of solar panels. This is because we are not fast enough to approve or disapprove. Some of the solar panels manufactured all over the world. Every place in the world right now, they are manufacturing solar panels. We don't know whether they up to par or they are substandard. So we try to be very careful because we don't want to cause any accident. And this particular process, we, building safety, need to speed up, and we have a plan to do so. And at the same time, we're talking about anything less than 4 kilowatts for residential solar panels to be issued online. It will probably happen in 4 months, and by the end of this year, then anything below 10 kilowatts will be issued also online for residential projects. So hopefully through those processes, we could really help to speed up the installation of solar panels, at least for the residential projects, which is 95% of the solar panel business.
And probably 100% of the complaints that we receive. So that would be a great solution.
And that's why we need that office engineering Tech 3 position to help us to work on that.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Bonnet?
I think everything has been covered, except to let me just thank Ray and his team. You guys knocked my socks off a few weeks ago when you gave me your presentation on the new way you're doing things in the department. And I just want to make sure, I think this was already covered, but that we've asked for a report back on the potential for funding the bureau chief position to cover.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm good. Thank you.
Great,
Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, like all the others, that should include not just cost, but also what the service impacts
Yes.
will be. And nice way to close, Mr. Bonnet. Thank you for that. And let me just also echo that as well. From day one that I've been a council member, our office's interaction with building and safety has always been terrific. And I find the department to be extremely responsive to everything that we need, and particularly your leadership, Ray, has been really visionary, I think. And it's I'm surprised sometimes, just as a consumer of services, like when I got my own home remodeled, how easy it was to use a lot of the systems, and how easy it was to call for appointments, and easy it was to use the website and things, which we don't hear often enough. So thank you and to your whole team for the great job that you're doing. Yeah, Mr. Englander.
Yes, thank you. And he, as the chair says, thanks for all of us. That's from all of us, right? Okay.
No,
So,
we can all say it.
we can all say it individually? Okay, then thank you from
different,
me.
Different
as well.
ways to say it.
There are different ways to say it. Well, you're so articulate. Then I wanted to ask about the last year we approved the GPS tracking cell phones for inspectors.
Yes.
And that went through a lot of trials and tribulations. What's the status with that?
The status is we'll work out a solution with the union. The deal is this. Right now, we have in-house investigator. This investigator does not report to us. It reports to Maggie Whalen, Personnel Department. That investigator is a Personnel Department staff. So that is almost like a hotline, and his name is Steve Davey right now, will be the one to investigate any complaints that go to him. He is the one that could turn on the GPS system for any one of department staff, including myself. If he hears a complaint, then he will utilize the GPS system to gather the initial information. For example, he get a complaint about inspector not showing up to work, but report the timesheets that, hey, I was there. So Mr. Steve Davey will turn on the GPS system for that particular inspector. Nobody knew about it. We'll turn on the GPS for that particular inspector, and then based on the observation, have enough initial data, then he will start the civilian process.
So let's do this instead, because I don't believe that's originally what we spent the millions of dollars on. If we could report back then,
we will
on this specifically.
Right.
The original report of request, if you can share it, pull the original request of what the intent was, how much money we spent, and exactly how they're being utilized today.
And we did not spend $1 million. I think how much we spent, Mr. Pinero?
Just report. You can report back on the exact dollar figures.
We'll do that.
And just to ensure that report has a context, also what steps you're taking to ensure the integrity and ethics of the building inspectors within your jurisdiction to ensure that we don't have a recurrence of the unfortunate circumstance that happened before.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Excellent.
Anything else?
No, that's it. And thank you. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. So our next department is the Board of Public Works, which will then be followed by the respective bureaus, beginning with sanitation. Okay, and we're going to, before we hear from the board, we're going to take our cards. Anything else on the board?
These are sanitary.
Yeah. Okay, right now the only card I have for the board is Sid Mansoudian. And Mr. Mansoudian, as you're coming up, you have a number of cards in here. I'm just going to take you once for the entire board and all of its bureaus. So come on up now if you'd like to have a chance to talk about the bureaus. You're going to pass on the bureaus? Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right. Well, then in that case, it's my pleasure to welcome the Chair of our Board of Public Works, Kevin James. Welcome.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you all for the opportunity to discuss the proposed budget for the Board of Public Works. It has been quite a season, I think, for everyone, and particularly those of us that it's our first year, at least in our respective roles, regarding this 2014-2015 budget. I certainly appreciate the hard work and the professionalism of our board staff, of the CAO and the CLA, as well as the mayor's office, and in particular the mayor's budget team. This entire process of balancing our available funds with the needed services that we provide has been an important one, and we certainly appreciate it. Of course, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, you will be hearing from each of the 5 bureaus respectively after we finish. So I'm here just to discuss the board's budget, which does include the board and the board secretariat, Public Works Accounting, and the Office of Community Beautification. I will be very brief, as my budget letter was very brief, and of course any questions that you may have, we're happy to answer them. I will tell you that since joining the city last year to serve as the president of the Board of Public Works, it has become even more clear to me just how important this board is in managing the Department of Public Works, as well as the wide range of services that affect the daily lives of our residents in this great city. It was, of course, originally created to provide Angelenos with a greater voice and with greater transparency, and it does that. The board also provides residents with immediate access to the operations and the activities of the department, and is an important oversight panel that provides a crucial level of accountability for the department that embodies the city's vast infrastructure. The board has protected the integrity of the bid and award process and the bureaus for over 100 years. Public Works Accounting. Public Works Accounting provides services department-wide, which includes supporting the city's capital construction program, the city's capital improvement and expenditures program, and the construction special services funds that involve other city departments but are administered by Public Works. Accounting activities and financial services manage approximately $2.4 billion in annual appropriations and expenditures to outside vendors and other city departments, $2.7 billion in annual revenues for the Department of Public Works, and $1.8 billion in special funds balances, and $529 million in general fund balances, comprising a total of 188 funds as well as the general fund combined. Over the past few years, the board has seen reductions of 39% in the past few years. The Office of Accounting has seen reductions of 30%. Of course, our very popular Office of Community Beautification was created by a board member years ago to provide graffiti abatement services and evolved into a program that provides a variety of services. It works with community volunteers and nonprofit community-based organizations to create partnerships with the city, focusing on improving the quality of life for residents, businesses, visitors, and tourists to the city of Los Angeles. OCB coordinates resources of the Public Works Department and assists with organizing community beautification efforts citywide. And, of course, by removing graffiti, OCB is actively involved in reducing blight, increasing public safety, and improving the quality of life all across Los Angeles. In the past few years, OCB administratively has been cut by 50%. The proposed budget that we are facing this year represents a 7.2% decrease. And we, of course, are going to work very hard within the confines of this budget to maintain our level of service as much as possible within this decrease. So with that, Chair, I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much. I guess the one that leaps off the page immediately has to do with community beautification.
Yes.
And last year there was well over $7 million budgeted for graffiti removal, well, for community beautification, most of which was for graffiti removal. The $1 million appropriation from last year's budget was left out of this year's budget, and then to make matters much worse, we have the CDBG shortfall with changes in the consolidated plan funding. So we're facing in the budget as it's proposed, as I see it, about a $1.75 million reduction in graffiti removal services. So I'd like to ask you to expound upon that a little bit now, but also I'd like to get a report back as to what that will mean specifically in terms of reduction in graffiti services, and if you can break it down by each part of the city, that would be helpful too. But not just what the impacts will be in graffiti removal itself, but also in the nonprofit partners that the Office of Community Beautification works with and their programming, much of which is particularly important to young people who are at risk. And so I'd like a report back on that and what options there may be for restoring some of those services or some of that funding.
If I might,
please.
Mr. Chair, I have a few items I can share with you now just as a precursor as to what the report back might look like. First of all, the graffiti abatement is about 73% of our general funds. So this is it's very hard to move from the $7+ million down to $6 million, as you have described. As I understand it, it's about it would require about a 22% reduction across the board. We have 12 geographic areas where OCB and graffiti abatement takes place across the city. It would require about a 22% reduction if we were to just reduce it across the board. If we sense that that's the most equitable way to provide the reduction. I will add that, frankly, I would credit Councilmember Blumenfield in one of our prior meetings, and by the way, we really appreciate the pre-meetings and the preparatory meetings that we have with your offices. And it was Councilmember Blumenfield that challenged us to look into some of the special revenue funds that we do deal with that might provide some relief. We did find, although you really have to look hard and the report back can quantify what kind of relief we're talking about, but just some categorical areas. The DWP, there may be an opportunity for some funding because of graffiti that's removed from power poles. There may be a fund or two that provide some relief for graffiti that's removed from fire hydrants, above ground facilities. Even special parking revenue fund, I'm well aware of the purpose of that fund, but when you look at the scope of that fund, we do graffiti removal from parking meters, and all of that contributes to removing this blight from the community. So at the suggestion of Councilmember Blumenfield, we did initially find those areas of potential relief. I do think the report back will provide much more detail, Mr. Chair, for what you're looking for in ways that we can solve the problem. Paul Rosh, who's the head of OCB and is with us today, anything that you would add based upon what I just said?
Well, I think the main thing that we'd be looking at as far as impact would be a reduction of about 12 to 15 crews on a daily basis driving throughout the city of Los Angeles, and roughly estimating about 6 million fewer square feet of graffiti being removed throughout the city of Los Angeles should a 22% budgetary hit the graffiti abatement contractors.
We would still be providing around 25 million square feet of removal if we do the math, but the 6 million reduction is real.
Thank you. Members? Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, my only comment is further on graffiti removal. I'm distressed that we're looking at this kind of a cut, because my experience has always been with graffiti that if you stop removing it, the increase is not just the amount that you stop removing. It's somewhat exponential. And my experience in West Hollywood was that when we became a city, the city had a fair amount of graffiti like every other place. Now if you drive through it, you don't see it. And that's because we created a policy that I initiated where any graffiti was identified and painted out almost immediately. And that becomes easier because the more you do that, the less people graffiti that area because they know it's not going to stay up very long. The converse is true as well, that when we start slowing down on this and people see that they can put their graffiti up and it takes a long time to get it painted out, it's very encouraging. So I'm very distressed to hear it, and I hope we can find some ways to fill in this gap fully.
Councilmember, I wrote down slow down effect as you were just describing that. What that would do, just by the very nature of the decrease, and one of the metrics that you see in the Blue Book, of course, is the amount of graffiti that what percentage we're able to do in 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours. Obviously, and Paul, let me know if you disagree, I think that this would result in longer response times based on graffiti, just by the very nature of the decrease that we're facing.
And it's my belief it'll result in a lot more graffiti than just the percentage you don't paint out.
Yeah,
So,
and I do not disagree with you.
We're I'm sure all very nervous about this and the quality of life impact and even crime impact that we see as a result. So we hope we can get a handle on this.
Well, we'll look at LAPD's on the side of maybe some areas where we maybe get some assistance from them as well.
It's a very good point, Mr. Kretz, that there is a multiplier effect that comes from delay, and you end up having geometrically increasing graffiti as well. And did I understand you to say a 6 million square foot reduction because of this reduction in funding?
Yes, we're on for the current fiscal year that we're in right now. We're estimating it by the end of the fiscal year, citywide, we would have removed. Our contractors will have removed 32.8 million square feet of graffiti. Just taking away the $1 million in that one-time funding, which would take us back to our budget from the previous fiscal year, 12-13, OCB crews removed 26.1 million square feet. So this year we've seen an increase of 6 million square feet from last year. Certainly a portion of that is because of the increased funding has allowed us to put more crews on the street. Also, what I'm hearing from all our contractors, and I think most council districts are aware of this too, just for whatever reason, graffiti really seems to be skyrocketing at this time. And you know, there are some walls in the city where our contractors paint the same wall 2 or 3 times a day just to try to stay on top of it.
So, members, I don't know about you, but 6 million square feet of graffiti doesn't have a particular significance to me, so I just did the math, and the visual on that is a 10-foot high wall that's 113 miles long. That's what 6 million square feet of graffiti that we would lose from this reduction in funding would be. Mr. Bonner?
I think the question's been asked and answered. Just to underscore, though, on the graffiti, not only does the existence of graffiti cause more graffiti, but I think it's been demonstrated time and again that it's the broken windows theory at work. If you have graffiti proliferating, you're going to wind up having other blight and crime problems to follow. So we've got to figure out a way to try to plug some of the gap.
And respectfully, I might add, if I may, I call it, I think Paul maybe has a more technical term for it, I call it the Spider-Man effect. It's amazing some of these these folks, that can get up under a bridge, and seemingly, defy gravity and paint in some of these incredible places. We have a specialty services contract of folks with additional, and special equipment that we use, and along with some of the work that we do to protect murals. That's a contract that we would try to leave in place, so that would even with this decrease, it would not affect that contract per se.
Mr. Englander.
First and foremost, let me say that Kevin, you've been a breath of fresh air to work with on a lot of projects, and the board's been incredibly receptive and responsive, and so I want to thank you for your leadership there. As it pertains to this particular discussion on graffiti, there's no question that this is one of the most important first steps in making sure that we keep crime at an all-time low. What graffiti represents and what it does and the cause and effect of that broken window theory that we all know so much about, and ensuring that not only do we clean it up, but you've got to do it in a quick and responsive manner. That time frame is very important. And so with that, since most of these are contracted, although most of the contracts we have are with nonprofits, they work with a lot of at-risk youth, and so there's some other parts of this to think about.
Provide first-time jobs.
So, yeah, you're talking about first-time jobs, but a lot of the ones like New Directions for Youth and others that we contract with, they bring in at-risk youth that work on not only giving them that opportunity of pride, of having a job, of responsibility, of that first job, of showing up and signing up and participating in the community, but these, because many of them have either been on gangs or are close to being in a gang, or whose siblings may be in gangs as well. From my experience, and I work with a lot of them, that if they didn't have that opportunity, if they're not cleaning up the graffiti, then they're out creating the graffiti. And so it's a balance that we've got to look at there as well. I don't know if any of those contracts, if we have the ability to negotiate, I know they're pretty thin already, to try to get a little more out of. That's one thing that I would ask. But then on the flip side of that is also the enforcement. We've done a lot here in the city for creating laws. The city's very good at creating things in terms of laws, but the enforcement part of it, I think we've got to do a better job at. And so maybe it's reaching out as well to LAPD and some others, building and safety, and working with the stores that are selling paint, the spray paint. We've gone as far as ensuring and mandating that they all have signs and they check IDs. And we know full well that just off our ABC compliance for alcohol beverage control, that there's a lot of places that still sell the underage. In terms of selling paint for graffiti, there hasn't been a lot of sting operations, if you will, and I'm not suggesting we do that, but I think a better education and enforcement program to make it harden that target, make it less accessible, might be something we should look at as well. So there may be some different things to look at. Be happy to work with you on that as well.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield.
Great. Thank you. And certainly I want to echo the concerns that everyone's raised in the broken window theory, the whole thing. We're all full subscribers to that theory. And I very much appreciate the follow-up based on our conversation that you're looking into some of the cost recovery methods. And so toward that end, I'd like to get a report back on those possibilities, both the chargeback possibilities, but other creative ways. Maybe there's a way to squeeze this and actually get more money than we're losing. I guess the problem is we had the one-time funding last year that ended. But I mean, have we looked at things like a 50-50 program like we did with sidewalks, but for expedited service or something to that effect? Are there other ways that we can bring in public-private money to infuse into this program that we all know is so good for our youth, but also for enhancing the community? So I'd like to get reports back on that to see if there's things that we can do. And then toward that end, there may be some policy changes that we need to include in this budget that would help make that happen on the cost recovery side of this. You may be able to recover some of the costs, but you may need to ask us for a slight authorization or change in this budget process. And I want to make sure we're on the front end of those creative ideas.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
We
you being here. I don't know if you're planning to stay for the bureaus, but you're welcome to.
I'm hanging. Thank you.
But you're also well covered by some outstanding general managers. So.
Thank you.
And our first will be the Bureau of Sanitation, which will be followed by the Bureau of Street Services. And so as sanitation is working its way up to the front, I'll take the cards on that one. Oh. And our first speaker on sanitation is Carmen Hayes Walker, followed by Simboa Wright. Welcome back.
Hi. In early 2000, the Bureau of Sanitation discussed with AFSCME the hiring of temporary part-time exempt staff in the call center for a specific purpose and for a short period of time. Here we are in 2000. They continue to hire this quote-unquote temporary staff because obviously the work still needs to get done. They have since added a building unit in the call center to handle container building. They now open the call center during off hours for what is referred to as rainy days. And we just met with them where they want to plan to expand the regular amount of days now to 7 days a week by still using the existing, already stretched staff. Clearly, they need to hire full-time civil service workers into this unit. The way we look at it, the Bureau has a history of saying certain new functions are temporary or, quote, pilot programs, but they clearly are not. The work never goes away, but they've never created, and now they've created a huge amount of exempt part-time staff. The citizens of LA deserve a call center who can provide excellent customer service, and it is difficult to do that when there's a revolving door staff.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Simboa Wright, followed by Cash Russell.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Simboa Wright. I'm here with my coworker, Patricia Gonzalez. We're both wastewater collection workers for LA Sanitation. We are charged with protecting public health, public safety, along with the environment. We maintain sewers and storm drains. We have wetlands that we also maintain, and we are faced with a over $900,000 in salary reduction. We really can't do it alone. I mean, we have a large city, as you know. We can't do this alone. We ask that you look at what sanitation is going to present to you, and think about what goes into the storm drains and what comes out. Without us, the ocean wouldn't be blue. It'll actually turn green. So just listen to our director, our assistant directors, and really think about it. And don't let us flood out people's property, because we are expecting El Nino, and we need bodies here. We need civil service wastewater collection workers to maintain this large system that we have. So give us a hand, please, for the city and for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Cash Russell, and then I have a second card for Cash Russell Jr.
Yes. Hello, my name is Cash Russell Jr. I've been a refuse collection truck operator for 18 years. In fact, next week I'll have my 19th year on May 8th. My father was also a sanitation worker, 25 years retired, and my grandfather, heavy duty mechanic. Okay, what I'd like to talk about is we right now have 653 positions designated for sanitation. We're doing a real good job with those 653 positions. However, we have a lot of part-time workers and exempt workers. We need to regularize those guys as soon as possible, because it's very hard to do a safe and sound job while you're part-time and driving different trucks every day, different routes every day. You don't have a stable environment. And that's a very important thing, especially for safety purposes. And we really need to regularize those guys as soon as possible, very soon. The other thing is this, I believe several years ago we received from Street Services the abandoned waste responsibilities. And we really need to make sure that's on par and wherever, up to budget, so we can really do a good job at that. At the same time, regularize employees for that job. And finally, we drive a pretty good sized truck, 26-ton truck. It's basically a mechanical robot, and we really need a very good equipment, LNG, environmentally sound equipment. At the same time, a very safe equipment that has more visibility. I have one of the latest trucks, and it's a big difference. It's very visible. I can see all around me. I can hear things better, and more importantly, it's good for the environment. And that's about all I have right now. And again, I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your comments about your new vehicle, because as chair of this committee, I too often hear the lawsuits that come from vehicle accidents involving sanitation vehicles, and it's really not the operator's fault. It's just this very large vehicle with very limited visibility and interacting with a lot of people on a daily basis. And so it's good to know that the newer vehicles have a much better visibility for you. That makes the public safer, and it helps reduce those sorts of liabilities as well. So I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. Thank you. All right. It's a pleasure to welcome the entire leadership of the Bureau of Sanitation. It's good to have you here. And Mr. Saldivar, I understand that you have a videotape to play. Am I right about that?
Well, not necessarily. It's a video that was to have played yesterday, but the system wasn't working, so I think we felt that we needed to play it, but no.
Okay, then you can just you can do your own version of the videotape then, I guess. So it's a pleasure to welcome you here, and you're welcome to provide whatever comments you'd like about your budget this year, the department, the Bureau's mission, how it's been impacted by the recent year's budgets, and so forth. And then if we can get the video thing taken care of, we will do that at some point.
Very good. I feel like maybe I should take you back on your offer to play the video now, because I don't know that I can do as good a favor. But let me thank you for the opportunity to elaborate a little bit on the background that has led us to this budget year, just in terms of what has gone on over the last 5 years, which you have been at the forefront firsthand in being able to bring the city to fiscal solvency and fiscal resiliency. But, we have endured reductions as every other department. But I'm happy to say that with this budget proposed by the mayor, by Mayor Garcetti, we have just really limited comments with regards to potential reconsideration of the proposals by the mayor. And if I can go over them briefly, I addressed them in my letter to the committee. One of the core programs of the Bureau of Sanitation is the Watershed Protection Program. Now, that entails a number of things, not just watershed-related activities. It also includes flood control activities and maintenance activities. But it is also the program. It's also the program that has the most and the largest growing responsibilities and scope of commitments. Just recently, we had a new permit approved by the Regional Water Quality Control Board, known as the MS4 permit, that regulates all of our stormwater activities. And it stipulates what must be done in relation to being able to operate the storm drain system of the city. We have, for a number of years now, been talking about water quality standards, which are known as TMDLs, total maximal daily loads. Those are also regulatory requirements. There are a total of 22 of them so far already promulgated. PROPO has been of incredible help in being able to help with the compliance with those requirements, and thank you all for that. And Mayor Garcetti, Council President, was a key champion of that initiative, and we're seeing the fruit of it right now. As part of our flood protection mission as well, we always try to anticipate what it would mean to prepare for response levels. As best as we can track weather forecasts, the climatological indicators, in this case ocean temperature and other kinds of indicators, everything's pointing toward an El Nino year, which means heavy storms in Southern California. Now, we have seen some of that in years past, so we have a pretty good idea what that means to be able to be prepared to ensure that there is protection of life and property from a flood control perspective. So it's in that context that I have asked your committee to reconsider or to consider restoring a net reduction of $903,000 in our salaries in our watershed protection program. That's a modest request in the context of the huge responsibilities of this program. They're operational, they're also regulatory. The second point that I have addressed to you in my letter has to do with a very good thing, and that is the mayor's proposal to fund a healthy streets program, essentially abandoned waste and dumping that occurs throughout the city and alleys and streets and other places. Yesterday there was a good discussion in council on a report presented by Councilmember Cedillo with the leadership he showed early on in his administration with regards to the city being able to do more. So there was a very good discussion in the larger context of what it means for the city to have a better way of addressing this problem. So we're very grateful for the mayor including $5 million to fund this program. In the context of that, we have a plan by which we would then make use of the $5 million that we will go over with you as we get into the exchange of question and answer. But in my specific ask, generally we're not going to be asking for any additional positions in relation to this new responsibility, for the most part. Instead, what we're asking is that you give us a lower salary savings rate in our solid resources program. Right now, that program has a 5.6 salary savings rate or vacancy rate. We're asking that you reduce that from 5.6% to 3%. That gives us a net gain of vacant positions that we can fill to be able to do the Healthy Streets program. And when we speak specifically of our plan, about our plan for the $5 million, we will tell you what new positions only new positions we would be asking for resolution authorities. Essentially 4 positions is all we would be asking in relation to the new program. Those are our only 2 basic asks. Hopefully we're making it easy enough for you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bloomfield.
Sure, and want to be supportive of the ask about tell us why was it 5.6% to begin with? And I mean, now bringing it down to 3%.
The overall vacancy rate has been a negotiated number primarily with the CAO, Miguel, and his staff, and what represents an appropriate number. We have argued for a lower number in the past, but we settled for this number in the course of those negotiations.
And the impact on the general fund would be 0, correct?
Yeah, from the perspective of, it'll be 0.
Okay. And I guess maybe as part of the report back, the impact to service levels would be something that would be good to report back, so we can understand exactly how that's going to impact the service level. Would be great, because I think it seems to me like a very good idea, and would love to get a report back on that. One other issue I wanted to bring up: parcels in Los Angeles, and we talked a little bit about this, pay a stormwater pollution abatement fee, specifically for government-owned parcels that are exempt from that. I'm trying to think of new ways to get more money for stormwater. And what I want to do is get a report back on what it would take to remove that exemption, so that some of our other public sector partners out there that are getting the benefit of this would also be able to share in the expense. So what would it take to remove that exemption, the impacts on the general fund, the impact to our SPA programs, what they would be, and what it would mean to other government agencies, to get a report back on that. Great. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you. Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I think I'm pretty much going to confine my questions to Operation Healthy Streets. There's 2 pots of money. There's $3 million in GCP, and that's for Skid Row. And then there's $5 million citywide that's in the UB. And as far as I understood coming into this meeting today, what that was and how that would be spent is still undecided. But the way you described it, it made it sound like the decision has been made that what we talked about in council yesterday is attached to that $5 million.
No, there's the best I could surmise from yesterday's vote by council is that there's a good deal of policy guidance with regards to how this program is going to be monitored over the year with data that comes back to council. Now, what I'm going to present to you right now, if this is the opportune time, on how we are going to propose to you on how that $5 million is to be essentially allocated for what is it that is going to buy.
Yeah, I was going to ask for a report back on that, but if you could give us just a little bit of preview, that'd be great.
So the $5 million, if I can flip over, largely $5 million buys us 2 trains, 2 response trains, 2 crews, if you will. Each one made up of X number of staff, equipment, and other things. Specifically, we would be able to assemble 2 trains, 3 maintenance laborers, 2 RCTOs, that's a truck operator, 1 heavy-duty operator, and 1 environmental compliance inspector, and 1 wastewater worker. That's 1 train. we would fund 2 trains. That would give us 104 weeks in the year. Each train would work 52 weeks out of the year.
Doing what?
Cleanups. And I'll get to the details of what is involved in the cleanups. But let me just sort of, if you allow me, elaborate on just the overall framework. So it's the 2 trains, each one 52 weeks in the year. If you combine the 2, that's 104 weeks in the year. What we are proposing is that there be a minimum number of weeks that is guaranteed for each council district. And we are saying 3 weeks for each council district. This cleanups, Councilmember Bonin, would include not only abandoned waste, but they would also include anything that's related to a homeless encampment that we encounter during the activity of the cleanup. So it will include both. Basic cleanup of abandoned waste as well as the cleanup of a homeless encampment that we encounter. So that's kind of what will be included in the activity and in the operation.
Let me ask this the simplest way possible. Right now, we have in the neighborhoods closest to Venice Beach the same problem they have on Skid Row. Smaller in a more concentrated area. Skid Row gets regular cleaning. At Venice, we have been lucky because your department has been so helpful and cooperative, particularly Adele. Thank you very much. We've been able to get that once a month. Because it is so infrequent, it almost makes no difference because people just move stuff back 6 hours later and they know it's there for another 29 and a half days. Under what you're proposing, how more frequent will that be for that particular problem?
All right. So, and I know you asked us this yesterday. So I think what we would propose that we do with your particular case, whether it's under the context of this program or in the context of tying it to the other $3 million earmarked for Skid Row, that's the Skid Row package, $3 million, because so that we figure out a way to increase the frequency in Venice. That's what we're trying to accomplish here. I think you want us to be able to increase the frequency of the cleanups in Venice. Correct?
Yes.
So we want to get to that point. If under this here, we're saying each council district will get 3 weeks, which is essentially 1 cleanup a month. Now, that doesn't increase the frequency in Venice specifically, because that's essentially what we're doing right now. So, and then that's the basic level of service for each council district. Then we would have the larger portion of the dedication of the crews to be based on demand and based on need. And that would be true of all the council districts. And that's where all the data comes in handy to be able to determine how that rest of the $5 million gets earmarked and allocated to each of the council districts throughout the city. So our goal is to be able to give you a higher frequency of cleanup in Venice. Can I tell you exactly how much more frequently we will do for you right now? I cannot.
Part of the problem here is that this funding got into the budget largely as a result of the concern raised by a number of council members in closed session discussions that I can't really talk about. It was really pressured because so many members felt concerns over the situation with our inability to clean up encampments. Other factors as well, different problems in different districts, but that was a very, very big part of it. And I think that's exactly why this is split into a Skid Row and a non-Skid Row. But we are incredibly restricted, as your department well knows and as Adele well knows, in how we can do a cleanup in Venice. We are effectively assumed to be procedurally under the same restrictions as Skid Row. So I'd like to ask somehow in the report back that before this program gets fully baked, that there's consultation with the city attorney about what needs this program legally needs to help us with. Because in part, this is meant to deal with some of the legal restrictions we have. And if we're not bringing that context in, we're missing the opportunity to deal with some of those legal issues that got us the money in the first place. So I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, how to phrase that, to ask. I'd like the city attorney to help give some input about what some of the imperatives of the program need to be. I'm not sure how to do that for a report back.
And there is some possibility that report might have to be given in part in closed session as well, given the pendency of
I think so, yeah.
litigation. Might be better to craft that as a standalone motion rather than a request for a report back. And you can, if you'd like, you can bring it when we, well, at any time. You could bring it during the course of this hearing or next week when we're discussing reports back.
I think I imagine it would be something to the effect of keep the money in the UB until we've consulted with the city attorney in closed session on details of the program. Something like that.
Let's try to develop that offline rather than wordsmith it just now. But and then we can, if you'd like, we can even schedule the city attorney to come in and discuss it in closed session as well.
That would be very good. Thank you. Okay, I'm good.
Although we might have to agendize that as a special meeting, Matt, given that it doesn't appear on the current agenda. So we'll work out the details of that. Okay. Yes.
I think part of the reason it is in the UB because we realize there are a number of issues that need to get resolved, and so should your council approve the expenditure, it gives more time to sort out exactly some of the issues that you've raised, both in terms of procedurally how the department is going to do the work, but also making sure that it's consistent with some of the legal issues that you raised. So, and I think there was anticipated that it would take some time, to sort some of those issues out.
So, without moving it, the status quo is it's already in the UB. So the question would be what would be the qualifications that would have to be in place before it comes out of the UB, basically.
That's right.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's usually the requirement of a UB. That's why it's there, because it needs to be more fully formed, bring it back to council for a program or something like that. So that's the most appropriate place for it to get the kind of information you want.
Thank you.
Mr. Englander.
Yes.
How you doing? I'm not going to actually go through all the funding questions I've got. I can probably get most of them asked and answered offline. But one of your key metrics, though, say, quote, citywide recycling diversion rate. And so I just wanted to ask why we're trying to divert from recycling. Let you think about that, Enrique.
Reduce,
and then recycle. We're going to recycling diversion. It's a new one.
No, you're right. I think they're used interchangeably, but we should not use them together. So you're correct. It's
put a comma. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, buy a comma. All right. So
we're all about options. So whichever one you like best.
Yes. Thank you. On a serious note, on the commercial recycling development and capital cost, the CRTF funds, there's a $27 million appropriation, and I understood that this actually was going to be cost neutral. So will this be reimbursed? There was going to be no upfront costs, and this is on the franchise. So I guess my question is if this is going to be a reimbursed cost.
In terms of whether the franchise initiative itself.
This is on page 259 of the budget book. I'll tell you what, if you want to report back on that,
yeah,
you can look it up and figure that out. Let me know.
I mean, with regards to the anticipated financial framework of the franchise. The idea is that there's an existing fee of AB 939 fee, which is 10% of gross receipts. That will continue, and then the franchise fee itself is going to be, our estimate is somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 million, depending on what the final percentage of the franchise fee ends up being.
Right.
So,
but this is anticipating a $27 million, I guess, appropriation for the development and capital costs.
Oh.
So, yeah, if you can.
Okay. Very
I don't
good.
know that, yeah, so I know where it's coming from. So the question, though, is it being reimbursed? Because it was supposed to be cost neutral startup. So if that's the case, can you just report back on that?
Sure.
It's only $27 million, but.
Yeah.
Thanks. Minor, but I think we're looking for everything right now. So the $400,000 in GCP appropriations, we had $300,000 for LA shares, and an undesignated amount for the Clean and Green Job Program. So I'm assuming that's the $100,000 balance. Major in the fact that first and foremost, LA Shares is phenomenal and fantastic, and we support them and promote them, and I think we, in fact, under my predecessor, was the one to push helping with financial resources and introducing them to several of the city departments and agencies and getting them very involved. It sounds more of a contribution than or a donation, which is, and again, they're terrific. But we just had a conversation, and I think we're looking at this point in the budget process already for change in the seat cushions for graffiti abatement, and we just had a discussion about 6 million square feet of lost graffiti abatement, and looking for any dime possible. I mean, that would cover almost half of it right there. And I think if we keep that top of mind through the rest of the few weeks of this discussion, and just looking for opportunities to restore some of those funds, and again, not to detract or take away from, maybe there's another opportunity to help great folks like LA Shares, and they're phenomenal. But things that are going to impact and have a direct effect on core functions of public safety and maintaining our communities and our neighborhoods. Just looking at that, I don't know if I even want to ask for a report back, or I'm just making a comment. Maybe it's a motion for a second to ask for a report back. See if there's, I'm not trying to take from one pot or put in another. Just coming off of the conversation of losing money. Now, in context, the $1 million loss, or 1.3 million that were down from graffiti abatement, that was an increase last year that we made during the budget process. It wasn't the baseline, but it's needed desperately. And as we had the commission president up here just a moment ago, suggesting that not only could that cause that 6 million in less graffiti, being 6 million square feet and less graffiti being painted out, it would also potentially cost more time in getting people to respond to do the same thing. I'll leave that out there as possibly a report back on, are there opportunities like that we should consider?
All right. Anything else, members? Mr. Kratz?
So I've got a few questions. What's the current status of us addressing our federally mandated TMDL requirements, which I think come due in 2016?
Yes, I alluded to some of that in my opening comments. Councilman Adele is the Assistant General Manager whose responsibility it is to ensure that we stay in compliance, or at least on track to be in compliance, and we are growing increasingly worried about doing either or both. That means on track toward compliance or even in compliance. So Adele, if you can please elaborate.
Sure. You know, it's a huge challenge. I think water quality is an essential key component for the quality of life in the city and the economic restoration and the creating jobs and the economy. But the first thing is quality of our water quality and protection of water quality and compliance. Enrique mentioned we have 22 TMDLs, or total maximum daily loads. We project the cost of complying over the next 20 years to be $8 billion with a B. We have a new permit, and the thing that we're able to put into the new permit is the new concept of managing stormwater, and not just look at it from water quality, but actually as a water supply and greening communities and improving quality of life. So one thing that we have embarked on as a requirement of the permit is to develop what we call enhanced watershed management plans, which is looking at each of the watersheds and developing a plan to look at how we manage runoff in a way to capture, infiltrate, and reuse, and that would give us compliance. We have not increased our funding for the stormwater program since 1992. It has been at $30 million for the last since 1992. The demands have went probably more than 10-folds, I would say more 50-folds. So there's a huge concern of compliance, and Proposition O have helped us in terms of kind of starting the process of compliance, including the trash TMDL, which we were able to install a lot of the catch basin screens to comply with trash. We also built some projects to address the dry weather bacteria in the Santa Monica Bay, and we're addressing some of these projects. But there's a huge requirements that we have to do, and it's something that we have to look at, and we want to have a discussion and a dialogue as to the best way to do it. As you know, the county had a measure a few years ago that did not go anywhere. And I think with this opportunity of increased awareness of the value of that water and what it means, I think with the enhanced watershed management plans and the awareness of the value of water to the city, and especially in the drought and making us more resilient, I think we need to look at ways to address that. And the start is to complete these plans that we have in place. Right now we have no dollars for any capital investment in the proposed budget, and also even the maintenance of the existing facilities has suffered over the last few years because of the vacancy that we had in our position and the inability to fill the positions because of the limited funding we had. So our operations staff levels at 50% vacant. That impacts our flood control ability, maintenance abilities, and the compliance, the basic compliance with the water quality. But I think the exciting thing is the plan that we're developing through a collaborative effort with our neighbors in the watershed is developing plans that would really manage water in a holistic manner that hopefully will get some support from our community members and the policymakers to figure out a way how we can fund this, because this is really something that we have to do and to comply with, especially if it's providing additional benefits.
Now, I'm not sure I completely understood this. The $8 billion, is this the money it will cost us to come into compliance, or is this the amount of money we'd be fined if we're not in compliance?
The $8 billion is an estimate that we have for implementation cost for compliance. The cost for non-compliance could be much higher. I mean, every day of non-compliance for every constituent in every water body, it's about $30,000 a day a constituent. I'm not sure how many constituents we have and how many water bodies we have, but they can add up to a lot of money. So it's, but I think the benefit of the implementation for water quality, but also the bigger picture of providing a holistic solution for water supply and greening communities and managing that as a resource, I think that's really where we're heading into, and this is really the future of what we need to do.
Well, I'm obviously excited about the environmental side, but I'm somewhat horrified about the budget side. How would we ever pay for $8 billion worth of expenses? You're talking about over a 20-year period, I think you said?
That's correct.
Yeah. I mean, that's a massive amount of money. Does the sum or all of this come out of the general fund? Because I don't see how the city could, from its general fund, spend $8 billion, and it would only be worse, as you say, if we don't do it.
Well, we don't certainly want to give the committee any more worries on the general fund. It is a potential outstanding liability to the general fund to the extent that the compliance is on the city. But, I think it's been very, very fruitful that our relationship with the regulators, be it the Regional Water Quality Control Board or the State Water Resources Control Board, and for that matter, U.S. EPA, where they have worked with us in being able to have more of a general approach to compliance without it being zinged or entirely based on numerical compliance. Because if they were to just go on numerical compliance in many of the TMDLs, we probably would not be in full compliance at this point. But that kind of relationship has been beneficial. We nurture it, we cultivate it, and we intend to do that. And if need be, at some point, and you should expect that from us, that if we need to challenge the validity of any of the TMDLs that have yet to be promulgated, that we will do so. And so I think it's important to know that in the reasonableness approach with the regulators, that you expect us to also be upholding of the interest of the city, because $8 billion is a lot of money.
No, I mean, I knew it was above $1 billion. When you said $8 billion, honestly, I almost passed out. I mean, I don't know what the city would do if it had an extra obligation of $400 to $500 million a year over the next 20 years. I don't know how we meet that. So it's probably too complicated an issue to just answer, but I wonder if you could come back with a report letting us know how we solve this, what we should be doing to fund the new steps. I mean, I don't know if we should have an item that costs $200 or $300 or $400 million in this budget to get a start, or not. I don't have a sense of it because it's just so. Yes, I agree. I agree. It wouldn't be this year, but that's such a massive number. It's hard to wrap my head around exactly how much of that we're really going to have to spend. Whether we can work our way around it and extend it with regulators, whether some things we don't wind up having to do and some things we do. But this seems like an issue that we can't ignore, or we could really be in a massive fiscal hole.
Well, and you have, addressed it in some ways. You supported us in our joint efforts with the county, which unfortunately did not lead to a ballot measure as it was initially conceived. Councilmember Blumenfield's instructions on the report back with regards to this exemption in the existing SPA fund is also a great first step. Potentially that could lead to some revenue, and that would help. And so, I think I agree with you. It's a discussion that probably belongs in a different, larger venue and outside of this year's budget. But it is a huge looming responsibility.
Well, now that I'm ready to pass that, I'll ask you a few other questions that are less fiscally disastrous. I know we're expecting an El Nino weather pattern. Are there any short-term projects we can roll out quickly to try to take advantage of that and capture some of that rainfall?
Councilmember, if I may yield to Deputy Mayor, he had a comment on the
last
previous.
Please.
With due respect, recognizing the time limitations that we're focused on this year's budget, it has been difficult for me to get my head wrapped around, using your phraseology, council member, the lack of a 5-year capital program for the city of Los Angeles, the lack of a comprehensive capital improvement program. That's why we're in the shape we're in with streets and sidewalks. That's why council members are championing long-term approaches to these kind of fiscal deficits. That's why the chair has been continually raising the issue of deferred maintenance. We have been focused a lot, understandably and naturally, on the operating deficit. The CAO has been diligent and tenacious in helping understand the long-term implications of that. Many of you have been very focused on the pension long-term obligations, but the significance of the capital program, which is in all funds, DWP, airport, sanitation, and the general fund, that is a staggering number, and the fact that we don't total it up doesn't make it go away. So I hope that we'll be able, in this administration, to begin to get our arms around some of these longer-term capital needs, so we're beginning to do the things that should have been done years and decades ago, so your council wouldn't be inheriting the legacy of deferred maintenance.
Although it's one thing to have some deferred maintenance and to have to come up with a plan, at our leisure, at whatever pace we decide is the intelligent way to go. It's another one to have a deadline that's not very far off for this kind of dollar amount. So it's a lot more terrifying. I mean, if you don't get your streets fixed in the next 5 years, you can get them fixed in the next 10 years. But if you owe $8 billion and you have a deadline that's this looming, I think this should be one of our top priorities. Certainly should be figuring this out and making sure we truly have a handle on it, so we don't wind up with an $8 billion surprise somehow. Now back to the more mundane question of El Nino and whether there are any projects that we could roll out to quickly capture some of that anticipated rainfall.
Yes, we have a number of projects underway funded by Propo. Not all the Propo projects are built yet, so some are in the pipeline. But be assured that there's about 40 projects, most of which would make use of stormwater capture already in the ground. So, when the rainy season comes around, those are ready to go and ready to capture stormwater. So that's the upside. With regards to what we can ramp up under new construction, it comes back to the challenges of the Stormwater Pollution Abatement Fund being overly challenged, and we will not have an ability to ramp up anything any more quickly.
All right, thank you.
Okay, just a couple of kind of narrow points for me before we wrap up. First, it appears that the Bureau has quite a number of funded, unfilled vacancies, 450 or so vacancies as of the end of this coming fiscal year. So I'd like to get a report back, if I could, on what you consider to be the most important priorities for filling those vacancies, and what are the obstacles that you're facing in order to get them done. And if you'd care to give me a quick statement now.
Can I answer some of those right now?
You bet.
No, I'm just I think,
as long as you have the opportunity to answer it in front of Mr. Santana, yes, absolutely.
No, I told Miguel that, I mean, as we speak, we're negotiating on some positions right now with Karen and Rick and Miguel here, all three at the table. I was joking yesterday with Rob and the CAO. So
can't you pass around the table of all of our approval requests to the managed hiring committee and get all three of them to sign them while they're all three at the table? So, in fact, can I bring that table out right now? So, I think, we're trying to find that balance between the larger, greater interest of the city and those of the selfish interests of my department. But we do believe that we have quite a bit of room to be able to afford to hire more positions of the 400 and some that you indicated. And we ask, and thank you for the report back, because we will be able to point to you that we are well funded to and have the need, most importantly, for the positions.
Okay. Well, yes, if you could include that in the report back. And then I assume that all of those priority positions are included in your hiring plan for the next fiscal year, which has already been submitted as well, correct?
Yes.
So, okay, good. And then, the status of Lifeline, the Lifeline program in the SWRF. A year or so ago, I think we addressed the issue of the departments ensuring that people who are currently participating in the Lifeline program were in fact still eligible. And there was quite some backlog of verifications. I think we've gone far in trying to catch up with that and ensuring the eligibility of the participants, but perhaps we can have a report back on the current rate at which subscribers are being added, whether there's a waiting list, and the status of the Bureau's efforts to ensure that everyone who is on the list is in fact, or is participating, is in fact eligible to participate. And then, if you could also please give a report back on the addition of 2 new resolution authorities to the Bureau's departmental personnel ordinance at the level of Solid Resources Manager 1 and Solid Resources Manager 2 to be funded by the Multifamily Bulky Item Revenue Fund. We need to proceed quickly, I think, with those positions because of some litigation matters, and so it would be, I would appreciate a report back on their cost and, well, really just on their cost.
Yes.
Thank you. Anything else, members?
One other question.
Yes, Mr. Kretz.
How is our commercial waste hauling zero waste program being staffed, and how is that moving along? Is managed hiring impacting it, et cetera?
Well, those are the 16 positions I was talking about earlier that we have good indication from the managed hiring committee. We need those positions filled desperately. We are now in the highest demand of the development of the initiative, highest staffing demand, that is, because as we're going to be releasing the RFP come next month in June, and gearing up toward the evaluation, the review process, it's an incredible demand of staff. So I without implicating the managed hiring committee here, I'm hoping, maybe they can help me answer right now, I'm hoping that we can get those approved this week.
Just to be clear, so in August of last year, managed hiring approved 90% of all the requests made. That included 2,484 positions. We received 2 weeks ago requests for the positions that you just mentioned, and on Monday, my staff had an opportunity to meet with the Bureau staff to clarify some of the questions we had, and so we anticipate managed hiring will be approving those, or considering those rather, in the next, probably by the end of this week or early next week.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Members, anything else? Very good. Thank you, Mr. Saldivar. I appreciate it. And to you and your staff, thank you for your great work. and for your participation today. Look forward to hearing your reports back.
Thank you.
That brings us next to street services, which will be followed by engineering, street lighting, and contract administration members, and we will complete those 4 bureaus in the next, between now and 7 o'clock, and I think we're on good pace to do so. Okay, so I'm going to start first with the public comment cards on street services, and the first speaker will be Art Sweatman, followed by Jim McQuiston. Mr. Sweatman, welcome.
My name's Art Sweatman. I'm a tree surgeon for the Bureau of Street Services Urban Forestry Division. I work out of CD5 and CD11. I get to speak to your constituents on an everyday basis, and they talk to me about their concerns. They talk to me about streets. They talk to me about sidewalks. They talk to me about maintenance of their trees. Now, we know that the top 2 requests at the 311 system are trim my trees and fill my potholes. Well, the budget that you have in front of you this year doesn't reflect those concerns. We see a lot of funding for resurfacing, which is a necessary task. It's very important, but we don't see the same attention being put on tree maintenance. And tree maintenance is more than just trimming trees, right? We have a number of trees dying right now at a high rate that need to be addressed. We have a number of stumps in neighborhoods that have been sitting there for years without really any crews to address them, and they can be hazardous and a nuisance to the public. We need to do something about that. Now, this year we have $4 million being proposed to trim 40,000 trees by contract. We need to take some of that money and use that to hire staff to address some of these issues. Contractors are not going to address the issues of dead tree removals. We have sanitation trucks, we have resurfacing equipment, we have sweepers that need to get through streets, and they can't get through them with our tree branches in the way. We need to do something about that. Your citizens are looking to you and elected you to address all their concerns. This is a huge concern for everybody, and we'd like to partner with you to do something about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweatman. Before you go away, Mr. Kretz had a follow-up question for you.
Uh-oh.
I hear that a fair number of trees are dying. Do we know why that is?
There's a number of diseases right now. There are some parasites that are attacking the trees right now, and so it's causing them to just die at a high rate. And we need to address that because, I mean, we're looking within the next few years of having about 40,000 trees just kind of die all at once. And if we don't do something about it, these trees will go down on their own, and that's not something that we want to happen.
Do we have any sense of whether this is climate change related or no?
It's really, it has to do with parasites being imported in. I mean, there's just things that happen. Possibly climate change could have something to do with it, but there's just a number of factors. We don't have trees in this city that are really native to this city. So, they adapt in different ways. Some of them grow better in this climate than others.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jim McQuiston, and Mr. McQuiston will be followed by Jay Handel.
Jim McQuiston. First, people who don't know, I want to read this. This is out of 11 Attorney General 230, which anybody can look up. The California Attorney General said, since the lot owners may be compelled per state and city law to assume the cost of fixing the sidewalks themselves, the propriety of city's sidewalk reconstruction or repair without requiring reimbursement may be open to question as a gift of public money. And he quoted Constitution Art 4, Section 31. This is a problem. I guess I'll have to just speak up. The public right-of-way enforcement item, I already discussed under transportation that I couldn't understand why that was part of street services when the enforcement people were out on the street from Department of Transportation. I do have some more information in my thing that I've distributed to you. I won't bother with that, but I did want to make that on the record so people who don't know that they own the sidewalks know that they're supposed to take care of them too.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jay Handel, followed by Sid Mansoudian.
Good almost evening. Jay Handel, co-chair of the Budget Advocates for this year. Reset the clock, please, or it'll interrupt me. Thank you. Actually, the only thing we really want to say about street services is bravo. This is an investment. This general manager is someone to invest in. Performance-based budgeting has been proven through street services. This is a department who does way more with way less in the most untenable situations. We would certainly urge you to give as much as you humanly can. We understand to save our streets. We understand there's this whole big, how are we going to fund it? And it seems like that's going to take some time to figure out based on all the things we're working on. And hopefully we'll move that through and fix our streets and our sidewalks. In the meantime, with general funding that we would have available, what you see with this department and this general manager is for every dollar you give him, you probably get about $8 back. So our suggestion as budget advocates is be as generous as humanly possible with this man. Don't let him go away, and let's emulate this throughout the rest of our departments, because we will have a much better city in the long run if we do so. Thank you.
I think maybe we should adjourn right now. All right, our next speaker is Sid Mansoudian, followed by Jim Francis.
Sid Mansoudian, advocate for 600 San Vincent Court project. I concur with the last speaker. Mr. Saucedo has been exemplary. I met him multiple times, and we had very good discussions. But unfortunately, there are a couple of other issues that are present to my project, which he came into this position where this thing was done prior to his positioning as being the manager, is that 10 years ago, as you all know, the Street Services has conducted a major construction at a tune of $460,000 by redeveloping or redoing the entire alley with its sidewalks, the curbs, the gutters, which the funds were available at the time by Jan Perry, used to be at District 9, that brought the money and was placed into District 14. Unfortunately, because my project is very sensitive, politically sensitive, I got to know this after 14 months between District 14 and, of course, incoming Mayor Garcetti, is this, that I did my best to find the records. Where did this money go, how it was disturbed, and where are the plans of construction, and who was involved in all phases of the completion of this construction. Because fortunately is that at the time when this construction was done, according to my records, that the curb and the gutters were removed. And when the curb and a gutter is removed on any construction aspect, you got to bring it up to code. Up to code means that circular driveway and hammerhead is required. But unfortunately, those did not become priorities when the Street Services Bureau did this project. Now that I'm heading this project, I came to a dead end because one of the requirements is hammerhead or circular. Otherwise, everybody's confused how to approve this project. Thank you very much for your time.
Perfect. Great. Thank you. Thank you. Our final speaker is Jimmy Francis. Mr. Francis, welcome.
How you doing? My name is Jimmy Francis. I'm currently in transitional motor sweep operator for resurfacing. I used to be with Urban Forestry for approximately 5 years. Now I'm with resurfacing. I want to talk about the aging workforce of resurfacing. within the next couple of years, approximately we're going to lose a high percentage of a workforce at resurfacing. Right now, we have a very low number of workers right now at resurfacing. And all of us, we drive on the streets of LA every single day, and we know that the streets have to be repaired. By funding resurfacing and getting more workers out there, we can do a lot more. And it's a savings to the taxpayers by repairing a lot of the streets we can do. Repairs on far as cars. And like I said, it's a dwindling workforce. And I figure within the next 5 years, I figure about 60, maybe 75% of the workforce is going to be retiring. And the knowledge and experience these people have over the years will be gone if you don't replace the workers and let them teach the new people that's coming in by the knowledge they had over the years that could be passed on. I want to thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I guess on that point, Mr. Saucedo, welcome first of all. But I would like to get a report back on long-term vulnerabilities that the Bureau faces because of attrition and retirement because of the aging workforce, and what the longer-term plan will be to help address that situation. But with that, I want to welcome you and thank you and your staff for being here, and thank you for the letter that you submitted prior to today's hearing. If there's any introductory comments you'd like to make about your budget and the services that you provide, I'd be happy to hear them.
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable Budget and Finance Committee members. Before I start, let me introduce my team. I am here with my Assistant Directors, Ron Olive and Joseph Cruz. I also have my Acting Chief MA, Victoria Villa Agustin, and my guru in terms of efficiency, standards, and quality, Mr. Greg Spots, the Division Manager of the Methods and Standards Division. First and foremost, I want to take the opportunity to thank the Mayor's budget team for their receptiveness and their responsiveness. I must say that we had a good time discussing our proposed budget. In this case, of course, our performance-based budget. I also want to thank the individuals that took the time this afternoon to speak highly about what the men and women of the Bureau of Street Services perform every single day. I appreciate the kind words, but those words have to go to my employees, the men and women that work very hard every single day to provide quality street services. The Mayor's proposed budget clearly solidifies the city's commitment to delivering basic services. The budget also allows the Bureau of Street Services to continue its mission of providing quality street services in a timely and efficient manner. The budget provides funding for approximately $165 million. In addition, there are $27 million in the UB to be used for pavement preservation and for sidewalk repair. The proposed budget provides funding for 2,200 lane miles of pavement preservation, but establishes a goal of achieving 2,400 lane miles. I know very well that the Mayor knows that BSS is responsive, innovative, and efficient, and that is the reason why the Mayor challenged the Bureau of Street Services to identify opportunities within the organization and outside the organization to cut the unit costs of pavement preservation and consequently increase the pavement preservation outcomes. So the Bureau is working very closely right now with the Mayor's office, the CAO, and we are discussing the necessary resources to go from 2,200 funded lane miles to 2,400 lane miles at the end of the fiscal year. There's also funding in the budget for tree trimming, $4 million for contract tree trimming. I am asking you to consider splitting part of that money. So part of the tree trimming is performed using city forces, perhaps $500,000, perhaps $1 million. And the reason why I'm saying this is because the contractual process is very cumbersome. It takes a lot of time, 6 months, 7 months, and we need tree trimming sometimes today, yesterday, a week ago. And the other thing, of course, is that events like the ones we're experiencing right now with a lot of wind, no one can predict them. And we need to have the ability to trim trees every single day. And tree forces will allow you and to prioritize approximately, if we were to utilize $500,000 of this allocation, it will allow you to trim approximately between 150 and 200 trees at any given time within your council district. So I ask you to consider that option so we can provide tree trimming to you at any given time. One thing that this budget did not provide is funding for median islands. As you will know, we have approximately 11 million square feet of landscape medians throughout the city. That's equivalent to approximately 250 football fields. In order for us to properly maintain those medians every 2 weeks, we need funding of approximately $2.1 million this year. Given the ongoing financial challenges of the city, the Bureau recognizes that cuts are inevitable, and this year the budget includes the elimination of 5 vacancies within the engineering division. And with that, council members, I'm ready to answer some of your questions.
Thank you very much. We'll start with Mr. Blumenfield.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And we really appreciate the work that you do, and it is the core of constituent services. About 30% of the calls that we get in my office, and we track all that, is street services issues. A couple of questions. One, the metric for lane miles. I understand, and I'm a big advocate of performance budgeting or performance-informed budgeting. I worry a little bit about that as the sole metric because it incentivizes us just to get those lanes done and not necessarily to maximize where the biggest problems are, because it's a lot harder to do the failed streets and everything else. So I don't know if I'd like to get a report back on the reasons for the metrics, or if there are different metrics that could be used that could also incorporate some of the benefits that we get from fixing failed streets, albeit more expensive, and I understand the rationale for end of life and working on the streets that we can extend those lives, but I still want to see that metric brought into it. Similarly, I'm very concerned about the loss of the median, as well as the not funding for technology acquisition, which can be a multiplier. So I want to get a report back on those 2 items in particular in terms of what the implications of that loss would be. The tree trimming, I very much like the idea of dedicating some of that money to hire folks in-house to do direct work. In fact, I'd like to get that number up as high as possible. We've had in my office complaints about some of and we've talked about this, about some of the contractors. And so I want to get a report back on how we monitor the quality of those contractors, but also just the idea that if we had a larger in-house pool, not just for the emergency strike force, so to speak, which is a great idea, but maybe also having some in-house folks who could be worked into the regular routine of things, how that might help benchmark quality and cost. Because I fear that we may, without having that capacity in-house, we have nothing to judge our contractors against, and we may be suffering because of it. And any way we can maximize efficiency, we want to do that. So to get a report back on that. And we've talked a lot about different materials for sidewalks and for streets. A report back on the different materials, how we can maximize the bang for the buck. I know that sometimes it costs more up front, but we have a longer term in terms of the maintenance, lower costs, and get a report back on the cost-benefit analysis of the different materials. And also if there's ways to use that, different materials as a way to get revenue. For example, with DWP, we've looked to them in other areas, but we're helping their mission of groundwater recharge. And there's got to be some way to monetize that, whether it's a chargeback of some sort or some sort of MOU where we can offset some of the costs of some of these unique materials because we're serving a purpose that is not part of street services. So I wanted to get a report back on those type of creative ideas that can help us get that kind of funding. And that's it. And I just want to, again, thank you for the work that you do.
Well, thank you very much, Councilman. We will be more than happy to provide that information. It's almost readily available, so we should be able to provide that information in a short period of time.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you. And Nazario, thank you. I know we've gotten into the habit of complimenting general managers today for their ability to do more with less. It's a phenomenon that is going around, but you always help get to yes. You have been phenomenal to me, to my staff, to my predecessor, to our district. I cannot be more grateful for what you do. Thank you. Quick question on the pavement preservation. I think this sort of dovetails on what Bob was asking about. Very curious to see how we're going to do more with the same. We're going to do 200 more miles. Are we doing that because we're doing narrower streets? Are we doing more slurrying? So I'd like to see that addressed specifically in the report back that Mr. Blumenfield asked for. When we talk about metrics on that, Mr. Blumenfield said the number of miles we do may not be the best metric. Other metrics to look at and to have factored in the equation is at the end of the year, what percentage of our streets are A and B, or at the end of the year, what percentage of our streets have improved a letter grade. In terms of tree trimming, I totally support your effort to bring as much of it in-house as possible. The folks who do the trimming for our city know what they're doing, and they're skilled and they're professional, and we can monitor the quality of their work. I have had nothing but bad reports about the contract services we're using. Check out the Yelp reviews of some of the agencies we've hired to trim our trees. Really bad. Using gas-powered leaf blowers, which we're not supposed to be using, while they're doing it. Hat racking trees, topping trees, doing things during nesting season. I guess Mr. Blumenfield asked for the report back on how we monitor, but I especially want it to include their compliance with our trimming standards, and particularly curious about the nesting season provision, because I know that we have strict rules that we've worked out with Audubon Society and others over the years, and how well those are applied. A question on tree trimming. We've switched to basically, we went from trimming a lot to trimming just emergency to emergency plus some scattered grids. If we have it, I'd like to see a report on if we have any metrics on how much of an increase we have seen since we've made that transition in tree-related injuries or property damage on public or private property as a result of our cutbacks. And then my question is, what defines an emergency tree trimming now?
I think you just covered a very, very important point that a lot of times we don't think about it until we come to closed session here to discuss the dollar amount of the claim. Unfortunately, when we don't trim trees, we're only increasing the risk. I don't really have the numbers, and I'm going to have to work with the city attorney's office to determine the number to create a correlation between the lack of trimming and the alleged increase on the number of claims and liability. Certainly, when we get a call through 311, and just so you know, in the last 3 days, we have received over 1,000 tree-related calls, especially in the valley. For those council members who are in the valley, they know that the wind is blowing, I mean, extremely, extremely hard right now. When we get a call through the radio room or through 311, we don't sort based on the description given by the resident. We immediately inspect. We try to inspect things because we understand that some people don't have the ability to properly describe the emergency. Some people describe it, some people over describe it. So what we do is we attend to all of these calls. We try to respond immediately. Our first goal is to make the streets safe and passable, accessible, especially to emergency vehicles, fire, police. And a lot of times what we do on the same day is do what we call cut and stack. Basically, we cut it, we stack it, and we leave it there on the parkway. And then subsequently, a different crew will come and pick it up. That is our first line of response. But going back to your question, Councilman, all the calls that are deemed emergencies are inspected as soon as possible. We don't make any segregation based on the description.
But not everything gets trimmed unless we deem it to be an emergency. So if it's blocking a traffic signal or a stop sign, that's an emergency, gets trimmed. I understand if there's a bee's nest or something in it, that also gets trimmed.
That is correct. In addition to emergencies, we get those calls that you just mentioned, Councilman. Those are the ones we call safety related. Mm-hmm. When we have a branch partially blocking a stop sign, a traffic light, we immediately respond to those as well. I mean, typically within the next 24 hours, those situations are addressed.
Mr. Sweatman, who I had the pleasure of working a few hours with last summer, talked in response to Mr. Koretz's question about the number of trees in our urban forest that are dead or dying, and that number is proliferating. When someone calls to report my tree is dying and I'm afraid this branch is going to fall on my car, at what point do we consider that something that we trim in response to a call?
Well, again, when we get those calls, those automatically give us a red flag. When a resident calls and says, my tree is in bad shape, it's unstable, or it appears to be dead, based on the resources available, we try to attend immediately. We try to go to the location and assess using the judgment of a certified arborist. We try to address the situation immediately. Our operators are trained to ask questions, and typically what we tell our operators is to try to, obtain as much information as possible, but inevitably residents will not learn to or will not know how to recognize if there's an imminent unsafe condition. For the same reason, we encourage people through 311 to our social media, when in doubt, don't hesitate, don't ignore it, call it, report it. That's what we do all the time. And when people call, once again, to the best of our abilities, based on the current resources that we have, we respond as soon as possible.
I think probably many of my colleagues would agree that we don't have a problem getting people to call.
Yes.
The problem is getting the thing trimmed when we get there. If someone wants to trim a tree themselves on the public right-of-way, we will give them a permit for that, yes?
That is correct. And the purpose of doing that, the permit is free, by the way, okay. But the purpose of doing that is to ensure that the company that will perform the work will do it based on ISA standards, International Society of Arboriculture standards.
I'm going to use a street as an example. I've mentioned it talking about the fire department, but I'll use it again. Mandeville Canyon Road in Brentwood. DWP comes in and often will trim the top of the tree just so that it doesn't touch the utility lines. LAFD will come in and have someone trim underneath so that a emergency response vehicle can get through. If the resident nearby pays extra to that contractor, they'll trim the whole tree. DWP won't. Then you guys will come and there'll be an emergency response. Something's blocking the stop sign at Mandeville and Sunset, for instance. Have we ever considered consolidating the tree trimming function so that we have one tree trimming unit?
It was considered before, and by all means, we should try it again. We should try to see if there's an opportunity right now to create efficiencies by consolidating the service. I can tell you, Councilman, that, for example, there's a reason why DWP performs their own tree trimming. Obviously, you have to be certified to be working within 18 inches of the power lines. A handful of our guys are certified, but not everyone.
Right.
So we would have to provide the training to our staff to be certified to perform that kind of work.
So if you could report back on the potential for coordination and efficiencies, that would be very good.
Will do.
On median islands, I'm wondering if, since we're talking about DWP, CAO or your office could find out if there's any potential for DWP to help with funding of median island repair. A lot of the issues we have there are broken irrigation systems, and I'm wondering if that's something that perhaps DWP could step up and help us with. And final thing is current information when we do outreach. Some of our internet communications and some of our phone lines are a little outdated. If you get a posted notice for a tree trimming here or a tree removal hearing, it refers you to a website that sends you to a series of websites, to another website, internal website, and it's a bit outdated. I think it was designed by like a 7th grader in 1994 or something. I'd like you guys to take a look at revising that. The other thing is a couple phone lines you guys have. My staff just sent me this a little bit ago. There's a line for street services request, 473-4141, and it says, please don't leave a message here. Someone is always available to pick up the phone. Unfortunately, the phone just rings once, so sometimes we miss the call, so hang up and call back, please. We might be able to do something a little bit more customer friendly. The other is the 485-5667. It says, hi, you've reached asphalt seal protection. Our number has changed. Please call. It gives another number. Don't leave a message at this number. This mailbox is not monitored. But that number that I just listed is the one that is on your posted notices. So we're posting a notice to a dead phone line. So if we could just update that and maybe do a review of what the numbers are that we're posting and update them and make sure they're current.
Well, thank you for sharing that information with me, Councilman. That's news for me. But and I'll make sure that within 1 week, all those numbers are updated, corrected, and eliminated if we have to eliminate them.
That'll probably be faster than I'm able to fix the broken fax machine in my office that Mr. McQuiston called me out on yesterday. Thank you.
Mr. Englander?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
If you're ready.
Well, I think the tree questions have been asked and answered, so I'm not going to shake that tree again.
Oh, go ahead. Go out on a limb.
I'll leave that alone. All right. I always can. All right. It's been a long day. I guess we start off with accolades, but I don't think you and I have ever met. I'm kidding. There's one general manager I think I talk to every other day for the last year and a half at least. And you had some big shoes to fill with your predecessor, as did I. And you've done a great job. Really, truly appreciate it. Couple things I'm not going to get into because it's not really the time or discussion on one of the joint projects that we're considering. But I do want to talk about the medians for a second and revisit that for a moment. I know there was some report back requests already, and you said it was 11 million square feet, $2.1 million. The 11 million square feet in medians, is that the total square footage of medians we have citywide, or is that what we've been maintaining last year?
That is what we maintain as a bureau. There are some medians that are being maintained by bids, by organizations, homeowners associations, but 11 million square feet is the number of medians that the square footage that we maintain, meaning the Bureau of Street Services.
Because I'm not sure what the 2.1 million was, quite frankly, was getting us to begin with. We've always had issues with medians in my district where the irrigation systems are long gone and broken. The 2.1 million was never for any replacement costs. It might have been some minor cleaning up, perhaps, but we've had all kinds of issues for many, many years. This is something that you didn't create, but you inherited. It's been a long time of neglect and deferred maintenance that have now turned into capital improvement projects and people trying a lot of different things. It's only with areas that have bids that maintain them. And so I'm not sure even just of a restoration. I think a revisit of a plan, a strategic plan. What can we do differently? And I don't know that it's just putting in irrigation systems, but maybe it's different types of landscaping. I mean, something else to meet our TMDLs, other types of out-of-the-box thinking. Maybe there's some Measure O funds where those are great places for stormwater capture. I think we've got to rethink that space. And that's what I'd like to see come back. And maybe that's a throw out to the board to look at as a project, that maybe there's a way that we can come up with some different design elements that are cost effective. Perhaps there are adopt-a-medium programs that businesses and others can do for some signage, as we did Adopt a Road, if they incorporated certain elements. But I think we need a little more focus on that. And I don't think we can just ignore it or just try to restore the funds. We have to do something. Mm-hmm. And so I'd like to see something come back. And I just don't know what exactly that is. I think we've got to put some minds together and figure that out. There's enough people that have enough interest in that. So, okay. And moving on to that, also what you got in your memo that you were cutting out was the homeless encampment cleaning, debris removal and cleaning of alleys, and illegal dumping. So all of those are completely eliminated, and are there other departments that fulfill some of those roles as well, or are you it?
Those services were actually eliminated this fiscal year. The 28 unfunded positions that we had in our lot cleaning division were eliminated during the 2013-2014 budget deliberations. So this year we asked if it was possible to restore the positions so we could bring those services back. And unfortunately, the 28 positions were not funded. So I'm just making reference to the point that those services are no longer being provided. And from what I understand, some of these services are being provided, like the cleaning of the alleys, in support with the Bureau of Sanitation.
Yes. So we have other departments that was making a point, picking up the slack or dumping, if you will, on some of those elements. Okay. And I know we have funded it as well as out of discretionary pots of funds and other funding opportunities, additional crews and things like that to do that. On the one of the things on the slurry program, I believe it was item 19. Well, let me reference in your letter, and you talked about it as well. The proposed budget provides for 2,200 lane miles of pavement preservation and establishes a goal of achieving 2,400 lane miles. How do you have a goal of something you're not funded for? I guess that's not your goal. That's the mayor's budget that you were pointing out. So maybe I can ask the mayor's office. How can the mayor's budget ask them to achieve a goal of 2,400 lane miles, but then only budget for 2,200? Is it? I don't know what corners we're cutting. That's a red flag to me.
I talked about it in the opening discussion of the budget, and our goal
on day one.
On with day one.
Oh, I'd have to roll back the 6-hour tape, but no, I'm kidding. It was good. Okay, so walk me through this part.
Sure. We've been working, as you've been working, on this enormous challenge.
Yes.
And Councilmember Blumenfield talked about the trade-offs between pothole repair. We do 350,000 potholes a year, which is the single most expensive way to keep our streets in good shape, but is the most urgent because we don't want cars having their tires crash into the big holes. Then there's slurry seal, there's repaving, there's reconstruction. There's a whole range, as you very well know, of how to do that.
I know it better than I care to. Yes.
And so we've been talking about ways in which different scheduling, different kinds of mixes of the way in which we maintain the streets can stretch our dollars to have the maximum impact given the magnitude of the challenge. And
so when you're saying different mixes, when you define that,
I would define it as you can fill potholes, you can slurry seal, you can reconstruct, you can repave, and there are different ways, different streets, different widths of streets. All of those things come into play along with, as I said before, how we schedule these things so we can minimize overtime, for example. So what we're trying to do, and this is not unique. We're not trying to do this here. We're trying to do this in every aspect of city government by setting goals through the same process of CompStat, which we share and individually and collectively champion. Can we get more bang for the buck? And our job is not to micromanage street services and say you should do this and not that. Our goal is to set that stretch goal of 2,400 and to see if we can't reach it this year. Our goal is to get there, and Street Services has accepted that. We wouldn't be coming here if they didn't think it was reasonable for them to stretch those dollars to achieve that goal. Now, in the real world, do we have a guarantee that we'll be able to hit that number? I can't say that we can. In the real world, we're going to do everything we can to work with them to achieve that number.
So I guess I'd like, I want to really pay particular focus to this because one of my concerns, and setting goals are critically important and having a baseline and the metrics to that, but the cost in the pavement preservation system is incredibly fixed. And it's fixed because it's dictated by how we measure the streets in A, B, C, D, or F condition, exactly the life cycle of a slurry and when that needs to be done within so many years, and the traffic conditions and so forth. It's also set forth by the funding sources for different streets. So it's it doesn't have a lot of fluid or flexibility. Having said that, though, we should always set the goals. I want to be very careful of cutting any corners to reach a goal, and then having a street, as Mr. Bonin was saying, having a metric of showing what streets go up in grade from a letter grade versus going down in a letter grade because we hit more miles could actually cost us more in the long run. So I would ask the Street Services have a report back on spelling out what that means, how would they achieve that goal without cutting any of those corners.
Yeah, Councilman, and if I may, let me just expand a little bit on the efforts, the strategies that we are trying to crystallize. When you think about it, 2,400 lane miles divided by a hypothetical 365 days a year. If we were to work every single day of the year and there's no rain in LA for 1 year, we would need to complete approximately 6.5 miles per day. That's between here and Dodger Stadium every single day for 365 days. We know that it's a big challenge, but we also know that it's attainable if we get the necessary resources to get it done. And we're working very closely with the mayor's office. For example, we know that we need to fill some of the key vacancies that we have in our pavement preservation group. Positions such as equipment operator, motor sweeper operator, asphalt plant operator. Let's understand that 5 years ago, the Bureau of Street Services was a bureau that had 1,200 authorized positions, And today, we have 700 authorized positions. We went from having 16 resurfacing crews to having 8 resurfacing crews today. So the matter right now, it's more a physical challenge than a budget challenge. I really need to have the bodies, to perform the work, because money doesn't run equipment. Money doesn't pave streets. Bodies do.
All right. Let me jump over to sidewalks real quick. So yeah, I totally agree with that, and so that report back I think would be helpful. On the sidewalk grinding, are we? That was cut out as well. Are we still doing some grinding? Those are the 2-inch grindings?
No, we are not doing sidewalk grinding. The program was eliminated about 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, we've been funding it, some of it in our district.
In your district, and it is a very successful way to eliminate trip and fall situations. The majority of the trip and fall situations do not occur where we have sidewalk like this.
That's what I was going to get into.
They occur where you have a lip of less than 3/4 of an inch.
So where we have, if you will, roughly, I think it's $20 million in the UB that we're looking at sidewalks, and without opening up that discussion here and now, how about a report back on what the department feels is the most bang for your buck, if you will, on spending those resources, where the trip and falls and liabilities occur the most. Walkability is critically important, and mobility, and reading all those. We're not going to solve, a roughly $700 to $1 billion sidewalk backlog with a $20 million infusion. But a lot of people are thinking about those worst buckled sidewalks, which are critically important. But ensuring that we don't lose sight of the fact that those 2-inch grindable, quickly fixable, cost-effective solutions we can get a lot out of. And those are oftentimes, as you just said, and from my experience and what I've seen, in a lot of the settlements and the liability issues that we have from a risk management perspective and a maintenance perspective, where it makes sense. So if you can report back on what you would suggest in terms of the balance of those dollars and how they would be utilized for that purpose, that would be helpful.
So, Mr. Englander, just to make sure I'm clear and we're all clear, you're not asking for a prioritization of locations.
No, not at all.
You're talking about
types of repairs.
Yeah, okay.
That's
different categories of broken
Yes.
sidewalks.
I think the discussion, that's a political discussion and a public discussion and a policy decision that needs to be made on a whole another setting. But no, just the types, and I think that should come, the types of repairs we're talking about in terms of a balanced approach citywide, wherever they are, whether it's prioritizing on city facilities first and foremost, whatever those decisions are made, whenever they're made, we should also talk about the types and bring that into the discussion so we're prepared. Okay. And then the last question I had back is the entire budget is for the department is $164 million. Last year we had about $100,000 in outreach funded for community outreach efforts. It's almost budget dust on this, but critically important for everything that's going on with the Bureau and the department. I would ask that we restore those funds as well. It's $100,000 and ask the CAO for a budget impact back on that. And then in closing, I do want to thank you and your department, seriously. We have been partners in talking often with my staff, with you, with CD15, with Joe Buscaino and his entire staff for the last year and a half, with Kevin and Greg and many others that are on our regular calls and daily workloads that just added to everything else we're doing because we care about fixing our infrastructure and fixing every street, failed street in the city of Los Angeles and our sidewalks. And it's been a team effort and a lot of work, and hopefully we move forward on that as well. But I want to thank you for your leadership and all of that. And you've really been focused and dedicated and great to work with, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilman.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Englander. Just a couple of added points to things that have already been asked for. You were going to report back on your suggestion of having half of the tree trimming contracting money spent on city employees. I'd like that also to include what the costs and benefits would be of doing all of it for city employees so that we can make that assessment. We talked a little bit about medians and alternative sources for funding. I think, to Mr. Englander's point, the DWP should probably be a part of that discussion as well, because where we have irrigated medians, this may be an opportunity for DWP to support infrastructure investments to eliminate the need for irrigation, whether it's re-landscaping or otherwise. And then finally, I think to Mr. Bonnet's point about consolidation of tree trimming, which is excellent, and I think we should absolutely take a very deep look at that. That was one of the things I was going to ask about. I would also add into that not only DWP, but also Rec and Parks, who currently do a lot of their own tree trimming, and there may be some room for consolidation and efficiency there, as well as any other city department that independently is doing tree trimming.
Forgotten one thing. Also would like to see if you could report back on what opportunities the department might have to purchase or find funding to purchase another milling machine in order to remove some of the tree stumps. We remove trees and then the stump lasts forever. And the final thing was as I've asked for a number of departments, a report back on what resources you might be able to bring to the table to help support or augment the Great Streets program.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kratz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to touch on a few things that were previously mentioned on the contract tree trimming. I believe the reason we went to contract tree trimming was that we, at least in the worst budget times, actually said we were getting out of the tree trimming business. We were never going to trim any more trees unless it was for emergency purposes. I thought that was ridiculous then. I think it's ridiculous now. I believe the reason that we would try not to bring the entire $4 million in-house would be if we had doubts about whether on an ongoing basis we were going to spend $4 million a year on tree trimming. The fact is, when we were doing this well, now I admit it's 30 years ago, when I worked for Marvin Browdy, we were on a 7-year cycle. That was doing it well. But now I believe we're on a 118-year cycle. Clearly, I don't think we're going to allow ourselves to go below that. So I would think we could safely bring this entire $4 million in-house. And I know there's going to be a report back on it, but I think we should look at it with that in mind. On the medians, what I'm not clear on is the $2.1 million. Is that just for the routine functioning, watering them and mowing them?
That is correct. Right now, under contract, the contractor is responsible for mowing, cleaning, doing minor trimming, and the watering is not part of the contract. So the contractors right now charge an average of 19 cents per square foot. That is the current cost. It doesn't include repairs on the irrigation system. It doesn't include replacing the heads of the sprinklers. So a lot of the work that used to be performed under the Bureau of Street Services is no longer included as part of the contracts. So that, in order to keep the price low, we have basically reduced the terms of the contract to maintenance, cleaning, weeding, and mowing.
And that's now not funded.
The proposed budget doesn't show the $2.1 million. Yes, that is correct.
I'd say from our past experiences that cut is sort of a fantasy. I don't think it lasts very long. Even at our worst times, it didn't last too long before it had to be restored. I mean, you'd have a section of median island that would normally be grass, and suddenly you had 3-foot-high weeds. And there's some places where it looks more ridiculous than others. Certainly in my district on Burton Way, where you have beautifully manicured medians in Beverly Hills, and then for the time that we abandoned this, you'd have 3-foot-high weeds. It was a very visible embarrassment. I don't see how we make this cut, and I don't know how we wouldn't restore this, and how anyone with medians in their district wouldn't be howling about the possibility. If they don't notice it now, I think they will be once the cuts are made, and we actually have to be out there with all these 3-foot-high weeds. And that and graffiti make the city look visibly out of control and not supplying services. So I certainly would want to report back on that being fully restored. Let's see. I understand we're calculating our lane miles of repairs differently. Is that going to have a negative impact on shorter streets and cul-de-sacs?
No, it won't. Basically, the reason why we deviated from using center line miles of streets to now using lane miles is because lane miles capture the actual magnitude of the work. If I told you, for example, Councilman, that I need to pave one center line mile of streets that have a width of 10 feet, the area that I need to pave would be 50 to 80 feet times 10. But if you ask me with the same money to pave one center line mile of streets that have 50 feet in terms of width, then I will need, almost, 50 times more the amount of money because I'll be working more based on the actual width of the street. And now that we are providing our information to the mayor's office, to our performance units, our outcomes, it is critical that we use a unit that is easily and accurately quantifiable. Center line miles of streets gives you a good idea of the length of the street, of the work, but it doesn't accurately tells you the amount of work and cost of doing the work, the pavement preservation work.
Now, you said you went from 16 street resurfacing crews to 8. How does that affect your program? How are you actually able to function if you only have half the crews?
I must say that once again, that the men and women of the Bureau of Street Services are incredible. We simply deviated from the old ways of doing business. In the old days, we used to have crews assigned. They would always be together, and we would move them to different parts of town. Now we deviated from that static approach. Now we use a dynamic approach. For example, if I have a crew working along Ventura Boulevard, which is a major corridor, and I require more hands to flag traffic to make the area safe, I'm going to give that crew 12 men or 12 employees. But if that crew moves to a cul-de-sac or a hilly area where there's no traffic, that crew loses 4 or 5 employees, and I use those 5 employees and I deploy them somewhere else. They could be doing pothole work. They could be doing something else. So the Bureau has been very successful with 700 authorized positions to perform more than what we were performing 5 years ago with 1,200 authorized positions.
Okay, and I know there's a retired engineer that you've been in conversations with about the possibility of developing a much stronger and longer-lasting asphalt, and that would the only thing that is keeping us from testing that is spending about $80,000 to do that. Do we have any confidence in that being a possibility? And if indeed it was and it was successful, it seems like there'd be a multiplier of tens, if not hundreds of times in the value.
We are touching indeed a new ground by testing this new mix that we're trying. And I cannot say a lot publicly because there are issues regarding to ownership and who will trademark this mix. But I can tell you that the ideas that he has provided are very unique. He's got a lot of expertise in terms of material testing as it relates to our aerospace. And we are trying new elements never tested before in elements that are well known in the world right now because they're extremely durable and light, such as carbon fibers. We're doing a lot of that, but we reached the point now where we need to fund the actual testing of these materials. GSD has done a magnificent job collaborating with Street Services in the testing, in the preliminary testing of these materials. But now we are at that point where GSD needs funding, and Street Services, we also need funding to move forward with the additional testing. And that's where we are right now, Councilman.
Could we look to public-private partnerships? It would seem like if there was some way to have someone in the business community put up that money and have some ownership beyond what we use it for in Los Angeles, you'd probably get a lot of takers, I would think.
Yeah, we're trying to get sponsors. As a matter of fact, some of the material that we received for the testing came from JPL. I'm trying to make contact with them, but believe it or not, even NASA is saying that they're underfunded. So in this case, I mean, we're trying to get people to like the idea, embrace the idea, and provide a level of sponsorship.
Very good. What's your criteria for deploying crews on weekends and overtime hours?
I mentioned to you, Councilman, that the majority of the overtime that we perform related to resurfacing is simply associated, the majority of the cases, with customer service and relations with other agencies. A lot of the transportation corridors that we do on the weekend are connected, for example, to off-ramps that are controlled by Caltrans. We have to go through a process with Caltrans in which they need to approve the closure of the off-ramp. And typically they don't close off-ramps during the week or during the day. That's why you see us a lot of times working in the middle of the night, because that is the only opportunity that we receive from Caltrans to perform the work on that particular corridor. For example, not too long ago we did in front of Galpin for Roscoe Boulevard, which has 4 off-ramps, and we actually had to do the work in the middle of the night and only for 3 hours. So we have to be extremely flexible, and our employees have been extremely flexible working any shift in order to get the job done. The magnitude of the work also dictates that we must work on the weekends, because I explained to you that we have to perform 6.5, we have to complete approximately 6 miles per day. And we have rain in LA. Typically we have 10 or 12 rainy days in LA during the dry season. So when we have rain, we basically get behind, and the only time that we have to catch up is on the weekend.
Now, let me ask you one anecdotal complaint that I've received a few times, and I don't know whether this is the case or not, and there's some way to work around it, that there are regulations that prevent street crews from working between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. under certain circumstances. And my understanding is that sometimes these crews go out anyway at 7 a.m. and the people have to stand around for a couple hours. Is that actually correct, or is that not correct?
Well, typically when we work before 7 a.m., we go through the LAPD's commission to get the authorization to work before 7 a.m. That pertains primarily to...
No, we're talking about between 7 and 9 a.m.
Or between 7 and 9 a.m. 7 a.m. is a good starting time. The municipal code allows construction crews to start at 7 a.m. in the morning. So we start... Oh, you're talking about... Oh, I'm sorry. I totally misunderstood your question, Councilman. Oh, peak hour? Oh, yeah. In reality, crews, city crews or contractors working for the city or not working for the city, they all have to follow the peak hour ordinance. That is, no crews should be working on an arterial street between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. in the morning. Now, our crews are very sensitive to that particular, point, and we minimize work at that particular time of the day. Yes, I know that all of you get calls about our crews. Our pickup trucks are yellow, and people most of the times think that it's street services doing the work. I don't doubt that every once in a while it's us, but the majority of the times when we get the calls, we go there and it's not us. But to the best of our abilities, we try to minimize the impact on the traffic by working on the opposite side of the heavy traffic. Let's say that in the morning, hypothetically speaking, if we were to be working here in downtown LA, we would be working on the lanes, the outbound lanes, the lanes that take you out of downtown LA, knowing that the majority of the traffic is coming inwards, right? So
I think you're still missing my question, though.
Okay.
The complaint is that because a crew is supposed to work at 9 o'clock and they're not allowed to work between 7 and 9, constituents have complained they've seen crews arrive at 7 and then just stand around for 2 hours. Does that actually happen? And if so, how can we minimize
it? It only took me three times, and I hope this time, I understood what you're trying to tell me, Councilman. Yes, indeed, a lot of times when we report to work in the morning, as you well know, as part of our preparation for a project, we post temporary no parking signs on the streets between 7 a.m. and 4 p.m. It is one of our challenges and one of our inefficiencies as part of doing this business that when we're ready to work at 7 a.m. in the morning, we have a significant number of vehicles parked on the street. Yes, and we work very closely with DOT to try to get the parking enforcement officers to help us, get those vehicles out of the way, because at the end of the day, those vehicles parked on the street affect our cost and affect our efficiency and productivity. So that is a real challenge that we are discussing right now with the mayor's office as part of our strategy to complete the 2,400 lane miles. Did I hit your point this time, Councilman?
I think you got part of it. It's probably not. We can discuss it further offline, I think, if it's still unclear. Is there any money for alleys in this budget? And if it's not funded, can potholes still be repaired in alleys?
I have not seen the funding distribution, the sources of funding yet, but for alleys, the majority of the cases, and correct me if I'm wrong, Miguel is here, the only source of funding that we can use is the general fund.
That's correct. And so is that planned at all or no?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Is there any funding planned for alleys?
There's none included in the budget. So, no.
I know in recent years there's at least been some minimal funding for alleys, and in many more dense areas, the alleys are almost used as arterial streets. So I'd like you to come back with a report on whether there might be some source of funding or some way to add at least some minimal alley repair money. Let's see. Just one last question. I have a lot of others, but the hour is late, so I'll quit with one last question. I know lot cleaning division positions were eliminated last year and not restored. Have you been able to accommodate some of the necessary lot cleaning requests by pulling it from other funds, or have you just not been able to do any of the lot cleaning?
The majority of the work that the lot cleaning division was performing, and you're right, the positions were eliminated this year. The majority of the work that they used to perform is now being done when council offices use their discretionary funds to perform that kind of work. For example, if you have medians, unimproved medians that have a lot of weeds, I have received a lot of calls from your colleagues who would like to use part of their discretionary funds to hire our crews as part of our city services program. We have a program in which neighborhood councils, residents, and of course the city elected officials, they can hire our crews on an overtime basis to work on Saturdays and Sundays. And that's the way that we have provided the services that were eliminated as part of the elimination of the 28 positions.
Okay. And actually, I have one more question. On the smaller sidewalk repairs, the 3/4 of an inch, maybe up to 2 inches that we were talking about, I know one way is grinding, although that tends to put a lot of particles into the air if you ever actually watched how the grinding works out, but it's fairly cost efficient. There's probably a less polluting way to do it, which is rather than grinding the entire thing off, to use the newer diamond cut saw technology. I don't believe we've ever approved that in the city, as far as I know. So one, is there a way to approve it? And two, is there a way to then identify, I don't know how many companies do it, but to deputize them so we don't have to have an inspector on site for every cut? Because just the actual cuts themselves are very cost effective, and I don't know about the rest of my colleagues, but I certainly would try to use some of my own office funds at the small amount of $50 or $100 a cut to hit some of the places in my district that are the most problematic and most obvious trip and fall opportunities. So I don't know if we could get a report back on those possibilities. I think that would be not only cost effective if it were paid out of some of our individual offices' funds. It might, again, because the number is so minimal, be something that homeowners might be willing to match, neighborhood councils might be willing to match, and we might actually get a lot of bang for our buck that way.
We will be more than happy to report back. Just so you know, just to give you a quick update, Councilman, both the Bureau of Engineering and the Bureau of Street Services are now working with one of the contractors and a bid to try to come up with a pilot project so we can set standards and we can determine how accurate and how good are those particular cuts. So in the near future, we should be able to report back to you as to if the process is successful or not.
I know there are other cities that use it pretty extensively and are very successful at maintaining their sidewalks as a result.
We will seek further information as well.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Saceda, thank you very much to you and your staff. You've heard all of the warm feelings that we feel for you, I think, and the work that you do, and we look forward to hearing your reports back.
Thank you very much, Council members.
That brings up our next department, which is the Bureau of Engineering, which will be followed by street lighting and Con Ed, and then members, we will be done for the day. So as engineering is coming forward, I'll take any cards that I have on them. The one card I have is Jim McQuiston. Mr. McQuiston, fire away. Mr. McQuiston, you're up.
Call the
Thank
City
you.
of Los Angeles
Jim
Municipal
McQuiston.
Elections Reform
I had
Commission
two comments.
to order.
One of which is
First thing, I would
engineering
like to
should
take
look at
roll.
different
And Larry,
street
why don't we
trees.
start with you?
We obviously have the wrong kind in the streets. As an arborist myself, if your hole that you have your tree in, with the grading over it, doesn't exceed the drop line of the mature tree, it needs to be removed. The other thing I wanted to say is about graffiti. We have a lot of people who put up graffiti, a lot of gangs in our area. And we have found that what happens is the gang leader will tell somebody to go out and put the graffiti out. And then the next day he comes around to see if they did a good job. If that graffiti is gone when he comes by, it doesn't ever reappear. The key is that 24-hour period is the one that you have to take the graffiti out on. If you leave it in any longer, you might as well leave it 6 months because the impact is not there when you didn't get it out.
A little off topic of engineering, Mr. McQuiston, but as long as you're there, do you have any comments on street lighting or contract administration?
No, I'm going to leave now.
All right. Thanks you very much. So that brings us then to the presentation by our city engineer, Deborah Weintraub. Thank you. Yeah, I don't seem to have it, but you can wait. You can wait until she's done then. Because I don't have it, and I've been very, very respectful of your insistence on coming up and speaking on the same topic on every department. I didn't have to do any of that. So don't disrupt this meeting. Don't answer back to me. I'll give you the opportunity to speak when she's done, not before. That's the end of the discussion. Ms. Weintraub.
Good evening, Councilmember Krikorian and committee members. We're thrilled to be here today. My organization that I've been running on an interim basis for the last 6 months or so, we are very pleased with the mayor's budget that came forward to us. We, like other departments who've been here in front of you today, have over the last years seen a significant reduction in our staffing. So I'd like to just take the opportunity to thank my department staff who help us to deliver our projects on a daily basis, which we also do working in close partnership with other bureaus and city departments, and particularly also with our relationship with our consulting partners and our commitment to technology to increase efficiency and productivity. There are a couple of areas of concern, and since the time is late, I'm going to jump to my key points. When we saw the mayor's proposed budget, we were made aware of the fact that our sister departments, Building and Safety and Planning, had both been requested and been granted a significant number of additional positions to address the growth in economic activity and development. And so we'd like your committee to consider additional positions for our development services program, where we provide services to permit the public right-of-way. We've seen a growth this year in our public counter, the number of people who are coming to our public counter for permits, and we've fallen below in recent months our target of serving 70% of the customers who come to our public counters within 15 minutes. So that's my one request. My second request is just your ongoing support and the mayor's office support to continue to fill our vacancies. Our staff is aging. Our average staff is 51 years old, and more than 42% of our staff are 55 or older. We had the right this year to fill, without going to managed hiring, quite a number of our positions, and we look forward to continuing to have that possibility as we get into the next fiscal year. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions. I have my executive staff here with me.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz, anything for the city engineer?
Yes, just turned the wrong page, so give me a moment to re-find it. First, I have a question for, on behalf of Councilmember O'Farrell. In order to maintain momentum on the LA River, he would like to request that the Environmental Affairs Officer and the Environmental Supervisor 2 become regular positions, which looks to make sense to me. It appears to have no impact on the department's budget. And what's your take on that, and could we have a report back on that?
We did request that they be regularized. We've been working on the LA River consistently with on-budget positions since the 2007-8 budget. So we would support that, and we're happy to report back on it.
Very good. And wanted to know if the reduction of 14 regular and resolution authorities, how will that affect the development of the city, and will it impede the ability of the staff to keep up with building and safety and city planning staff?
The 14 positions that were vacant positions that were taken out of our budget will not affect our ability to keep up with building and safety. What I mentioned when I first sat down about asking this committee to look at potentially granting additional staff to engineering would be different positions than those 14.
Okay. And with all the retiring engineers, are we losing institutional knowledge that it doesn't get passed down to entry-level workers, and is there a way to mitigate that?
We're definitely losing institutional knowledge, and it takes, I think, in my opinion, a good 7 years to make a good engineer or architect. 7 years working in the workforce following school. The way we're trying to mitigate that is we're working as fast, as hard as we can to fill our positions. Even with all our efforts this year, though, we're still down 2 from the beginning of the year. So we look forward to ongoing assistance from the personnel department and from the CAO to fill our positions. We're actively at the executive level working to do that.
Do we have a way to put a special effort into having some of the more senior people in the department do more training and more effort to pass on their information to newer folks as we look at a high level of potential retirements?
So there are 2 things that we've done in our department that I think will help facilitate that. We haven't had entry-level employees for the last 4.5 years. Now we have about 20 new entry-level employees. We have traditionally rotated our employees, 3 different rotations throughout our department. It's a great learning opportunity. In fact, I've heard from outside engineering consulting firms that they love to hire our staff after they've been through our rotation. Now that we have new entry-level employees, we will reinstitute that. The second thing we've done as part of our strategic plan is we've developed a mentorship program which we're really just kicking off. I'm about to next week meet with our 20 new employees and urge all of them to partake of that opportunity.
That sounds great. I'm glad to hear it because that's exactly what I was envisioning. With the spread of hybrids and electric vehicles, which is obviously a good thing, are we seeing a reduction in gas sales and are we impacted revenue-wise by lower gas tax, or is that not something that's happening?
I'm going to defer to yeah. Okay, we're deferred this way.
At this time?
I couldn't hear a word you just said.
Is this working? Yeah, we could do a report back and give you an accurate response.
That would be great,
whether or not it's
because
affecting it.
obviously the pavement preservation program is impacted by that. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. President, that was on the deletion of the funding for the resolution authorities?
That last item was on the gas tax.
Okay.
And whether or not there's a reduction based on the increasing use of hybrids and electric vehicles.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. Mr. Bonnet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to ask a couple quick questions about bridges, since you're in charge of like 500 of them or something like that, right?
Right.
We have the Bureau has a seismic retrofit project that requires all bridges to be retrofitted. Could you give us a report back on how many of those have been brought up to where they need to be?
Yes, I'd be happy
And
to.
as part of that, I know we have a policy. I don't remember how old it is, or at least the Bureau proposed one that LA bridges should be maintained so that at least 70% of them are rated B, a sustainability rating of 80 or better, and no bridge should have a rating of less than D or a rating of 50. And I'd like to get a report back on how we're doing on that. I imagine we're probably not doing as well as we should be or would like to be, and what the potential is for seeking outside funding sources, federal, state money, and stuff like that.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Englander.
Everything was asked. I just want to say it's really been an honor and a privilege to work with you and get to know you as we talk often, and appreciate all your expertise and professionalism and responsiveness in the entire department. It's been a delight to work with. Hopefully we can bring to light some of the position and authorities you've been looking for as we, particularly not just for the department but for the city, as we start growing out of this recession and need those positions. Thank you.
Thank you.
The feeling is definitely shared. We've had very great experiences with the Bureau, and I want to thank you for your leadership in this role. I have a couple of really quick ones, I think. First, the proposed budget calls for the deletion of the 2 vacant positions in survey support. I'd like to get a report back from you as well as Street Services about whether or not the deletion of those positions will adversely affect being able to meet the pavement preservation plan goal. And if so, is there some alternative to address those services? It seems that engineering is the largest agency dealing with development cases that doesn't have an enterprise fund. And I don't know if there's been any consideration of that in the past. If you could just report back on whether there are positives or negatives to having an enterprise fund for especially for expediting case processing on economic development projects that are of great importance to the city. And then finally, let me just review my notes here. Okay. So there's 3 resolution positions that are continued without funding to provide counterplan check support. And in the last budget, the mayor had proposed to fill those positions once the Bureau was able to demonstrate the plan check workload and associated fee receipts could fully support the costs. So I'd like a report back from the Bureau and the CAO as to whether the fee analysis that was requested in the last year budget was done, what were the results, and what the anticipated workload for the plan check positions would be in the coming fiscal year.
Okay.
And with that, thank you very much. I appreciate your being here and appreciate your good work. And that brings us to our next department, which is street lighting and contract administration. But before street lighting comes up, I promised Sid that he could make his statement regarding engineering. So, Mr. Mansoudian, if you could come up. And just so that we're clear, Mr. Mansoudian, maybe there was a miscommunication. You submitted a card on the board as well as on engineering. And when I had those cards for the board, I asked you and other speakers if you wished to speak about other bureaus because I wanted to take you all together at the same time. And at that time you said no, you waived. So I took from that you were waiving both your time to speak about the board and the Bureau of Engineering. If that was not your intent, that's fine. I apologize for the miscommunication, but you can speak now to both engineering, and if you have any comments about street lighting at Con Ed, you should give those at this time as well.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chairman. No, it wasn't my intent, and I wanted to speak separately, and I don't have any issues with the street lighting. And the only reason that I was here at least 5 or 6 different occasions to speaking to a different departments,
Doesn't
I understand.
matter. Go right ahead.
It was because all these departments were related into my project one way or another.
I well understand.
Thank you for that understanding. The remarks that I was going to make for the Bureau of Engineering was I was going to compliment, first of all, Mr. Mike Cantor, his diligent, fast-forward, and understanding position that he guided me through 14 months of very, very difficult times. And second of all is that all I want to bring to the attention of the Bureau of Engineering is that as a bureau, they all know the process. And the process was that at 14 months ago when they put me forward to take on this obligation to resolve these issues, they all knew about the DOT situations or hammerhead or circular driveways. But there was never brought up to me. If someone stood up with the communication between DOT and BOE, said that, Mr. Maksoudian, if you bring this proposal forward, in the end we have these obligations. No one did that. But after 14 months of hard work, over $50,000 spent, and with the goodwill, like I said, people need to be complimented because this is something everybody's working on to save a project. So I will say for the last statement is that this is all political now. So I need the good help of the Mayor Garcetti to come together with Mr. Huizar and to find a common ground to save this project. Because without their leadership, we are at a dead end almost. And I don't see how we resolve this unless there is something in the cards that I don't know about. So I thank you for the moment that you gave me, and I thank you for correcting the situation, and I thank you again. Have a good
Thank you. Have a good evening. And that brings us to the Bureau of Street Lighting, and I'd like to invite up the Director of the Bureau of Street Lighting. Boy, it's been long. The Director of the Bureau of Street Lighting, Mr. Ibrahimian. It's good to be with you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Chair.
for being here. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members. It's our pleasure to be here today. I know you've had 3 long days, so I'll be really brief with my comments. We are in general in agreement and very pleased with the proposed budget, except the 4 adjustments that I've mentioned in my budget memo. I also wanted to mention that street lighting is funded from Streetlight Maintenance Assessment Fund. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Is there a regular process by which street lighting districts are reassessed or considered for reassessment?
Well, Proposition 218 spells out that we have to go to ballot to reassess any district that exists. So for any new or increased assessments, we have to go to mail-in ballot to the benefiting property owners.
I understand that. So what I'm wondering is whether there's a regularized process of going back to the members of the district, on a periodic basis to reconsider the higher assessment that might be appropriate to maintain the ongoing lighting services that the city is providing to them.
Yeah, it doesn't exist, but maybe that's a question from city attorney's office. It does not exist today.
Okay.
The only thing that we have in place is all the new assessment, councilmen, after the Proposition 218, they have a CPI built into the assessments.
So for any assessment district that was formed following the proposition.
But majority of our funding is before the Proposition 218, and they have been frozen since 1997.
The proposed budget includes a little bit of extra funding to purchase and install pull boxes and lids to try to reduce copper wire theft. How has copper wire theft been going, and what would be the benefit of this expenditure? And is this sufficient to provide you with the security that you would need to prevent thefts citywide?
Well, in general, as you know, since 2005, 2006, we've had this problem in the city. And if you look at all the expenditures because of copper wire theft since then, it's about $6 million. Has cost us to go back and reinstall the wires and make sure the lights are working. Now, I know last year was our peak. We had about 6,300 lights that were out as a result of copper wire theft, and about 900 incidents all over the city. This year, it's a little bit less. We're up to, this year, 615 so far incidents. So 900 as opposed to 615. So it has coming down, but not as much as we wanted. I think with the preventive measure that we started last year, meaning what we do, we send the crews out to the areas that we know are hit by copper wire, and we try to seal the pool boxes in the vicinity, in the blocks surrounding those areas. And also with the help of the police department and few arrests that we've had in the city, and in addition to that, because of the price of copper is around $3 today as opposed to $4 a year ago, I think we are seeing a decrease today. Now, your question was whether our preventive measure is enough. I don't think so, because there's 250,000 pool boxes out there existing today all over the city. But I think it's better than nothing, because what we're doing, we're basically focusing in the areas that are being hit and trying to at least be a little bit proactive, as opposed to waiting for the copper or the wire to be stolen, then go out there.
Okay. You'll very well recall that a year or so ago, you and I went through the very unhappy experience of the aftermath of a horrible car accident involving a street light that was sheared off and a fire hydrant that happened to also be sheared off. It just happened to be that it was one of the high voltage street light systems, and two people were sadly killed and a number injured. And at that time, we started the process of addressing the high voltage lighting systems that were in close proximity to fire hydrants. And I just wanted to find out what the what the status of that effort is at this point.
Yes, thank you, Councilman. Actually, last year, as part of the budget, funding was allocated for us to be able to address the first year of the 3-year program that we proposed. Those are about 5,100 streetlights that are on high voltage that we identified that are within 20 feet of a fire hydrant. This year, we were scheduled to do 1,700. We are scheduled to complete that by end of this year. We were allocated funding to be able to do that. We used portion of that funding for conduit replacement contract that will be used throughout the 3 years. We used about $2.5 million for that contract that will be used this year, next year, and the following year. We're scheduled to do 1/3 of what we identified this year, but there is another 3,400 that we need funding. We need funding for next year to be able to do another 1,700 and hopefully another funding for the following year.
Okay, but the assessment has been of where those locations are is completed. You know that, and now it's a question of just methodically moving through and changing the wiring from the high voltage to the lower voltage.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Now, going back to the assessment districts for the moment, this budget includes $1.2 million for an assessment district analysis. Can you describe what that analysis would entail, how quickly it will be done, and also how quickly it will be done and reported to council? And also, when we did last year's budget, we had $500,000 in there for seems like a similar kind of project. Was that done? Has that money been spent, or is that a continuing project?
Yes, well, the money allocated for last year was for the assessment. We do have RFP out to have a consultant, a specialized consultant, to come on board and do the assessment for us. What we are allocating here for the following year is to be able to go out there and do the public relations aspect of our citywide ballot redistricting or citywide ballot for the increasing of the assessments. So I think by end of this year, or maybe by December, we will have the assessment completed using the $500,000 was allocated last year. And then, as a result of that, if we get favorable recommendations from these experts and also from the council and the mayor, then I think that's when we will start our public relations going forward for our citywide ballot. The $1 million would be mainly used for the public relations to go forward with the citywide ballot.
For the actual assessment itself, as opposed to the analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And so was the $500,000 from last year, that was in fact spent as budgeted?
We are in the process of spending that as budgeted.
By the end of the fiscal year, it will have been spent?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else, members? Mr. Koretz?
Yes, first of all, I'd like to say, as I think I did last year, my staff always says that your department is certainly among the most responsive, and they're always happy that they're able to deliver for our constituents relating to repairs of street lighting, so we appreciate that. Also, I want to commend the department for the amazing LED conversion project. Do you know how much energy we're saving now as a result of that?
Well, if you transfer that to dollars, it's $7.7 million as of this week. And annual energy savings is 86 gigawatt hours. 86 gigawatt hours. And
That's
it's
pretty
60
incredible. That's great work. How close are we to completing the project? How far along are we?
Well, Councilman, we are in the process of completing our first phase, which is the modern style Cobra head fixtures, which is about 150,000. We're about close to 150,000 today. And as part of this budget, we are allocated funding to start our second phase. Second phase is for our decorative and other styles of the fixtures, like the ones that we have around City Hall. And it's a little bit challenging to convert and complete the decorative ones because we have 400 different styles in the city of Los Angeles, as opposed to the Cobra heads that was only one style. So I think we will be able to complete this, the decorative portion in the next 5 years. It's going to take a little bit longer than the Cobra heads because of the various types of fixtures that we have.
How many lights did you say, or maybe I missed it?
215,000 lights in the city.
Of that type that we still have to do?
We have about 60,000 to go.
Okay.
We have about 60,000 to go.
And I know we talked about copper wire theft and stealing the pole boxes.
Yes.
I understand there's another process that isn't quite sealing them. Are you familiar with that? That's a little less complete.
I am not sure what you're referring to, Councilman. What we do, we really don't remove the pull boxes. We just seal the lids of the pull boxes, if that's what you're referring to.
I think so.
Yes, that's what we've been doing for last 5 years. And we've sealed approximately 16,000 of those pull boxes so far. Again, compared to our total number, which is closer to 250, 300,000 existing pull boxes, it's a small amount. But what we do anytime there is a copper wire theft in an area, when we go out there to replace the wire, that's when we seal them. And also as part of this preventive measure, we have small amount of money that we try to do the proximity areas of those areas that are being hit.
Is there any way to replace copper wire with a different kind of wire, or is that just the only way you can do it?
Well, we look at other options. We've looked at aluminum. But aluminum doesn't carry as much capacity as copper wire. And to be able to carry the load that we need, we are going to spend more or less the same amount of money to do the aluminum. And then aluminum is a precious metal also. So.
Yeah, that would be great. The commodities market will go up for aluminum, and we'll be in the same problem we have here. And just to be clear, the high voltage circuits that led to the tragedy that we were speaking of, there's no funding for that this year, correct?
Well, that's my number one item on my budget memo. If you look at my budget, my Schedule 19, there is no funding for that, meaning we will not be able to continue that. But there is funding allocated for tree trimming, which we've been very happy to do that for many years from Street Lighting Maintenance Assessment Fund for $1 million. But that's why I included in my budget memo. I think it's critical and much more appropriate for us to spend $1 million from Streetlight Maintenance Assessment Fund for that purpose, which is the high voltage circuits that we have, and we've started the conversion as opposed to what is being proposed in the budget.
Well, if I don't think anybody asked for a report back on that. If they haven't, I'd like to ask for a report back so we can reconsider that when the time comes.
Sure, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, I wanted to follow up on the street lighting question. I was going to probe the same line that Mr. Koretz was going on there. The street lighting that you do, is that city employees or is that contract services?
You mean
the tree trimming? I'm sorry.
The tree trimming, what we do, we allocate money, and street services uses that money through contracts to do trimming of the trees that are around streetlights.
So you give the money to street services and
That's
they
correct.
trim for you?
That's correct.
Okay, so they're doing the trimming anyway.
They're using the money to do the trimming in areas that have streetlights, in the blocks that have streetlights.
Okay.
And it's through contract, Councilman.
Right, it is through contract. So I'm wondering, Mayor's Office, why the capital improvement expenditure budget got zeroed out this year for BSL?
Benet Sanchez, actually CAO's office. And one of the reasons that we wanted to, or that we didn't provide funding for CIEP is because the need for the assessment, for the reassessment of the districts. It helps us, when we go to the public, let them know that there is a need to reassess because the amount that they're paying right now is just not sustainable for the work that street lighting has to do. So that's one of the items that we're not able to fund.
But a lot of the capital improvement stuff they do is not in an assessment area, it's in a general benefit area, whether it's bridge and tunnel maintenance or stuff near DOT signals and stuff like that. So that wouldn't match up there.
Well, for areas that are in the general fund or general benefit use, they're funded through different sources, either through general fund, seismic bond, gas tax, depending on what the work is being, where the work is being done.
Well, Councilman, there's 3 items in my budget memo, and I think that's what you're referring to. Those are very small items, and I just felt my responsibility to raise the question because they're very small, but at the same time maybe very visible if we don't address them, like the new signals. If money is not allocated, Department of Transportation will install new signals, but then street lighting will not be able to install the street lights. So it's a very small amount, but it's something that I cannot use assessment money to do that work because it's at intersections.
I'm clear on that, which is why I'm asking. So DOT will put in a new traffic signal. The electricity in the traffic signal will be working, but the street light, if you have to put in a new street light near it, that won't be working.
No, we put an arm on top of the DOT pole. That arm and the fixture will not be installed.
So DOT will be putting in a traffic signal and it won't work?
The traffic signal will work, but our street light and the arm and the fixture would not be there. And I think it's something that will be very visible, and also safety reasons.
Okay, so for that, I'd like a report back on what the potentials are. I don't know that we have resources available in CRR. They looked pretty accounted for earlier, but just to report back, it is a small amount of money. On the other CIP stuff that was dealing with the high voltage circuits that a couple of my colleagues were mentioning, I'm wondering maybe, as you do the report back on Mr. Koretz's request, one of the things you might consider whether there's a way to split the difference and not zero out the money for tree trimming, give half of it to street services to do it, and use half the money for the high voltage work.
That will work, but we need $2 million to continue our 3-year program of the high voltage work for next year. The $500,000 basically will do the quarter of what we allocated to do. Now again, considering that we've already spent the money for a conduit replacement work that is on a contract for the entire 3 years. So we have a contract already to be able to do the conduit work. We need additional $2 million every year to be able to do the final fixtures. $500,000 will work, but it will be only quarter of what we need.
So the report back will give you potential option for a quarter of it and half of it, I guess?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Englander, anything? Mr. Abraham, thank you very much for your great work, and I appreciate that my colleagues raised the issue of the LED lighting, because it really is one of the great success stories we've had in the city in recent years, certainly on in the environmental front. It's an achievement that has kind of set the standard for the rest of the world, the lighting standard, I guess you could say, for the rest of the world. So, yes. So, thank you very much for your great work. Thanks for your time and your patience tonight.
Thank you. Credit goes to all the men and women in the Bureau of Street Lighting, Councilman.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to our final task for the evening, members, and that's the Bureau of Contract Administration. Mr. Eamer, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening.
It's a real problem when you go last, when you've been waiting this long. You have your entire budget letter is 2 paragraphs long, but so I do appreciate your patience in staying this late. And if you want to discuss anything, you've earned it.
I'm in the envious position. My grandfather shared with me, when you speak publicly, never make the people happy twice. Happy to see you sit down and happy to see you leave. So mine is to not do that at all. Good evening, Chairman Krikorian and the committee members. I'm John Reamer, your Inspector of Public Works, the Director of the Bureau of Contract Administration. And on behalf of the men and women in the Bureau, we want to thank Mayor Garcetti, his office, for the leadership in this process. We certainly want to thank and acknowledge Mr. Santana and the CEO's office and the partnership that we've enjoyed with them. And also thank you for this opportunity to come and declare our acceptance of this budget for fiscal year 2014 and 15, and our commitment to continue serving the citizens of this city with the passion and professionalism that they deserve. The Bureau of Contract Administration serves as your eyes and ears to maintain a transparent and consistent contracting environment. During these challenging economic times, our focus has been to minimize the impact while maximizing opportunity without compromising the quality of the work that takes place. You've heard from the Department of Public Works and the various bureaus, and they brought before you programs and projects. What we bring before you are those to make sure that when we contract out, that the work that is done well. So our involvement in this process is to enforce the contract specifications, We've had over, and we're looking forward to, $3 billion worth of work in capital improvement projects, over 11,000 permits for work that's done in the public right-of-way by contractors, educating contractors on city ordinances that belong to the city family. An example of the work that we've done is for the local preference. We have increased our database to over 1,300 firms. And of the 1,300 firms, over $66 million for the fiscal year 12 and 13 in construction alone was invested in local businesses. So I know that's something that we're very interested in. We processed over 1,300 contracts, many of which have living wage requirements in it. So these are things that we have committed ourselves to. As far as ensuring opportunity, we've reduced our backlog for minority and women-owned businesses by roughly 39%. We have increased the time, or actually reduced the time, rather, to process the business improvement process for outreach by 46%. And then here's one that I really enjoy. For construction, where we want local hire and apprenticeship opportunities, we're averaging roughly 42% of all of the work that's done on public works construction being done by local hires, meaning men and women who live in the city of Los Angeles, and 72% of the apprentices that work are apprentices that live in the city of Los Angeles alone. That's roughly 4,400 men and women that have worked on our projects. So with that said, I am grateful for the opportunity to come before you and say lastly, I applaud the men and women in the Bureau of Contract Administration for the excellent work that they have done over these years, dealing with the challenging time, but making sure that they represent the city well and obtain the quality that the city deserves. So with that said, I'm excited to be here, and any questions that you have, I will answer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Monnet.
Just a couple questions. You are my guy on the living wage. Thank you for being the folks who make sure that that is complied with. I'm curious how, what sort of outreach we do, or what sort of drop-a-dime capability there is for employees of contractors who may be claiming to be complying with it but aren't really complying with it.
It's challenging, Council Member. We have a complaint-driven program. And over the years, we've experienced, unfortunately, a 70% reduction in staff, which has been challenging. So what we've had to do is work with partners in the industry to let them know who we are and where we are, so that they can find us, so that those men and women who, unfortunately, do not receive the wages that they should, they know where to go and have their issue resolved. We currently have 13 open investigations right now just under living wage, many of which are at the airport. And we have a great relationship with LAWA. They understand the importance of this, and so are partnering with not only contractors but our departments to communicate to the employees and the contractors the importance of ensuring that the men and women are paid properly.
Do we have or require anything posted at workplaces for folks who have contracts with the city?
That is a requirement as well. We post information on our website. The departments, I know LAWA does, they post it on their website. We want to do more. One of the things that we're looking into is what I refer to as a joint labor compliance monitoring program. We have that with prevailing wage. We'd like to look into it for living wage, where we, if you will, have a public-private partnership with industry experts, those in the industry that can work with us to let us know ahead of time when there are challenges. The unfortunate thing with wage violations is that the workers usually are intimidated and not wanting to say anything until after the contract is done.
Yeah.
And after that, the trail is a little cold, so it's challenging for us to assist them. I mean, we do the best we can, but the sooner that we know about this, the better. So this is something that we want to look into.
For instance, a Starbucks at the airport, is there something that we require to be posted there so the employees know what they're actually supposed to be being paid?
Any contractor that has a contract with the city of LA, they should be posting the wages that should be paid by the employer to the employees.
Okay. So you said there's 13 open investigations, and there's a good number of them at the airport.
Yes.
Shocked. I'm totally shocked. Yet at the same time, you're having some cuts of 4 inspectors for LAWA. Those are construction inspectors?
Those are construction inspectors, yes.
So it won't impact your investigation of living wage stuff at the
It should
airport?
not.
Okay. Still, losing 4 construction inspectors at Los Angeles World Airport is a little concerning to me. I know we're not in the middle of the Bradley terminal, but we've still got a lot of stuff going on there. I know you said you want us to consider reinstating. Has the pace of the construction on the modernization stuff slowed down to, in your mind, justify that as a temporary cut, or does it mean, is there still a lot of stuff going on and your workload's impaired?
Okay, to answer the question, does it justify? Yes and no. I know that's a middle of the road response. We have many clients. We provide inspection services not just for LAWA, but also the Port of Los Angeles. Some work for DWP, in addition to the private work that is done. And the projects will slide. So they're not delayed, they're not eliminated, but they will slide. And when they slide, we certainly can see, in light of the need to preserve as best we can funds in the general fund, to not have money sitting with us in vacant positions. So our request here was that when the work picks up, and we believe it will, that we are able to come to you and have those positions restored.
Why isn't LAWA paying for those positions?
They do pay, but they pay as we charge for the work that's done. So until the work takes place, there's no work order or mechanism for us to charge to.
So, Mr. CAO, should we have those positions remain authorized but unfunded? So that if LAWA is going to need them eventually, we can hire quickly so that we're not slowing down construction.
That could certainly be an option. We'll be happy to report back on that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Kretz?
I just have the same question for the 7 vacant regular authority inspectors that were cut, whether that wouldn't make sense since you're also hoping to have those reinstated if the workload increases, if we could have a report back that includes the possibility of authorizing but not funding those positions as well.
And as part of that, whether eliminating those positions would impact on the ability to meet the performance metrics that are defined for the Bureau.
Yes.
Mr. Englander.
Last but not least,
take us home.
Land this plane. All right, I'll be quick. Thanks, John. And I want to thank Russ as well, who's not here, I guess, but works very closely with all of us. Who's terrific. Great staff. Just if you could give us a report back on where we're at with the compliance with contract administration, contacting the utilities, various utilities that cut into our streets. We've been working very, very closely for the last couple of years with you and the department, and doing a great job at trying to find out and ensure that we have street use inspectors out there on site while they're doing the repair work and ensuring they're complying to the standards that we hold up. I don't have to get into all the details. I think you know exactly where we're at. You've come up with some great plans in the department to ensure that we get the medallion system back in place. We hold them accountable, surety bonds, all the things that we should do to ensure that the standards are met to maintain our streets.
No, we will, and the partnership has been great. Your leadership has been fantastic on this. You recognize, as I alluded to earlier,
yes.
11,000 permits. There's a lot of activity taking place in the public right-of-way by private contractors, and we want to make sure.
I'll summarize it quickly just for the ask back so they get it. Just a report back from the department, not a budgetary impact, on the status of where we're at.
Sure.
With the permits given to subcontractors that cut into our streets.
Will do.
Great. That's it. And thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
For seeing it through. Thank you for your good work. Members, is there anything else?
Great job.
All right. Then at, oh gosh, 3 minutes after 7, we almost made it. We almost made it. But 3 minutes after 7, we will go ahead and recess for this evening, and we'll be reconvening tomorrow at, we're scheduled at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. So we'll see you same place at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Have a good evening, everyone.